be interesting to see what they say. So once again, guys, God bless you and welcome. Tap and share. The question is a simple one, as always. Is telling lies okay in Islam? It's just it's supposed to be an easy topic. It's supposed to be a topic that would make sense if you just, yeah. But so the reason for these lives, guys, is not, I'll say it again, is not because we hate Muslims or we are having problems with Muslims or we are, or we're having, we just absolutely hate these people. No, we don't. Just for the record, guys, we don't hate Muslims. Please remember that. We don't hate them, but they have been lied to. Imagine that choice of words. They have been lied to, and they are following a religion that tells them lying is okay, man. It's like, come on, man. What's the big deal? Doesn't matter. You can tell a few lies. That's okay. And deception is okay. But because we are allowed to think and ask ourselves, honest questions, then we must be able to ask ourselves, would we follow a religion that says lying is okay? Now, in order to win converts over, let me make it as simple as I can. To win a convert, to win someone over to Islam, because the teachings are quite similar, they're similar teachings depending on how you look at it. They will claim that Islam shares the same values as Christianity does. They tell you same values, same God, same this, same that, but the Christians have just, gone astray. So we notice that in all the topics we've done, there are exactly, I'm glad you said that, Himiza, we don't share the same values, but this is what Muslims believe. Muslims believe it, right? So you guys believe that your Allah became a tree. Now, the last time my dog saw a tree, it pissed all over that tree, but that's something else. So now, again, so the Muslims are trying so desperately to attach themselves to the Christian values and the Christian religion that they try to take from our Bible. They try to take from our culture. In fact, there's a hadith that says, you must follow them. What is it? Cubit by cubit. You must follow them inch by inch. Muhammad says, follow these Christians and Jews inch by inch. You can't make this up. Now, because these Muslims are lying to other people, pretending that they do share the same values, these are still lies. And lying is a binding principle. It's a binding command by Allah, and we can call it taqiyya. Taqiyya. Now, there's different types of lying in Islam, just for those that don't know. There's a few different ones, and today we're just going to talk about taqiyya, because there is taqiyya, there is kitman, there is tawrira, there is taysa, there is durura, and muruna. Also, dawah. Dawah is just another form of lying in Islam. Now, the word taqiyya literally means to conceal or disguise. So by doing that, dilulu too. So by doing that, they are concealing things from us, meaning they are lying to us. They are disguising truth like Allah did, because he's the best of liars, the best of deceivers. So the Muslims now are permitted, they're allowed to conceal, to disguise their beliefs, their ideas, their feelings, their opinions, even the strategies that they have in times of, I'll put it in inverted commas, look at my fingers, perceived danger. Now, Muslims are also told that they can use this taqiyya to propagate, to push Islam. So this is where we want to be today. Today we want to talk about the principle, the talk about the word taqiyya that authorizes, allows, even you can say commands Muslims to lie, let's just say as a countermeasure against the danger of the West. So remember now, this is what the word taqiyya means. Taqiyya is also like a holy deception or a sacred lie. You know, you put your fingers, you cross your fingers in the back or behind your back, and you just like say, yeah, of course you can. No, if you become a Muslim, there's no consequences if you leave Islam. To you, your religion, to me, mine. Fingers crossed behind your back. So now that we know what it is, what taqiyya is, my question then would be extended to the beautiful Muslim brothers and sisters and ask them, is lying okay? Now watch this, because I'm a prophet. They're going to say, have you never lied to your wife that if she dresses like this, you can, you're allowed to say something, yada, 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 that she looks pretty? Would you tell your wife she looks ugly? Dude, if my wife gets fat, I'm going to say, listen, I love you, but you're going chubby. You going chubby. I apologize. I'll shoot from the hip. I'm like, listen, I love you and all that, but listen, man, you're going chubby. If that's what you're looking to do, then you've achieved it, And if I put on a bit of weight, or if I'm doing something wrong and she's not happy with it, man, be sure she going to tell me. She's going to be like, listen, man, Now, we have to go to a few Quran verses and hadiths to see if this is true. That's right, Maz, I would have a black eye. But if I lie to her, now just let's say my wife puts on a dress and I don't lie to her and she looks like an absolute muppet, I'll tell her, listen, you can't go out in public like that because, whatever. And that would be because I love her, not because I hate her. But we need to understand how taqiyya works in Islam and whether taqiyya is a good thing or a bad thing. So we'll start the questioning by that. Now, I'm just shooting from the hip. I haven't actually done as much research as I would have, like I normally would in a live. Sometimes I just, let it take its course to see where the Muslims take me. So it's not like I'm sitting there and every day with and I can just ramble off things just to say things. But I do a little bit of research before the live comes on, especially when there's a new topic like this. Islam, telling lies is okay. Is that true or false? The other day, there's a video on my page where the guy goes, he lies, and then I call him out on the lying. And I said to him, is lying okay in Islam? He says, no. And then I read the hadith where you can lie in three occasions. He said, yes. And then I said, well, did you lie to me? He said, yes. So it's on my page, on this, you just watch the videos and you get them. So again, lying came naturally to this dude. I mean, he lied without any sweat building on his upper lip or his forehead because he was just okay with the lies. So my question again to the Muslims would be, is telling lies okay in Islam, or is telling lies an absolute boo-boo? Because Allah lies. Allah is a deceiver, and by deception, you are lying to someone. Salam Masih word, God bless you, man. Dude, I'm not sure how many hours sleep you get a day. That's for sure. Probably like 4 hours or 5 hours, man. That's right, the lies are going to come. So now we have to go to the Quran to see what it says about lies and liars. And we have to read what the tafsir says and what the Muslim scholars have been saying about this. So I'll just give you an example. The tafsir for 328, the tafsir by Al-Tabari, kind of just, makes it clear. It says, if you Muslims are under the infidels and you guys are fearing, you're under the infidels' authority and you fear for yourselves, then behave loyally to them with your tongues while harboring inner animosity for them. Salama Masih, brother.
Salam alaikum. What's going on, guys? Salam alaikum.
Oh, just thought I'll change up the topics today because yes, man, and guys, and especially I want you guys to please listen. We come up with these topics to engage people, right? And you'll notice that every single topic that I think is easy, Muslims prove that is a difficult topic. Like yesterday's topic. If I said to you, watch this, guys. I mean, is Iblis an angel or a jinn?
Well, according to the Quran, he's a jinn.
See how easy that was, guys? He used the Quran as the reference and he was clear on what he was. This is how simple it is to be a Christian. You read it, you understand it, you share it. I read the Quran, I understand the Quran, I share it, and the Muslim is like, yeah, hang on a second. You read it, that's true. It said what you said, but that's not what it means because Muslims have to do what? Tell lies.
It was interesting last night. And man, I broke. I've been doing so good too, and I kind of just crashed out on these two Muslims last night. But it was funny though, man. If you ever if you get a chance today, watch the live that Word had last night. It wasn't that long, but man, I was laughing so hard, dude, man. It was so funny, man. But um, we were asking these Muslims like simple questions, bro. Like because the one dude said, because Word's been doing this topic, oh, like why is the Quran divine? So then, they bring up the linguistic miracles and no one can produce a surah like it and stuff. So then we just asked him a simple question. Oh, yeah, that's what the guy said. It has to be revolutionary. I said, okay, like, fine. Can you show me where it says that in the Quran? Bro, they couldn't do it, bro. Everything they said, they just had to lie about. They just had to make it up on the spot. So maybe we'll get the same thing with this one too.
Well, I'm going to do a live about that verse, about can we produce or do we want to produce something like it? Now, I will say, oh, no, no, no. Why in the world shall we create another demonic book? So Allah's correct. They can't produce one like it because it's so demonic. We don't want to create something like that.
Exactly. Well, I mean, for me though, like I think it's a really interesting topic, and I definitely can't wait for you to do it because nowhere in the Quran does it say what it means to produce a surah like it. Now, if you Paul brought up this sheikh, he made a surah like it called surah, what is it, surah al-Tifaha, like the chapter of the apple, and it oh, some people are saying my audio is out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
But basically, the guy produced a surah like it, and people were saying, "Oh, that's not, he didn't meet the challenge." But it says produce a surah like it. It doesn't say produce a surah exactly like it. And if you say that it can't be, that's wrong, then where's the criteria to say that is wrong? Like, where are you getting that from?
So, guys, I want everyone to realize and understand this. I have written a new surah. I have written a new surah, and I'm going to add it to the Quran. It's going to be Surah 115, and it's called Surah Dil Emma. Surah Dil Emma is going to be Surah 115 of the Quran. And in that Surah Dil Emma, we're going to be discussing the dilemmas of the Quran.
That's funny. I actually produced a surah one time, and it was in Arabic, like completely in Arabic, and it was about Prophet Travis, peace be upon him, and about how no one could refute Prophet Travis, and how Prophet Travis was very witty and smart, and none of them could refute him. Uh, but then they'll say something like, "Oh well, it has to be in Arabic." Where does it say that? I mean, the Quran is full of non-Arabic words. It's full of Ajami words, bro. Like that's going to be an interesting topic, dude. They will manifest instantly when you do it. I promise you.
Well, this is why I haven't done that because I'm still doing the research for it. But I will do a topic where I'm going to discuss: should we create a surah like it? Is it necessary for us to produce something as demonic as the rest of the Quran?
How would you lead
So
with it though? I'm just curious. Like, are you just gonna like go based off like the crazy stuff in the Quran, saying like,
no,
why would anybody want to produce something like this?
well, that will be part of it. But my idea would be that I don't want to produce a surah like it, because
Gotcha.
why should I produce a surah like it or like the rest of it? Because look what Islam has given us. If you read the Quran, do we want more nonsense, more rubbish, more filth?
Mm.
Because again, it's yeah. Let me just see.
Word brought up a really good point last night, though. He said, no matter what you do, basically, like no one could do it anyways. And even if the challenge was met, like the only people that can judge it would be Muslims. So they would always say, no, you didn't meet it, because if you did meet it, then it would prove that Islam is incorrect. So he's basically saying like the judges could only be Muslims anyways, and they're going to be biased. Like none of them would ever be honest about it, because if they were, then that means that the Quran is false. So I don't know, man. It's just really interesting.
God bless you all, believers and non-believers.
God bless you, brother.
God bless, bro.
James, all the people in the chat. So actually, I can help with that, James, if you want. I know you have limited access to Arabic speakers. Actually, we have on YouTube, there is a lot of people, they make chapters, full chapter is exactly like the Quran, but actually is not from the Quran. They use the same way that Allah He speak in the Quran, the same exact way. But the funny way, do you ever heard about coronavirus, Corona Surah?
Yeah,
Surah of Corona?
yeah, I heard of it.
Yeah, Surah of Corona. They actually, I think the lady, she was in Algeria, Tunisia, somewhere like that. So it's like in Africa, the Arab country. Well, it's not Arab country. They call them Amaziris. They are traders. So anyway, so a lady, she make ayah of Corona. They find her and they put her in a prison.
Oh man.
Yes. There's a lot of chapters that people they made in YouTube, and it's so funny. And the sheikh you mentioned, I mean, in the beginning of your talk, when you said there is Paul, he actually showed there is a guy. He's actually very famous sheikh. His name Al-Arifi.
Yes, that guy. Yep.
Yeah, Al-Arifi, he's very famous, and he actually quoted that the Surah Al-Tufaha, the apple chapter. And people, they were laughing at him, but actually he actually challenged Allah and he win the challenge.
Exactly.
But people, they don't understand it. And regarding the words in Quran, they are not Arabic. There is a lot of evidence. In the Quran, there is words, they are not in Arabic. So now, actually, I have this subject talking with one Muslim, he said, oh no, all the words in the Quran, they are Arabic. No, it's actually a lie. Very simple way is there is a chapter, I don't know what chapter number is, but it's Surah At-Tur. Surah At-Tur, which is the mountain or the mount. The beginning of the chapter, which is verse 1, At-Tur, if you go to Tafsir, they said this is Aramaic, Syriac word for mountain.
Wow.
Yeah. So I speak Chaldean. When I speak Chaldean, if I mix any words in Arabic with my language, it's not going to be pure Aramaic.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
It's going to be mixed with Arabic, right? So when I start learning Aramaic, because my Aramaic was mixed with Arabic because I grew up in Arabic country. So when I go home inside the house, I speak Aramaic mixed with Arabic. my parents, they did not correct me because I start collecting from outside and use it with Aramaic. So people, when they hear me, they said, "Hey, Sheikh, you speak Arabic. How you say you speak Aramaic?" I said, "Well, because no one taught me, and people, when they try to teach me, they laugh at me."
Mm.
Then they did not tell me, "Hey, you know what? This word is actually the opposite way, the opposite word in Aramaic. This word. So use this word instead of the Arabic." And then I start searching. When people talk to me Aramaic, I start changing my words from Arabic to Aramaic. Now it's almost 99% of my Aramaic, is not Arabic. I used to mix Arabic with my language. So now the Arabic, the Quran is the same exact thing, because in that area in Middle East, they were all, most of them, they are speaking Syriac, Aramaic, whatever they used to speak. Muhammad, he started collecting words from them. He knows what it means, and he put it in Arabic, which is the point is Surah At-Tur. At-Tur is mountain in my own language. Is Tura. Tura in Aramaic is mountain or mount.
I think Jabal.
Al-Jabal
exactly.
is actual
It's
the
mountain.
right Arabic.
Or
Okay,
the guy like I
so
speak Gabal. But
yes,
yeah.
Al-Jabal. So Al-Jabal is mount or mountain. If you go to the scholar, they said this is Syriac word for mountain. So I don't want to take a lot of time. This is the point. James, if you need stuff like that, I have actually an Islamic book is saying that the words they are in the Quran, they are either Persian, Turkish, and Syriac. It's talking about it. Is a Muslim guy. He's actually exposing Islam without him knowing. Yeah. So God bless you all. Thank you so much, James, for the time you gave me and to talk about it. I apologize if I
I'll
talk a
send
lot.
you a check. You can. I'll send you a invoice. You can pay me.
A check? A check?
No, I got
I'm waiting for
you.
the check.
I'll send you invoice.
God bless you. God bless you.
I'll
Thank you so much.
send you
James.
checks.
God bless,
I
bro.
will wait for the check.
God bless.
God bless.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to come up real quick and complete the challenge of create a surah like it. This is from our brother, Danny. So this is the surah like the Quran, and this is called the surah of sour grapes. So this is what it says. Say, O unbelievers, I will not eat what you eat, nor do you eat what I eat. And I will not eat what you eat, nor will you eat what I eat. To you be your falafel, and to me be mine. And this is the end of the surah.
No.
Sound familiar?
Watch this, right? The challenge in the Quran when it comes to this topic is produce a surah like it. Now watch this. The scientific book, watch this. Allah says this, because if you honestly examine the science of Islam, you know it's toilet poo. This is what it says in Surah 31-34. It says, verily, with Allah alone rests the knowledge of the hour. He it is who sends down rain, and he alone knows what is in the womb. Now, hang on a second, guys. Are you saying that every single doctor is now Allah?
Oh my God.
If Allah alone knows what's in the womb, I mean, anyone that has a kid will go for an ultrasound and it's like, well, do you want to know if you're having a boy or a girl?
Man, it's crazy. Like Travis brought this hadith one time where it was like, it says something it's something similar, but it was like only Allah knows like when it will rain or something like that. So it's like in 2025, we have weathermen. So that it just deified them. Like, Brad, like what is like this how we know this dude is not an actual prophet, is not from God.
It's absolute rubbish.
Because he didn't anticipate because he didn't anticipate that in the future we'd be able to do something like this. Like, it's crazy, bro.
Right.
So
and if anybody
sorry, go on. In fact, let me go get my charger. Go on, I'll be back.
Okay, and I just wanted to let everybody know that what, what I read was Surah 109, except with my own twist, making the Surah like it. So I mean, you could tell how completely a joke this challenge is. But actually, I got to drop down. But God bless everyone. Have a good life.
God bless, bro. Um, on the same note, though, guys, that challenge where it says no one can produce a surah like it, it actually was met before Muhammad even showed up. Um, I was listening to Life the other day. He was using his backup account, and he had this Muslim girl on there. She had literally just converted. They call it reverted. She had just converted to Islam, and he was explaining to her the situation with the crucifixion, and we were bringing up those sources about the crucifixion from the Apocalypse of Peter and the second treatise of the Great Seth. And then you have Irenaeus saying that Basilides taught the same thing. And we were showing her, and it just made me remember, if the Quran says no one can produce a surah like it, but the Quran steals those surahs from Gnostic sources, then that means that somebody already met the challenge
Exactly.
before it was even started, because the Quran steals these stories. So all we have to do is show the exact same story and stuff before, and Allah loses the challenge. Like there's so many ways. And then what makes it worse is you can't say that the challenge wasn't met because there's no clear criteria on how to win or how to lose. So that particular topic, man, is
Well, I'll do
crazy,
that.
man.
I'll do that next week. Yeah, I'll do that next week. But right now, guys, on this topic about whether you're allowed to lie in Islam or not, this is where I am right now. I'm trying my best to understand this religion. I come up with new topics as often as I can. I try to use it every 3 days to see how it goes. And I kid you guys not, it's hard because none of the topics, now you guys are witness to this. I mean, Amin is witness to this because he's here most of the time. We've done, is it angel or jinn? No answer. Who built the Kaaba? No answer.
Islamic dilemma.
Say again?
Islamic dilemma.
The Islamic dilemma.
Yeah.
Is the Bible corrupted? Is the Quran complete? We've done, my goodness, I've done so many topics, right?
The child marriage, wife beaten.
65-4, wife beaten.
Yeah.
Which is halal, which is haram? Is beating your wife worse than eating pork? We've done all these questions and answers, and none of them, and I mean none of them have been answered.
The funniest one is when we asked them about the word of God. That topic is hilarious.
The word of
bro.
God we've done.
Man, they go crazy on that topic.
Yeah, who we've asked, who is Jesus? We've answered, we've done, which is a more violent religion, the Bible or Quran? We've done all these questions, guys, and never once have we had a Muslim come up and use the Quran and say, this is what the Quran says, and I trust and believe what the Quran says. But as I always say, they will read the Quran and they will tell us what Allah tried to say as opposed to what he just said. So now, when we look at this topic, I mean, you guys saw, as I said earlier, there's a video on my page where a Muslim comes up and he comes up and he lies. He says, no, first he says there's no lying. Lying is not allowed in Islam. I show him the hadith. He says, yes, lying is allowed. And then I said, well, did you just lie to me? And he goes, yeah, I lied to you. You can't make this up, man. Can't make this up. And once again, as usual, my dog wants to go outside. You gotta love her. That's just crazy, man. Yalla.
Even the topic about that you're like a the topic that you're a better moral example for mankind or whatever. Like that one, like they can't even really, or like, okay, so here's what would happen we would ask them the questions about these topics, and probably like 90% of them would lie to us about it, or they'll try to tell you, like they'll try to reinterpret it. But there's like 10% of them that they will agree, and then they're stuck. Like they just say, well, this is what it is, and I'm not going to deny what it says. So that's the other problem that we have with it. So I don't know, man. I just be telling you guys, bro, like y'all don't have to live like this. Like you really don't, but you know.
My dog just saw a cat and just went ape. So now she's scared to come home because she's so got angry with her. But yeah, guys, imagine that. One of the lies we did was I am a better example than Muhammad to mankind. They couldn't even nail me on that one. Imagine that myself and I is a better moral example than Muhammad was. So there's not a single topic so far that a Muslim is able to come up and say, you know what? Yeah, you know, I can checkmate you on that, because they can't. Just 1 second, we find this stupid dog. Mila. Yeah, sorry about that. It's a dog's life. But yeah, come on, Muslims, where you guys at? I know it's Friday and you're bowing down to that pagan symbol, but it's enough. Come on. I'm inviting you guys to come up and teach us all. Tell everybody that lying is bad. Lying is not a good thing. And lying is not in your religion. And then I can checkmate you on that lie as well. So again, you guys, when we read the Quran and we read the tafsirs and the hadiths, we need to understand that it's not a Christian that wrote it. We must understand that. In Surah 328, it says that the believers must not establish friendship with the unbelievers. Imagine that. In preference to the faith. Whoever does so has nothing to hope for from God unless he does it out of fear or taqiyya.
It says that for real?
Yeah, Sarzwa, there's different translations. But Surah 328, Surah 328, let me just see where you're at now, 328. Let me see the Arabic word. It says, except anything that you fear from them persecution. The translation I had said taqiyya, but let me just see. There's another translation that says, exempted are those who are forced to do this to avoid persecution. Another one says, except when you need to protect yourselves from them. Now, Al-Tabari in the tafsir says clearly, he says for 328, if you, Muslims, are under their infidels' authority, fearing for yourselves, have loyalty to them with your tongue while harboring inner animosity for them. Ibn Kathir says, take not the Jews and the Christians as friends, that they are friends of each other. In other words, befriend them, then surely he is one of them. Surah 551. Allah said next, unless you indeed fear danger from them, meaning except those who in some areas or times fear for your safety from the disbelievers. In this case, the believers are allowed to show friendship to the disbelievers outwardly, but never inwardly.
You know, James, there's an interesting dichotomy where this is concerned, because so like, for instance, I could understand if like we're right in the thick of war, right? like let's say like, you know, I'm your enemy and we're literally on the battlefield fighting each other, and an enemy comes in, and then you know he says, is anybody in here? And then obviously like you're not gonna jump out and be like, I'm here, unalive. Like you're gonna right, you're gonna pretend to not be there so you don't get unalived. Okay, that's normal. Like that makes sense. But what's funny is the Quran and Islam, they redefine what it means to be at war.
Well,
In
my brother,
chapter
they are at war with us to this day.
Exactly. In chapter 9, it says that what constitutes war is like the unbelievers like talking about Allah, like they're trying to extinguish Allah's light with their tongues. And the previous verses talk about this is why the Muslims are at war with the Jews and the Christians. So even just talking about Allah is being at war. Matter of fact, when you go to Surah Rasulullah by Ibn Ishaq, you read about how Muhammad unalived those people because they were making fun of him, like those poets, they were making fun of him. To talk about Islam as being at war. Now, putting it in context to today, so they don't say that this is anachronistic. This is why whenever you talk to Muslims and you ask them simple questions, they lie because they believe that they are at war with you. And in their tafsir, as James just read, if they believe they're at war with you because you're talking about Islam or you're doing whatever, they're allowed to lie to you. This is why when we ask them questions about like 65-4 or about wife beating or about the Islamic dilemma or any of these topics, they lie. They know what it says, but they have to lie because they need to get the upper hand. Once they become the dominant religion or whatever, then they'll start telling the truth. And we know this to be the case because in countries that actually have Sharia, like Iran, Saudi, Yemen, like all of these places, they have these laws about child marriage and nobody lies about it. So this is the point that James is making here. It's not like just warfare, like the theory of just warfare, where, you know, if two people are on a battlefield and somebody is actively looking to unalive you, you're not going to jump out and be like, here I am, if they ask where you are. Like that wouldn't be considered deception or lying because it's just warfare. But what they do is they reinterpret what it means to be at war. Just talking about Islam is being at war with somebody. So
Watch
in
this.
this case, it means they can lie.
So watch this. Now, Abu Darda, I'm going to read a tafsir from Tafsir Ibn Kathir, because the application of taqiyya has a permanency to it. Meaning, well, watch this. Abu Darda narrated this again, Surah 328 from Ibn Kathir says, let us smile to the face of some while our hearts curse them. And Al-Hasan said, doing taqiyya is acceptable till the day of judgment. MashaAllah.
Wow, that's crazy, bro. That is wild. Even when you're safe, you can still lie. Like,
Yeah, because
what?
but come on, Muslims, man. Come on, man. Muslims, come on. We can't have just us reading your sources, and you know we don't understand much of your sources, so you're going to tell us we're liars in any case. So why is it that when we read your books, it's so clear to us, and then yet so unclear to us? Now remember, guys, there's different ways of telling lies in Islam. It's not only taqiyya. If you Google the 9 ways of lying in Islam, 9 ways of lying in Islam, one of them is doing dawah. If you do a Google search, the 9 ways of lying in Islam, dawah will come up. These are just some of them. You've got taqiyya, you've got kitman, you've got tawriya, you've got taysa, you've got durura, and you've got muruna. Now, I'm going to just explain these quickly to you guys. Watch this. Taqiyya is a tactical deceit for spreading Islam. Yes, I'm Christian. Kitman, Kitman, is deceit by omission. Tawriya is deceit by ambiguity. Taysir, Taysir, is not having to observe all the tenets of Sharia. You've got durura, which is deceit to engage something haram or forbidden. And you've got muruna, which is the temporary suspension of Sharia to make Muslims appear moderate. Moderate, like in your country, the country you live in your Western country, you got moderate Muslims. Oh, mashallah, they're not like the other Muslims. They're not like the other Muslims. I promise you, these guys are okay to talk to. No, they invite us over. They're nice people. Muruna, temporary suspension of Sharia to make a Muslim appear moderate. If he had to choose between his neighbor and his religion, you, my beautiful brothers and sisters, are going to lose. He will choose his Allah over you any day of the week. Now again, let's get back to the topic now. Because once we go back to the topic of lying, and if it's allowed, we need to understand if that's a good thing or a bad thing. From the commandment, I'm using that big word, of Allah in 328, we can see that Muslims are permitted to lie and act deceptively, to deceive us. Like Allah deceived us, Muslims are allowed to deceive the non-Muslims. It's okay with them. And we've got the support by the tafsirs and the hadiths. So it's not a Christian saying this. So Muslims are authorized to lie and deceive, using friendship with non-Muslims to conceal the true agenda. And if you look at all these Muslim sheikhs in their mosques telling us what they want to do and how they want to do it, and how they want to take over the countries, make it make sense, man. Make it make sense. So again, we know now that according to Islam, yes, lying is okay. In fact, ask Muhammad Hijab, ask Ali Dawah. You can lie and have a secret wife. Seriously, you guys can lie and have a secret wife? You don't need, there's no need to tell your wife?
Well, James, remember in that hadith when it talks about there's 3 exceptions to where you can lie. One of the exceptions I understand because, like I explained earlier, just war theory. So basically, the 3 exceptions is if you're in war, okay. The other 2 are to bring peace between 2 people, I think, and then the other one is to bring peace between you and your wife, right? Is that how it goes?
Yeah, I like that. Let me find it.
I think that's what it says. One of them, like I said, I understand because, and for those of you guys who don't know, if you guys want to look this up, you can. Just war theory, basically, like there's certain criteria that need to be met when you're engaging in war. Like it has to be reasonable doubt. It has to be for the greater good. It has to be based on facts, basically. You can't just go out and just start fighting people. And when you get in war, there are certain rules and things that you abide by ethically. So for instance, like I gave you the example earlier, if a person is like in a building or something and they're harboring, people from that society, and a bunch of people come in and try to like unalive them, and then the person goes around saying, is there anybody in? Is there anybody? Obviously, they're saying that so they can unalive you. Well, that person is not obligated to say anything because what they're doing is by keeping themselves alive, they keep the people that they're protecting alive. So that's under reasonable reasons as to why you can do something like that in just war. But the other reasons that the hadith gives don't make any sense. Like if my wife's cooking is trash, why am I going to lie to her and say it's not trash just to bring peace? Just tell her the truth. Be like, well, it's not that good. Maybe we should take some cooking classes or maybe you can show me what you're doing and I might have some, like, that's how, like, what the world, bro? But it just doesn't make any sense, that hadith. 2 of those reasons are just completely unwarranted and they're not reasonable.
Yeah, so it says that lying is permissible in 3 cases, right? So that's what it says. I'm just reading the whole hadith because let me just go back to the hadith. It says, because I want you to read this in Arabic. Can you read it for Jami al-Tirmidhi 1939? Because it just said something crazy in the translation. The bottom says,
I'm out right now, James. I'm sorry.
no
I
worries,
can.
no worries.
I'm walking. I'm walking the city.
No worries, no worries. It basically says, let me just read this for you guys. It says, lying is not permissible except in 3 cases: telling a lie to one's wife to please her, lying in war, and lying to reconcile between people. Mahmud said, lying is not permissible except in 3 cases. He said, this is a good hadith that we know from Asma's hadith, except from Ibn something's hadith, blah, blah, blah. I want you to listen to this. He says, Allah be upon him, without mentioning, he says, Abu Quraib narrated this hadith from David Zaida about David ibn Hind in the chapter from Abu Bakr ibn Abi Bakr, you have seduced me. What? Crazy. But yeah, so basically, guys, yes, lying is okay in Islam. Simple as that. There's no hiding the fact. We're not going to lie about that. Yes, you're allowed to lie in Islam. So now we must ask, is lying a good thing or a bad thing? Now watch this. Surah 16 says this. It says 16:106. Anyone who after accepting faith in Allah utters disbelief except under compulsion, his heart remaining firm in faith. So you're allowed to utter something that's not Islamic as long as your heart is faithful. Imagine that. It says anyone who is forced to deny faith after his acceptance while his heart remains loyal to the faith shall be absolved. MashaAllah. MashaAllah. Imagine that. So God bless you guys on YouTube and on TikTok. Again, guys, please subscribe to the Agents 007, the Agents 007 on YouTube. Comment, like, share. The stream is doing well because of you guys. Latest live stream, I'm checking of what she said. I'm not sure what you're saying there, Holly. So again, so there's a contrast between Islam and Christianity on this matter of true loyalty. Now, all 12 of the disciples, right, could have lied, could have turned their back and had a pure heart. They could have said, are you a follower of Jesus? No, I'm not. But their heart was pure. Would our God be, oh man, mashallah, his heart is pure, but he's lying? It's okay. Is that what happened? Or were they true to the last second? Did they stand firm in faith until the last second? Because true Christians, in their resolution to remain loyal to God, have refused to renounce their faith. They refuse to renounce their faith, even if it's just superficial, especially under the threat of death. And throughout history, we know that the most persecuted people in the world have been the Christians. The first 300 years of Christianity was crazy. I mean, they were unaliving Christians. You weren't allowed to be a Christian. So now that we know that the taqiyya is an Islamic principle, the deception is an Islamic core principle. Allah lies, Allah deceives, Muslims are allowed to lie and deceive. So lying, cheating, deceiving, even unaliving people, all good as long as it's done to a non-Muslim. Now we get to even the juicier parts where we can see how taqiyya is used when you listen to a Muslim. They will say, you shall have your religion and I shall have my religion. Now that's in the Quran, absolutely. But that again comes from someone outside of the Quran before it was in the Quran. But not my point. This is my point. This was abrogated. So when the Muslim says this verse to you, he knowingly is lying to you because he knows it was abrogated to Surah 9:5. Because Surah 2:256 says, let there be no compulsion in religion. See, it sounds beautiful. It sounds amazing. It sounds fantastic. Now, when the Muslims use these Quranic verses to non-Muslim audiences, right? They're like, wow, this is such a nice, tolerant religion. It's so humane. Oh, mashallah, this is something that we can, follow. It's a religion that says you shall have your religion and I shall have mine. And let there be no compulsion in religion. Oh, you know what? And Jesus is a Muslim. You can still become a Muslim and follow Jesus because he's a Muslim. And the other book is corrupted. Wow. And then these poor people that don't know better. Guess what? These poor people that don't know better become Muslim because they were lied to in the beginning. So we can see that these two verses are probably the most frequently used verses by Muslims to deceive non-Muslims. This is what they'll go for. They will show you these verses. They won't tell you about abrogation or that your head will be taken off if you leave Islam. But they will come up and tell you that this is what the religion teaches, and we all good with that. So I'm trying to learn. I'm just trying to learn because these peaceful Quranic verses, they just, smoke. It's just theater. It's just nonsense. Because we can tolerate them if we knew that they weren't abrogated. But because they are abrogated, we have a problem with them. Because they conveniently conceal them. They deceive us by lying to us about the Quran. They deceive us by concealing the fact that all these tolerant verses are abrogated and replaced later with verses, for example, like Surah 8:12, where it says, remember thy Lord inspired the angels with the message, I am with you. Give firmness to the believers. I will instill terror into the hearts of the unbelievers, smite you above their necks and smite all their fingertips off them. Wow. What just happened to his religion, and to me, my religion? What happened there? And then you've got Surah 9:5, which abrogates over 100 verses, says, then when the sacred months have passed, slay the idolaters wherever you find them, and take them captive and besiege them and prepare for them each an ambush. Hang on a second, I'm confused. Let there be no compulsion in religion. You shall have your religion, and I shall have my religion. What? And then you've got another verse, Surah 9:29, where it says, fight those people of the book, Jews and the Christians, that's me and you guys, who do not believe in Allah and the last day. Let's just stop there. So this is a command given by Allah. Fight those people of the book who do not believe in Allah and the last day. Hang on a second. You shall have your religion and I shall have my religion. Let there be no compulsion in religion. Wow. Surah 9:73. O Prophet, strive against the disbelievers and the hypocrites. Be harsh with them. What? Nah. Let's read that again. Maybe it's my dyslexic third eye. O Prophet, strive against the disbelievers and the hypocrites. Be harsh with them. Nah, man, that can't be true, man. It can't be true. It can't be, because it says, you shall have your religion and I shall have my religion. And then it says, let there be no compulsion in religion. So it must be because I'm not understanding the clear book, or maybe I'm just a Christian. Maybe a Muslim can help me understand these clear verses. Now remember, there's over 100 verses like this in the Quran. And these aren't arranged in chronological order. So again, we hit a booby trap, because we go into this religion with, to you your religion, to me mine. There's no compulsion in religion. And the next second, it's unlike those that believe in anything other than Allah. Come on, man. I'm troubled with this, because someone's lying to me. Come on, man. Come on, Muslims. Come on, man. I need some help, please, Muslims. Come on, man. Ruth, long time no see, girl. God bless you. Now, again, all I'm trying to do now is to understand Islam, and this is why I'm asking Muslims, help me make it make sense. Show the people in the chats that Islam is either yes to your religion, me, my religion, or unalive anyone that doesn't believe in Allah. And another one that says there's no compulsion in religion. And then another one that says unalive those that are not Muslim. Come on, man. Now, the problem with Islam, again, besides it being the Muslims, are the hadiths and the tafsirs. If we go to them to try to understand what these verses are actually teaching us, come on, man. Again, this is just crazy. It's crazy because we're trying to understand the Medina verses or the Meccan verses. We're trying to understand what came first and which should we be following. Are we honestly going to take all of them or none of them? So come on, man. Ness in the chat says 2 Corinthians 2:16 promotes lying in the Bible. Ness, if I said to you that yes, you are 100% true, if I said that to you, does it take away that Islam is teaching you to lie? Does it take away the Islam? So whataboutism doesn't really help your case. The topic is Islam, true or false? Telling lies is okay. That's what you should be addressing. Not saying, well, what about this or what about that? Because once again, you checkmate yourself and you make yourself look like a muppet by saying that. Because again, you're showing us how false you are and how false your religion is. So before Muhammad's migration to Medina, right? Muhammad, he had a very small group of followers in Mecca. I mean, they knew that he was a liar, so they didn't really listen to him. And during his early period of his, let's just call his prophetic career, he had no money, no power, no military. So he was just an everyday Joe. Before I continue, let's see. Green Oak. How are you, sir?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Are you a Muslim, sir?
Yes, I am.
So just for the people that have been here for a little bit, can you just tell us, just so we understand, is lying okay in Islam?
It's not okay generally.
I don't understand that. What do you mean generally? So
It's not
there's
okay
times when
generally.
it is okay?
I just said to you, it's not okay generally.
So there are cases where you can lie then, correct?
There are some cases that you can lie, yeah.
Okay, beautiful. So my question would be then, if someone tells lies, what are they? Would you call them a liar?
It depends.
What do you mean depends? So if you ask me something and I lied to you, am I a liar?
It's like this. The world's not black and white. For example, if somebody needs to lie to, to stay alive or to protect their wealth or whatever, then they're not a liar. They had a reason to lie it's like the lesser evil.
So lying is like the lesser evil. So okay, let me give you this example. In Surah 109, verse 6,
okay.
It says, say again?
So you know what it is? Before we continue, right? So you need first, before you start jumping into things, what are you trying to get at first? So tell me your premise. What are you trying to say?
Well, it's simple. It's a simple premise. I'm asking, is lying okay in Islam?
No.
Because
Yeah,
a
okay.
lie,
So
if you lie, then
no,
you're a
that's just
liar.
you're not telling me a premise. You're asking me a question. So
Well,
state your premise.
let me make it simple. We're trying to show people that Islam allows lying.
Okay, so your premise is that in Islam it's allowed to lie. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Like in the absolute, they can lie.
Yeah, so you agreed. You just said yes, you can lie in Islam.
In the absolute, you can lie. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you just confirmed that you can lie in Islam.
I just said to you the reason why we can lie, and I'm sure that
Okay, so watch this. Let me give you an example.
with any common sense, right?
It's okay. It's okay. Watch this.
James,
My man. Let me give you an example from the Quran. Let's just show everyone now.
James,
my brother,
let me
please,
speak now, right?
please, dude.
I gave you a chance.
Let's work with
to speak,
examples.
right?
Let's give my man.
I'll give you a chance. I'll go.
In the Quran, in Surah 109, it says, "You shall have your religion, and I shall have my religion." Is that a true statement or a false statement? You muted. Unmute yourself and answer that question. In Surah 109, verse 6, it says, "You shall have your religion, and I shall have my religion." Is that a lie?
Yes.
Or is that true?
No, that's not. That's true, yeah.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you say in the Quran, it says, "Let there be no compulsion in religion." Is that a lie or is that true?
It's true, yeah.
Okay, so when I read further on, when it says, "Unalive those who are not Muslim and do not believe in Allah."
Mm-hmm.
So that contradicts the verse to your religion and to me, my religion, correct?
Okay, can I explain it now without getting interrupted?
Sure.
Otherwise, you'll seem very ingenuous, right?
Listen,
Okay, so like I'll give you an example of today. There's no point, talking about.
no, please use
what
the Quranic
happened
verses I
100
just
years
gave
ago,
you.
right?
Use the Quranic verses I just gave you.
I am. So don't let me speak first, isn't it? I literally uttered about 6 words before you cut me off again, right? So calm down, James. I'm sure you got your audience and you want to look.
Get to the point.
You want to impress them.
Get
right?
to the
No,
point.
I'm talking here. Listen,
Get to
calm
the
down.
point.
Let me talk.
Get to the point.
You're being condescending.
You're
now, so you need to be
waffling.
quiet.
Get to the point.
You need to be quiet. Quiet. Let me
Get to
talk.
the point.
Right. Oh, bloody hell, I was just about to talk. I said the next word, right? Calm down. James, calm down. Whatever your name is. You sound like an Indian, so you need to calm down.
Get to the point.
Right. Go for it. You need to calm down. Right. So that verse, right, indicates, like what's happening today, how 1 million Muslims have been unalived in Iraq, and just recently 20,000 have been unalived in Israel, right? So that verse, it pertains to the, protection, right, of civilians. So whether they even have to, protect themselves through whether they have to lie or, whatever means necessary, if they need to do that, they can do that, right? So
what chapter are you talking about?
Shut up and let me finish. You're being very disrespectful
Pakistani,
now.
go back home, my brother. Go back home. Hand in your passport and go back home to your mother and your father who are first cousins. Don't come up on my live and tell me to shut up. How are you, sir?
I'm good, thank you. How are you, my brother?
I'm very well, thank you, sir. So it's a simple question. In Islam, is lying okay or not okay?
Completely forbidden unless you're doing taqiyya, if your life is in danger. Only condition.
One second. No, you contradicted yourself. You contradicted yourself immediately. You said, no, it's 100%, it's not allowed, but yes, it is allowed. So yes, it is allowed, correct?
Concealing religion is not lying. It's for
please, guys, you must be able to work with me, man. I'm trying to give you guys an opportunity.
Yeah, but
answer the question. Is lying okay in Islam? No. Everyone heard this. Lying is not okay in Islam. Everyone heard that? Now watch this. How he's going to lie.
Habibi. You can't.
So he just lied.
You're very bad at reading. You're so bad, but you don't let people talk. That's your problem. If God loves his creation so much, he does not want them to die. He does not want them to be unalived by people who do not agree with them and unalive them for what they believe in. That is the only exception, and that is okay.
Then.
There's nothing wrong with that. What's the issue? What
But
what
hang
issue
on,
do you-
I asked you a very specific question. I said, is lying allowed in Islam? You boldly, with your chest out, said, lying is not allowed, correct?
So on a linguistic innovation is why you're getting upset because I phrased it wrong. No, it's not what the religion says, but because I phrased something by
Is
mistake.
lying,
You're getting upset.
My man,
No,
my man,
Habibi.
is lying
You think
okay
white
in
people-
Islam?
No, it's haram.
Okay. Are you allowed to lie in 3 cases in Islam?
Only one case, not 3 cases.
If I show you 3 cases,
What are the 3 cases?
it is not lawful to lie except in 3 cases. Something
Is
the
it-
man
is it
tells
Sunni
his
hadith?
wife
I'm
to
not
please
Sunni.
her, to
I'm not
lie
Sunni.
during war, and to lie in order to bring peace between the people.
Is
3
this Quran or
cases.
Sunni? Is this Sunni or Shia hadith or is it
This
Quran?
is a Sunni hadith.
I am not Sunni. See, you messed up already. That's it.
But that's
I
okay.
won.
That's okay. I
I'm
can go to
Sunni
the
hadith. I'm
Quran.
not
I don't need to go to the Sunni hadiths. I can go to the Quran. So watch this now. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. The Quran says in Surah 109, you shall have your religion and I shall have my religion. And then please shut it and listen.
Don't speak
Then
over the
Surah
Quran.
Then
Do not
Surah
speak over the
2,
Quran, please.
256 says, there is no compulsion in religion. Is that a true
Oh, I'm gonna
statement?
cook you. I can't wait. You can say I'm gonna.
My man, please relax, bro.
I'm excited. Say it. So I can
I'm
cook
sure
you.
you're excited, but relax, dude. Is
Yalla,
that a
Habib,
true
yalla.
statement? Man, dude, shut it and listen. Is it a true
Say it.
statement? Is it a true statement when the Quran says, let there be no compulsion in religion, and when it says, you shall have your religion and I shall have my religion? Is that a true statement?
It is a true statement. Look what's gonna happen. Look,
So
you
now
say what you're
watch
gonna say.
this. When we go back to the
Yeah,
Quran,
watch, I'm gonna cook this guy. Yeah, keep going. Keep going. Don't stop now, Habibi. Keep going.
you're so excited. I'm just afraid you might wet your pants. I'm just giving you a chance to settle down.
Arabs don't wet their pants. You're not Arab, so.
Arabs don't wet their pants? Wasn't Muhammad
Yeah.
afraid that he would have, he was so afraid of himself that you're even worse. It's okay.
I'm sure, exactly.
I forgot. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You guys think that you can use an
but-
infant's hand when you want to relieve yourself, but it's okay. But
No,
it's fine.
that's-
Now, according to the
that's what- that's
Quran,
why it's
now
not-
according
it's
to
not-
the
it's not
Quran,
hadith.
according to the
Yes.
Quran, it says that you must slay the idolaters wherever you find them. Is that true?
Idolaters. Are Christians idolaters, my brother?
Now, hang on a second. Does the verse say,
see, I got
listen,
you.
listen,
I got
listen.
you.
No,
I got you.
listen.
Poor lucky.
In Surah
What happened?
109, it doesn't
In the
talk about
Quran,
Christians.
the Christians are considered
It says
Ahlul
you have
Kitab.
your religion and I have my religion. Not talking to
Lakum
Christians.
Exactly.
And then in
So
Surah
idolaters-
256, it says, let there be no compulsion in religion. Are idolaters following
Idolaters
their own
are
religion?
idol worshippers Christians or are they
Is the verse
pagans?
talking about Christians when it
No,
says
they are talking about pagans. Christians in the Bible
Beautiful.
are considered
Are
as Ahlul Kitab.
listen
you are
again,
wrong.
slow down.
You're wrong.
Are
Let me see.
idolaters
You try to cut me off so
are-
you can show your Christian
are
friends.
idolaters pagans?
Yes, they are pagans, not Christians.
So
Sorry
slow
about that.
down, slow down.
Sorry, mate.
In Surah
See, you got it wrong.
95,
I'm-
when it says, then when the sacred months have passed, slay the idolaters wherever you find them.
Exactly. Idolaters,
in-
not Ahlul Kitab. In the
Okay,
Quran,
where does it say
Ahlul
that?
Kitab
Where does
is-
it say that in the verse that I just read?
okay. No, go in the Quran. Reference to Ahlul Kitab is the people
Can
of the
you-
book. Who is the
I
people
need
of the
you to
book?
listen carefully to me.
Who?
Listen,
I'm gonna-
dude, you're
who
so
are the people of the
everywhere.
book?
Take a chill pill, man.
You always cutting me off when
Oh.
I talk. It's like you don't want me to talk, so you don't get this proof.
Guys, if you're gonna come up, please, let your balls drop so that use your inside voice and you can start relaxing. So we can have a topic, we can have a conversation. If you're so wound up, like you just saw a 6-year-old get matured on the playground and you want to chase her, then don't request. Take it easy, man. The verse that we're talking about is not mentioning idolaters or Christians or Jews. It says, let there be no compulsion in religion. Now, if Allah is saying the opposite, then either that's a contradiction or something happened. But we must be able to talk. You can't be panicking as soon as you come up.
Oh man, what did I miss?
Oh my God, it's just it's like they don't understand how to have a conversation because they panic as soon as they walk in the room.
What happened? I'm just curious. Like what did he say in
I
response
read
to
a
what you were
verse for
saying?
him. I read the verse for him, and he's saying that this is talking about the Jews and the Christians. I said, let there be no compulsion in religion. He's telling me that's about the Christians and the Jews, because he said, show me that they're idolaters. But 9:5 says, slay the idolaters. Flo, are you there?
Do you know what context of Revelation is?
Say again, brother.
Do you know what context of Revelation is?
Please tell me, man, because you guys make things up as you go. So just help me understand Islam.
Do you believe the whole Quran was sent as a whole message or throughout 22 years?
I'm not sure whether you're jogging, dude, but according to Surah 97:1, it came down in one night. And then you've got a contradiction that came down in Ramadan. And then it says it came down over 23 years.
No.
So you tell me, man.
There let there be no compulsion in religion. It's a blanket statement for all time.
Exactly, for all time, correct?
Yeah, but do you agree that the Bible has thou shalt not kill?
Well, why are we going to the Bible? What are you talking about, dude?
I'm making an example.
What is wrong with you guys?
I'm making an example.
Focus.
Okay, let's go.
If the Quran is saying that to him his religion, to him his religion, and to me my religion, is that for all time?
For all time, yeah.
So I can be a Christian, correct?
Yeah, Christian.
Now, why does it say that fight those people of the book, the Jews and Christians who do not believe in Allah and the last day?
And when was that verse revealed?
It was in the second to last verse to get to us. So this verse was from the second to last revelation came to us. It came way before anything else.
Is it talking about all Jews and Christians?
Oh my God! Are you gonna explain this to me now? So it's talking about who? Who is it talking about?
The hostile Jews and Christians who attack you first, not all people.
No way in Islam where there was Muhammad attacked by anyone first. He was the aggressor.
Yes,
not my question.
Yes, in Medina he was.
So watch this. When it says smite them over their necks because they believe in another religion, then it says slay the idolaters wherever you find them. Then it says fight the people of the book. Then it says strive against the disbelievers and the hypocrites. Be harsh with them. What happened to him his religion, to me my religion?
Those aren't blanket statements for all time.
They're not blanket statements for all time?
No, it's talking about war commands. Not all people.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, not all people.
Surah 9:29, when it says fight those, is that talking about war or is it talking about for all time?
It is talking about war when people.
Now you haven't read the Quran, have you? You haven't read the tafsir.
I've read the Quran. Yes.
So hang on, watch this. The jizya. Watch this. Watch this.
Yeah.
Must Christians pay jizya today in Muslim countries?
Yeah, they must.
So then jizya is part for all time, you muppet, meaning 929 is for all time. If the jizya was only for back then no Christian should pay the jizya, correct?
Yeah.
You just answered yourself, man. Thanks for showing everyone again that you're allowed to lie in Islam.
How am I lying?
Okay, in 929, it
What
talks
is Surah
about
9
the
talking
jizya.
about? What is Surah 9 talking about?
It's talking about unaliving the Christians and the Jews and making. Listen, shut it and listen.
No. It is
this is what it says. Let me read it.
No.
Let me read it.
Read.
I will read it for you. It says, fight those people of the book, the Christians and the Jews, who do not believe in Allah and the last day. Do not refrain from what has been prohibited by Allah and His Messenger, and do not embrace the religion of truth until they pay the jizya with their own hands and feel themselves subdued. Now, you said it was only for back then, but you just said jizya is for all time. Thanks for lying. Notice, guys, they lie without even knowing they're lying because it comes so naturally to them. It's so easy for these people to lie that they can't tell the difference in a lie and what's not a lie. It's crazy. Then they'll say there's no compulsion. Watch this, Sahih Bukhari. I'm going to read you guys some stuff while he's busy. Let me just drop him because he's not paying attention. So watch this. Narrated something. Ali burns some people. He burns people. And the news reached Ibn Abbas, who said, had I been in his place, I would not have burnt them. As the Prophet said, do not punish anybody with Allah's punishment. I imagine that. But Allah burned someone as well. Muhammad, to find out where the money was. He says, no doubt I would have unalived him, for the Prophet said, if somebody, a Muslim, disregards his religion, unalive him. Now, what happened to me, my religion, to him, his religion? This is saying, if he leaves the religion, unalive him. So either it's a contradiction or it's a lie. Now I'm going to show you, I'll show you even more. Because taqiyya is something Muslims, people will say, I never heard of it. There's no such thing as taqiyya in Islam. But we know it's lying, because Muhammad was allowing someone to actually lie to unalive someone. Watch this. Sahih Bukhari, in volume 5, book 59, hadith number 369, says this. Narrated Abdullah, Allah's apostle said, who is willing to unalive Ka'b bin al-Ashraf, who has hurt Allah and his apostle? Thereupon Muhammad bin Maslama got up saying, O Allah's apostle, would you like that I unalive him? The Prophet said, yes. Muhammad bin Maslama said, then allow me to say a false thing, that is, to deceive Ka'b. Muhammad said, you may say it. So this is a clear case of lying, which Muhammad approved to achieve his objective. You can't make this up. They lie when they come up, and they lie about the lie they just lied about. It's hard. It must be so hard being a Muslim. It must be so hard. Guys, there's hope for you outside of Islam. Because if this is so clear, and your own Prophet, the best example to mankind, is saying, it's okay, lie. Lie to unalive someone. It's okay. Don't worry about a thing. It's fine. Not a problem. It's crazy, man. But then the guys haven't actually said anything about abrogation yet, which surprises me. They didn't say it was abrogated, which they could have said. I'm going to help them. Because again, to him, his religion, to me, mine, abrogated. Oh, that's cute. Didn't see that before. God bless you guys. I didn't, again, but watch this. In Surah 16, 101, it shows you, and whenever we change a verse in a place of another verse, and Allah's the best knower of that which He revealeth, they say, thou art but a fabricator. A fabricator is a liar. You make things up. You fabricate things. You make things up. So lying in Islam, according to the Islamic scholars, is allowed. Muhammad did it. Allah did it. The Muslims do it. John 8:44. You are from your father the devil, and you wish to do the desires of your father. That one was a unaliver which he began, and he did not stand fast in the truth, because truth is not in him. When he speaks the lie, he speaks according to his own disposition, because he is a liar and the father of the lie. No one over here would trust a liar. No one would trust a liar.
James, you were reading 920. I was listening. You were reading 929.
Yep.
Wait a minute, man.
Notice, guys, he said jizya is for all time, but the verse is not. And where do you get the jizya? In the verse. Come on, guys. I beg you guys to please open your eyes with this religion. You Muslims that are there listening to this, this is not just making things up. I am quoting verses and showing you guys that according to Islam, lies is okay. Muhammad lied to unalive a man. He allowed the lies because he is the owner of the lie. He is the father of that lie. Allah lies to us. There's another verse. I'm going to just find 6 6:15, 6:20, 6:20. I want you guys to watch this. 6:20, if I'm not mistaken. 6:20. Watch this. In this verse, I need to highlight this verse because this verse, let me just, so when Allah lied and pretended that it was Jesus on the cross, right? He lies about that. But watch this verse. This verse, Surah 6:20 says, those whom we have given the books recognize it as they recognize their sons. Now, Mary would have recognized her son if he was on the cross, or she would have recognized that it wasn't her son if he wasn't on the cross. And she would have said, Surah 6:20, 6:20. So why is it that Mary couldn't recognize her son? And the Quran tells us those whom we've given the book recognize it as they recognize their sons. Come on, guys. We do this every day, or as much as I can, showing you guys that once again, Muslims came up and lied today about whether you can lie or not. So they start off by lying and then accepting that you can lie. So yes, lying is okay in Islam. And yet, again, we've done all the topics that we can think of. My question again, Muslims, why are you a Muslim when the Muslims are telling us that lying is okay, Muhammad lies, Allah lies? We've proven that I am a better example than Muhammad, that you are a better example than Muhammad. We've proven that Abraham and Ishmael didn't build the Kaaba. They don't even know if Iblis is an angel or a jinn. And it goes against what the Quran says, because the Quran says he's a jinn, and yet the Muslims read the same verse and tell us that it doesn't actually mean what it says. Everything points back to Jesus. Everything. Because if all this is so false and so wrong, remember that you will use a bit of lies, a truth, to bring people into your lie. So, for example, they will say that Jesus was an amazing person. He did all these miracles. True. And then they bring you in and say, but he was a Muslim. So there's some truth in the lies. And because there's truth in the lies, people that don't know the lies and know a little bit of the truth will then follow that truth into this false religion. Over and over, guys, we've shown you for every single topic, not just me. I watch so many of my beautiful brothers and sisters doing these lives, exposing every single day another dilemma. That's why in my Quran, Surah 115, it's called the Surah Dil Emma. Surah Dil Emma. This chapter, man, is going to be crazy. It's crazy. So Muslims, please come up, help us understand that a liar is okay in Islam. Yeah, that's my Quran, dude. Surah Dil Emma. Muslims, request. Please request. Show everybody that I am wrong. And I hope that I am. I hope that your religion doesn't teach lying. I hope that your religion doesn't tell you that liars are absorbed. In fact, listen to this, guys. I found a verse, a hadith that says that you can lie as much as you want, but because Allah knows that your heart is not lying, you're absolved. It doesn't matter. It's fine. It doesn't matter, man. Believe it or not. Now, again, while Allah is authorizing Muslims to lie and deceive, look what our God says. It says in Proverbs 6:16, it says, there are 6 things which Yahweh hates. Yes, 7 which are an abomination unto him. Haughty eyes, a lying tongue. A lying tongue, a false witness that utters lies. Titus 1:2 says it's based on a hope of the salvation of the everlasting life of God, who cannot lie, promised long ago. Hebrews 6:18 says it is impossible for God to lie. Yeah, word, we've had 2 and they came up and lied. So it's impossible for my God to lie. And by this, because of his nature, he can't lie. And this is the hallmarks of a true God. This is what God should be like. Someone that doesn't lie and deceive you. Unlike Islam. In fact, in Colossians it says, do not lie to one another. Do not lie to one another, man. Ephesians 4 says, therefore, now that you have put away deceit, each one of you speak truth with his neighbor. Speak truth, man.
James, you're lying, bro. What's up, word? Amen.
God bless y'all. I just want.
Oh, he just wanted, and Jibril said,
Allah hates you, bro. He muted you.
My bad. God bless y'all, man. Salam, Mama C, Travis, and James. Well, Mingo, he ran.
He saw you.
He ran. His wife's on his phone. He's got to get that laundry done.
I just wanted to come up there and tell him, Puale.
This is wild, bro. We used to have these rooms on Clubhouse, James, where we would, talk about the credibility of the Muslims. So here's the Christians meet the examples in which the Muslims are allowed to lie to, right? One of those is lying in order to bring peace between people. And the second condition is lying in the case of war. Now, Muhammad made this statement that war is established until Judgment Day. There's an eternal jihad going on. We meet 2 of the conditions in which the Muslims can perpetually lie to us. It's an open door policy to lie. How do we know anything they say? They're not lying to bring peace between us or lying because we're at war. Even speaking against Muhammad is considered a war against Islam.
So just a quick something. The Laith in the chat says 1 Corinthians 9:19-23 is not lying. She says, I must explain that. When I talk to Muslims, I become a Muslim. I have to lower my intelligence level to the Muslim intelligence level. I've got to become a Muslim to a Muslim, an atheist for them to understand the language. When I speak to a child, I've got to speak the language of a child. When I speak to an intelligent person, I speak the language of intelligence, because that's you're going to the people that you're addressing. So when you're talking to a Jew, you can't talk to him like he's a Muslim. You've got to appeal to what his belief system is. So you're not lying to him, you're trying to appeal to him. So when I use an example in Islam, when I try to make an example, someone will say to me, prove to me that Jesus is the word of God. A Muslim does, right? I will show him from his Quran, through his belief system, how Jesus is the word, so by basically I become a Muslim to him in his book. He understands it because it's from his book. So my whole point again is when you're talking to these people and you're trying to make them understand it, you can't speak to them in a language they don't understand. You've got to make yourself able to be, Bruce Lee said it. He says, we'll be like water. Water changes its form. Water, when it's in a bottle, becomes a bottle. And when it's in a glass, becomes a glass. So all I'm saying is, I wouldn't be able to use certain terminology with a Muslim because it goes over his head. So I've got to break it down to a language that he understands. If that makes sense.
Okay, kind of like your God is Transformers. You change from one to other.
Well, hold on. We'll show you that you're.
It's okay. It's okay, but it's my brother. I don't know what your name is. Can you tell me? Do you have a Quran with you?
Yes, yes, I am
So in
reading
your Quran,
right now.
when you're
The
in your
verse, it
Quran,
says, if I have sent that prophet, I have deceived him.
when in your Quran, when Allah became a tree, did he also transform? Did you call him a transformer when he became a tree?
No, he didn't become the tree, you stupid.
Okay, I'm not a Muslim, so don't call me names. Now, can you read Surah
No, you're a
28:30
stupid
for me?
Christian.
Listen carefully, because I think you understand better when I speak a language that you understand. Now
No,
I'm going
no,
to dumb
you
it
don't
down to you. The tree that
speak
when Moses went to the tree,
speaking
Allah,
Chinese. Right?
again, I need you to understand. I don't
You
speak
know how to speak
Pakistani
donkey,
or Urdu.
James? Speak donkey to him. Hee-haw, hee-haw, hee-haw. You
That's your
understand that?
language. Keep going, keep going.
So this is why the sister in the
I
chat that
understand
asked
that
about
one
the First
better.
Corinthians. This is now what this is a perfect
Keep
example. When I try to have a normal conversation with a guy like this, you notice that you can't have a conversation with him. You've got to dumb it down to the language he understands. So when Paul is talking here, he's talking, he says, so to the Jews, I became a Jew that I might win to the Jews. So to outside observers, it might look like Paul is being inconsistent, but he's consistent in his one goal, and that is to win people for Jesus, to bring them to Christ. Now, we can't, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, if they read the 1 Corinthians chapter 10, Paul explains what he means, right? That he meets people where they're at. I think it's verse 36 or 38, where he doesn't cast a stumbling block in front of people. So, like, you wouldn't go into a mosque wearing your shoes and eating a pork chop, right? Paul, became like a Muslim and didn't do those things in order to not cast a stumbling block in front of people.
Exactly. So again, he says, I've become all things to all men. So as Travis rightly said, he wouldn't disrespect you by walking into your mosque with a pork chop in his hand. He would respect you enough to take off his shoes, to walk in there without no pork on him, and he would have a conversation with you. He'll sit down with you because he's wanting to appeal to you so he can share the gospel with you. That's as simple as it gets. But now back to the lying. So we had a guy come up, you asked the question. He came up and then he said, no, you cannot lie in Islam. And then he said, yeah, except in 3 cases.
That's what I'm saying. It's the religion of loopholes. Don't lie, but you can in these situations. Don't have adultery, but if you take captive some women, you feeling it, then go ahead and do it.
Well, it's an open door policy. Abdullah, are you a Muslim?
Nah,
yeah, I'm a Muslim.
Are you allowed to lie to bring peace between us?
Nice to meet you.
Hey, man.
You said?
Are you allowed to lie to bring peace between us?
I just barged in. I don't know which topic. To bring peace between us.
Yeah, but
hello, can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, friend.
Okay, so nice to meet you. I just come in. I don't know which topic you are discussing.
I don't.
Bad connection.
Is
he cutting
I
out
think
for
it's
y'all?
me breaking up.
Hello?
Yeah, he's cutting out for me. Yeah, so there's a hadith that says you're allowed to lie in war and here, let's just cut to the chase. You guys, good grief, man. So there's a hadith that says you can lie in case of war and lie in order to bring peace between people and lie to your wife. We meet 2 of those conditions in which you can lie to, right? So we're at war. We're at verbal jihad with Islam. Are you allowed to lie to us?
Okay, if you are at war, right?
We're at war right now. Muhammad says it's an everlasting war.
Yeah, he gave the condition.
Okay.
Right? So during a war, it's allowed to lie.
Are you at war right now? Muhammad said it lasts forever. Did you hear?
If you are in war,
okay, are you allowed to, okay, how about let's just leave the war one aside. Are you allowed to lie to bring peace between people?
Yeah.
Okay, how do we know you're not lying to us right now to like bring peace between us and Islam? This is what happens when you guys follow a liar. Your credibility's shot.
Is allowed to lie in order to bring peace between people.
Okay, how do we know that you're not lying? How do we know that everything you say from right now onward is not a lie to bring peace between people?
thing.
How
Just
could
like
we
one of our
that
brother
you're
here
not
give
Abdul,
passage
Abdul, this is
from
what Travis,
Corinthians, or is it
this is
Corinthians
what
or Galatians?
Travis, he got a
Because
bad
we're not
connection.
fighting.
No. How do
Are
we
we
know
are we are we are we
that
are we in
Abdul,
conflict? Are
hold
we
on, hold
are
on.
we in conflict?
Abdul, what always in conflict according to your prophet.
Are we in conflict now? So
Yes, we're always in conflict.
How?
Yeah, according to Muhammad, he says war is established and will endure until the day of resurrection. Your prophet said you're in perpetual jihad, friend.
Yeah, jihad. What in what context do you understand jihad?
All of it. This is why I left war aside, because I don't want to have to explain what war is to you guys. So
Yeah, because it seems like you don't want to explain what we said during a war, but you are bringing it now. Are we now in war?
yes, for all eternity, what Muhammad said.
Are we now in war?
Yes.
How?
Yes. Muhammad says, what is wrong with you? Muhammad says jihad will endure until the day of resurrection, meaning it will not stop.
What do you understand by
to
jihad?
attack with swords, or to do verbal jihad and jihad with your heart, jihad with your hands. Stop.
What do you understand?
This is why we left a war aside, friend. How do we know you're not lying to bring peace between us and the Muslims right now?
What do you understand by jihad?
I don't care about jihad.
Sorry.
That's why we set it aside.
You bring it off.
And I said, please, let's set it to the side for a minute. One of the instances in which you're allowed to lie to us is to bring peace between people. This is the one we're focusing on. How do we know you're not lying to us right now to bring peace between us and the Muslims?
Yeah, bringing peace is when you're in conflict with somebody now. For example, you're fighting with your friend, or you have some problem with your friend. If I should lie to you so that
we have a problem with Muslims. We have a problem with Islam. We meet that criterion.
You have a problem with Muslim. Are you fighting Muslim right now?
Yes, with our words, we're doing verbal jihad. So we have a problem with Muslims. How do we know you're not lying to bring peace between us?
Okay, if you can understand the context of that hadith, it's not saying that you are to lie to just like for example, like it's not the example I give you.
You're struggling, right, bro. The hadith says you're allowed to lie to bring peace between people.
Yeah. So now, how do I lie to you right now? Just like you're saying, how do you know that I'm lying?
Yeah, this is. Watch this. Are you okay? So you're saying that
like,
you can lie in Islam, correct?
Yeah, I say there is condition, just like like you said in this hadith.
But a liar is a liar, correct? If someone lies, then they're a liar, correct?
But there is a prohibited lies, just like this one.
Prohibited lies. So
is
watch
mentioned.
This. Watch this.
So just like Paul said to Jews, he become like a Jew to other people. How did he?
Worry about Paul. Paul's doing takia.
Did Paul lie when he said that?
It's a takia.
Did you understand what he said when he said that? Did you understand? I just explained it a minute ago. Do you understand any of that?
Maybe he lied to them, saying that he is a Jew.
He lied to them?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, but it's okay.
In order to win them,
Paul didn't lie. But you know who did lie? Muhammad lied. It's okay.
In order to win them,
Muhammad lied, not Paul.
In order to win them, in order to win their mind,
he said, "Do not lie."
Become like a Jew.
Yeah. So okay, when I talk to you, I become like a Muslim. Does that mean I'm lying? If I walked in a mosque and I took my shoes off and I didn't come in there with the pork chop in my hand, that means I'm respecting your religion enough to become like you, correct?
What Paul is saying here is he become a Jew.
Anyway,
he become like a
Stop. I've got proof that according to your religion, that Muhammad lies to get a man unalived. Was that because of war, or can you tell me what was the reason for that?
Is it during a war?
No. Okay. Islam is always at war. Come on, man. Islam is continuously at war. We know that, but that's not my point. My point is that Muhammad says it's okay to lie to someone to unalive him. So this is the hadith that says
during a war.
This is Bukhari. No, my brother, you guys at war every day of your lives for 1400 years. So stop.
So
this is what it says. Let me read the hadith, please. Let me read the hadith. The hadith says, narrated Allah's apostle said, who is willing to unalive Ka'b bin al-Ashraf, who has hurt Allah and his apostle? stuck, poor guy. Thereupon, Muhammad bin Maslama got up saying, "O Allah's apostle, would you like that I unalive him?" Muhammad said, "Yes." Muhammad bin Maslama said, "Then allow me to say a false thing, that is to deceive Ka'b." Muhammad said, "You may say it." So it's clear that Muhammad allows lies, Allah deceives, Muslims are allowed to lie, and we know that lies come from Satan, correct?
During a war, that happened at the war, right?
Okay, is that okay? Watch
Oh
this.
my
Okay,
God,
watch
bro.
this. That's okay.
No.
Watch this, guys. I'm going to just read from the Quran again because these guys spit on the Quran every chance they get. Watch this. According to Islam, my brother, according to Islam, it says, "You have your religion and I have my religion." Is that a true statement?
Yeah.
In Surah 2:256, it says, "There shall be no compulsion in religion." Is that a true statement?
Yeah.
Then explain this, right? Fight those people of the book, Christians and Jews, who do not believe in Allah and the last day.
That is Quran chapter 9, right?
Chapter 9:29.
Okay, so now have you read the context of this Quran chapter 9?
Yes, I have.
Because start from verse 1.
Listen carefully.
Start from verse 1.
My brother.
I want you to start reading from verse 1, please.
We can read the entire Quran. It's still going to tell me that you must unalive everyone willy-nilly.
No, don't worry. Just start reading from verse 1 so that you should know the context of this verse.
Please, Abdul. In this verse, does it say fight them during the war, or does it say, now listen carefully, fight those people of the book who do not listen carefully, listen please, who do not believe in Allah and the last day? In that verse, what is the condition for unaliving these people or fighting these people?
Okay, very good. Can I respond now?
Sure.
Have you read the context of this verse?
Yes, I have. Again,
okay, so that is why I asked you to start reading from verse 1.
My man.
I asked you to start reading from verse 1.
Bro. He's about to
start reading from verse 1?
Irrelevant. Abdul,
because,
hold on. Yeah. Abdul, hold on. You're bringing up something irrelevant because from verse 1 all the way down to 28, hold on, listen. It's talking about the polytheists and how Muhammad is breaking their treaty with the polytheists. It's not talking about the people of the book. Okay? What he just read is talking about the people of the book. So you're bringing up a concept that has nothing to do with the book that he said that he's talking about.
Why did it start with polytheists?
Okay. It's all about polytheists from 1 to 28. It's all about the polytheists. We're talking about the people of the book. The people of the book are not the polytheists. So answer James' question.
I was so explicit. I'll read it again, Abdul. Abdul, please, man, let me finish reading your Quran and listen to the question. Try listening to the question before answering something I didn't ask you. Tell me the condition and the result of this. Now listen carefully. It says, fight those people of the book who do not believe in Allah and the last day. So what must they fight them for, or why must they fight them?
Can I respond now?
Yes, please.
Okay. The reason why I asked you to start reading from chapter 1 because
you help me understand 929.
Can you allow me to finish my sentence, please?
It said, no, I don't want you to lie.
Can you allow me to finish my sentence?
Stop. No, I don't.
Why don't you allow me to finish my sentence now?
I'm asking you again. According to the verse, it's saying, fight those people of the book. And the reason is because they do not believe in Allah and the last day. Yes or no?
Okay, right then.
Now, this contradicts to
yes, I already answered you this one. Can you now allow me to continue, please? I already answered you yes.
But then you must accept. Then it's a contradiction.
Okay, so can you now allow me? Can you allow me now?
Then you must also accept that that's a contradiction when it comes to the verse to
Can you now allow me? Can you allow me now to talk?
Oh my Lord, come on, bro. Since you're such a left shoulder that doesn't really understand much, please explain to everyone.
So what I'm saying is that if you start reading, you see, first when Prophet Muhammad come to Medina, there is a peace treaty between Christians and the Jews of that time, and there is also a peace treaty with the polytheists. So verse number 1 start with the because listen, the polytheists broke the peace treaty with Prophet Muhammad.
No one ever broke a peace.
They violated.
He's always the one.
No, you're wrong.
So that is why I asked you to start reading
Your
from
Quran broke
verse
the
1.
peace treaty in chapter 9, verse 4 and 5. Stop lying.
Read from verse 1. Verse
Friend,
1, please. Can you read
if you
verse
do
1?
muta, if you do muta here, if you do muta with your first cousin, are you allowed to lie about it?
Listen, please. Can you read from? Can you read chapter?
Like
can you read verse 1,
liars,
please?
okay?
Chapter
The
9.
problem, we don't like
Why
liars,
don't you want to read?
Why don't
you want to read this one?
lie on our platform.
So
again,
read
I'll say
it,
it
please.
again. You are lying on this platform, and we are stopping you. I'm asking a very clear question. According to 929, it's giving us the reason why you must fight these people. Can you tell everyone in 929 what is the reason for fighting these people?
Okay, I said have the same or almost similarities with what. That's why I say you should read the context of these verses, please. I asked you to
answer the question. In 929, what is
I've already
reason
answered this
for
question.
fighting these people?
It's because they don't believe in Allah, according to this specific verse.
Allah,
So can you now allow me to talk?
Beautiful. No.
Can you now allow me to talk?
Now you can explain. Thank you for that.
Okay. So I start explaining. Please, if I'm explaining, please do not cut me. Right? So I said there is a peace treaty between the polytheists and Prophet Muhammad, and also the Christian and Jews in Medina. Right? So verse number 1 of the Holy of this chapter 9 is saying that these polytheists, they have broke the peace treaty with Prophet Muhammad. So God Almighty is telling Prophet Muhammad to tell them that as of today. That is why I asked you to read chapter 1 of this chapter, so that you can understand the context up to chapter 13. So the peace treaty between the polytheists and Prophet Muhammad is broken. So God is telling them to announce that as of this month, the next month to come, then there is no more treaty, since they have already broke the peace treaty. So they will be on altogether. And he even give them a chance of almost 1 month. And God Almighty tell Prophet Muhammad to announce to them, imagine during a war, you are to announce that the peace treaty is no.
Bro, you're not dealing with it, man. You're talking. I told you he's going to build up a straw man with the polytheists.
Do you have Quran with you here? Do you have
the people of the book, bro? We're not talking about the polytheists. We're talking about the people of the book.
That is exactly what happened also between him and the Jews.
Abdullah, what school do you follow, friend? Shafi, Hanbali, Maliki? What's
the Jews, people of the book, also broke the treaty with Prophet Muhammad.
Let me just freestyling, bro. What I'll do is, let me be quiet. Abdul, you're a typical Muslim and you're up here lying. So we mute liars. Let me read the tafsir for 929 and see if it agrees with you, okay? Let's see. I need you to shut your mouth just long enough for me to finish my sentence. So I'm going to read the tafsir because, again, you are a liar, proving to everyone that lying in Islam is okay. So the tafsir is talking about the Christians and the Jews, right? So when it talks about this, can you tell me, the jizya, is it only for back then or is it for all time?
It's only for back then.
Okay, so you contradicted the other Muslims.
Okay, now let me ask you one question.
Just notice, please, everyone.
Let me ask you a question.
Notice this, everyone. He just gave us another lie. Only back then. Go on, carry on lying.
Let me ask you one question. What is the jizya?
Dude, you're a lying, filthy dirtbag.
It's a good question. Let me explain it.
What is the jizya, please?
Let me explain it. I'm about to explain it. So the jizya is a sign of kuffar and disgrace. It says if they had not chosen to embrace Islam in defeat and subservience, it says that they should feel themselves, when they paid the jizya, they must feel themselves disgraced, humiliated, and belittled. Therefore, Muslims are not allowed to honor the people of Dhimma, elevate them above the Muslims because they are
Do you know
miserable,
that this act is for
disgraced, and-
protection?
you
It's for
asked me a
protection of
question.
Christian and
You asked a question, I'm answering you. Because Muslims are above them, for they are miserable, disgraced, and humiliated. And then we've got Abu Hurairah reported, he says that when you see a Jew or a Christian, and if you meet on the road, force them to its narrowest alley. This is why the leader of the faithful, may Allah be pleased with him, demanded his well-known conditions be met by the Christians. These conditions ensured their continued, meaning for all time, continued to this day, humiliation, degradation, and disgrace. Did I sum it up? Did I sum it up nicely for you? What jizya is?
How does Jesus? How does Jesus
no,
abolish?
listen, can
how
I
does
talk now?
Jesus-
Hey, brother,
yeah, no.
listen,
Stop.
he's talking to you. He's talking to me. I'm sorry.
You're ignorant. How does
Hey,
Jesus
James.
How does Jesus abolish the jizya if it's abolished?
That's another good question.
Can I talk to you now, please? Can I talk
Hey,
to you?
James. Hold on, Abdul.
You have
Hey,
not.
hey,
You have not
James.
explained what
Hey,
jizya is.
oh,
You have
no,
not.
Abdul. He's about to explain. Can you go up like a couple of little paragraphs,
Like you don't
James,
want
in
me to
what you
talk.
was reading?
You don't want me to
Abdul,
talk,
hold
right?
on. He's about
You
to
don't want
answer
me to
your
talk.
question.
Yes, you're
Abdul,
unjust.
hold on.
Jizya is
Abdul,
Stupid, friend.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
By those who do
James,
not
can
believe
you
in Allah
can
nor
you
the
go,
last day. Is that the one?
James? No. Go up a little bit. And it tells us because the markets was getting closed because he broke the
That's
treaty
right.
with the polytheists, and the polytheists couldn't go to the Kaaba no more. And so they needed money. So they started extorting the Christians because the markets were going to close. And the way that Allah is going to repay them is from the Jews and the Christians. This is when the jizya was implemented. And also they didn't accept Allah. That's why,
right.
that's what it is from.
It's
an
extortion.
extortion.
Yeah, he
Yes.
compensated Muslims for their losses by the amount of jizya that they took from the people of Dimma.
Bro, this jizya is a payment in exchange for your life.
Exactly.
It's
Yeah, he said it's a protection tag. Yeah, from Muslims.
from the Muslims.
Who are you protecting yourself from?
It's like the mob when they show up at your restaurant and say it would be a shame if something happened to your restaurant, but if you pay me, I'll protect the restaurant. But if you don't pay me, I'll be the one to burn your restaurant down. It's a mob tax. You're paying the Muslims for protection from them.
If I bring you guys up and you're a Christian, I apologize, but I am going to drop you guys because we've got enough. We've got enough. I'm just going to. Okay, so if you are Muslim and you requested, then you're good.
Oh, hello everybody.
Are you a Muslim, my brother?
Oh yes, Alhamdulillah. I'm proud
All
Muslim.
praises to the moon god. And how are you?
Oh, praise to Allah subhanahu wa
Allah.
ta'ala, not the fake God that you believe in.
Yep.
It's okay. It's okay. It's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. What's
It's
your
okay. It's
religion,
okay.
bro?
It's okay. Please, we have a topic. Is
Okay,
it
what's your
true or
religion?
false? True
Can I
or
know your
false?
religion? Can I
In
know your religion
Islam,
before we
my
start?
man, please try to focus.
Okay,
In
okay, my man. I will
Islam,
focus. I
are
will
you
focus
in
on that.
Islam? Are you allowed to tell lies?
No, you cannot tell us. But can I say something? Before you go ahead, can you just tell me what religion you are?
We are original Quran only Christians.
No. It doesn't work, Quran only Christians. What religion do you believe in?
We are original Quran only Christians.
What do you believe in? Do you believe in the Bible? You believe in Jesus? What do you believe in?
Jesus is our Lord and Savior, just like the original Quran said.
Okay, so if you're embarrassed,
So
your own
now
religion,
it's okay.
Okay, let's talk about
Now-
your religion. Let's
Why
talk
are
about
you
how
changing the
embarrassing
subject?
you is.
Exactly. This is what he came up with.
No, because you know what? If I was, listen, I came up. I'm a Muslim.
Do you see that we have a
we are
subject?
Christian. I'm not sure if you're too slow to understand now.
I'm very proud of
In
my religion.
Islam, my man, please focus. It's not a difficult topic. In Islam, are you allowed to tell lies, yes or no?
No, you cannot tell lies unless you're in a very bad circumstance, and in a bad situation, maybe you can.
So hang on.
Okay.
If you said to a woman, you go to your wife and you go, did you sleep with 10 men? She goes, no, I didn't. Only with one.
Okay.
So does that make it okay?
So say that again.
If you went to your wife and you said, did you sleep with 10 men? She said, nah,
Yes.
didn't. No, only one.
Okay.
Does that mean that she cheated on you or not?
Of course, if she cheated or she
Okay.
slept with one or she slept with
When I
10, she
said
cheated
to
on
you, are you allowed to tell lies in Islam? You said no, no, except in 3 cases.
Okay, let's say somebody's coming to unalive you, or you're in a
Before you
war,
start just
or you
brushing
get
it under
caught.
the carpet.
Yeah,
Before you
because you have
brush
to
it
know
under the
we have
carpet,
because
focus on my question again. Now I'm
okay,
going to
if
ask
you're
the
not gonna let
question
me
again.
talk, brother, listen,
I'm going to
listen. If
ask
you
the
don't
question again.
watch, fake God believer.
Watch. I'm going to ask the question again.
God believer. If you're not
I'm
gonna
going to ask the question again.
believer, fake God believer,
Don't stop panicking, bro.
Fake God believer.
Okay, fine. Are you
Fake
done?
God believer.
Now,
Listen,
again, it's okay.
Hey,
Listen to
pagan,
this now.
shut up, pagan. Shut up, pagan.
fucking God, 80. Don't fucking talk to me like
Shut
that.
up, pagan. You're a pagan.
Watch your
Shut
fucking
up.
mouth, yeah? You fucking little.
You shut up.
Wow, man. Wow.
He only did that to get kicked. It's obvious.
Exactly. But notice what I did there, right? If you use common sense with these people, that's, I become like a Muslim to the Muslims. I got to dumb it down. So when Paul became a Jew to the Jews, he had to dumb it down because these people weren't getting it. Now I'm saying to you Muslims, the reason that we've got to dumb it down is because you guys just don't
That's
get
why
it.
the word stands around a tree every
Do you hear someone talking? What's wrong with you?
for Santa Claus.
This is what happens when you guys are raised by lizards in a desert.
Yo, shut up. Let me.
You shut up. You shut your God up. You go stick your head right in his vagina. Man. He lives in Mecca.
Wow. See, I want you Muslims again to notice I'm trying my best to have a decent conversation because these people are they're so triggered because they know that by accepting that lies is okay in Islam, by accepting that, they're exposing, because no normal person would go, are you lying to me? Oh, mashallah, that's so sweet of you. That's so nice of you to lie to me. No, if someone lies to you, then they are a liar, meaning that you don't trust them. Now, if a Muslim is lying to me in any situation, then he's still a liar.
James, was it Muhammad Hijab or that other rat-looking dude, Ali Dawah, that said if they marry another woman that they don't have to tell their wife?
Both of them.
Both of them, right?
Yeah.
So if you go out and do muta with like your first cousin, if you're a Muslim, you don't have to tell your wife the truth about it.
So Travis, who deceived that prophet?
Well, hold on just a second.
Who can deceive?
So we're not talking about the God of the Bible. We're talking about the God of Islam.
No. So you want to be a hypocrite?
But are you able to read?
I'll grant you it. I'll grant you it.
Yeah, we can answer that right after you explain to us why you can lie to your wife. Now imagine this. She's at home. She's 6 years old. You tell her, wife, they didn't have any girl toys in the Happy Meals this time, but they did. Muhammad said you can lie to her about this, friend. You can lie to her and tell her they closed Chuck E. Cheese and they're not open anymore when Chuck E. Cheese is wide open.
They kept the toy for themselves, Travis.
Yeah, and then you keep the toy for yourself.
Say that. He kept it for himself.
The word, Travis, the word is halala. So it's called nikah halala. So it's halala when you marry with the intention. It's called like a hotel marriage. So you go to the hotel, you marry her, and you sleep with her, and then you divorce her when you're done. So it's basically muta. Basically, it's just muta put in a different package. So guys, yes, a husband doesn't have to tell his wife if he's going to do muta or halala. It's like halal with an extra A, halala, to make it okay to penetrate someone other than your wife. And that's a lie. You're lying because you, by omitting it, by keeping it away from your wife, you're basically lying to her. Now, if you guys really want to come up and have this conversation, please, I beg you, try not to manifest, because we are doing this for the whole point of education. God bless you guys. Thank you. For education, we want people to either come to Islam because they want to come to a religion that allows them to lie, penetrate children, and get beaten by their husbands, or we want them to say, this can't be true. It can't be truth in this because it's not, it doesn't, in your core, you know that this is wrong. In your core, you know it's nonsense. So again, another topic. It's supposed to be an easy one.
There's a whole laundry, like grocery store full of lies in Islam that you're allowed to do, like taqiyya or hiyal, or there's so many different forms of lying. Imam Shafi says if it advances Islam, go for it.
So again,
Imagine
Just
that, bro.
basically, you don't never have to tell the truth because it's some clause that you can do to get you
Right.
out of telling the truth.
let me break it down. So these are the different ways to lie. There's 9, and funny enough, guys, dawah is one of them. Dawah is listed as one of the ways to lie in Islam. You've got taqiyya, which is the tactical deceit for spreading Islam. You've got kitman, where deceit by omission. You've got tawriya, deceit by ambiguity. You've got taysir, not having to observe all the tenets of Sharia. You've got durura, deceit to engage something haram or forbidden. And you've got muruna, which is a temporary suspension of Sharia to make Muslims seem or appear moderate. I'm going to give you an example. Surah 532. Surah 532, where kitman is allowed, if I'm not mistaken, it's 532. Now, kitman again is deceit by omission. So I'll give you an example. For the cause we decreed for the children of Israel that whoever unalives a human being for other than manslaughter or corruption in the earth, it shall be as if he has unalived all of mankind. And whosoever saveth one life, it shall be as if he had saved the life of mankind. Our messengers came unto them from the old with clear proofs, but afterwards many of them became transgressors. So they will say these verses to you just to make it seem like it's okay.
Yeah, James, it's just one way that I don't know what Muslim video I was watching, but like if someone calls the house and be like, "Hello, can I speak to such and such? Is they around you?" And then like the father might be like, "No, she's not around me. Actually, she's not around him. She's in the kitchen or she's in her bedroom." So
Yeah.
it's a lie by omission, not telling the whole truth.
The God of the Quran didn't understand the implications of following a liar. How did you guys know Muhammad wasn't flopping around on the ground pretending to hear from God to bring peace between you guys?
Okay, let's see. Allahu Akbar. Are you allowed to lie in Islam?
In cases.
So yes, you're allowed to lie in Islam, correct?
Not generally.
I didn't ask you generally. If you tell a lie, are you a liar?
Yeah, become a lie if I tell a lie.
Okay, so if you lie to someone, then you are a liar, correct?
Yep.
Can you trust a liar?
Not if he lies all the time.
If he lies all the time, how do you know he's lying all the time? How do you know he's not lying all the time if he's a liar? So if I said to you, for example, to you your religion, to me my religion,
For sure.
and then I say later that if you don't follow Allah as your true God, you should be unalived. Did I lie to you?
No, that's the truth.
I can't hear you, bro. What'd you say?
Yeah, I think that's the truth, bro.
Is that the truth?
Yeah.
So hang on. If you don't follow Allah, I shall fight with you. But the other one is to you your religion, to me my religion. Which is true? One of them can be true, not both of them.
Bro, I think the first one is true, bro.
Okay, the first one is true. So in your Quran, when it says, "Let there be no compulsion in religion," is that true? I can't hear you.
Oh, what does it say, bro?
In the Quran, it says, "Let there be no compulsion in religion."
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
You're saying yes, that's true.
Yeah.
And then it says, you shall have your religion and I shall have my religion. You said that's also true.
Yeah. So when you say compulsion, what do you actually want to say?
Compulsion means that you are compelled. You have to become. So it says there's no compulsion, meaning you don't have to follow a particular religion. You can have any religion. Oh, vomit. What is that?
You guys doing today?
We're all good, my brother. Just 1 second. I'm talking to Allah right now.
Allah Fiji, do you read the Quran? Are you eligible?
Hang on, Abu, are you a Muslim?
Yes, I am Muslim because he's
Why,
embarrassing.
why are you fighting with Allah?
Yeah, you're not gonna get with Abu because I talked to him yesterday, day before yesterday.
Well, he is embarrassing. He doesn't know the book. He cannot be talking.
Allah,
You don't know your
Allah
book
is
either.
embarrassing.
Yes, I do. I'm a memorizer of my book. That's 100%.
So no one
You
cares
don't
if
know
you
his book
memorize
either.
it.
I memorized my book. You can
No one
debate me
cares.
on that.
We don't care what I can memorize anything I want if it's interesting. But again, it doesn't matter because you probably don't understand it. 4
Yes,
minutes.
I do.
Okay.
I'm
So
a
watch this. Watch this. Okay, Abu.
Yes.
You called him a liar, and he told the truth.
What lied? Yeah, okay. What is that you referring to? Like, because
Are
you say
you now? Listen carefully to my question. Are you allowed in Islam to tell lies?
Are you allowed in Islam to lie? In circumstances of saving life?
Just pretend it's a yes or no question. In Islam, are you allowed to tell lies?
Lies is prohibited.
Lies is, guys, so that's a no, correct?
The thing is, you cannot lead me on
no
this.
thing is, guys,
No, this
it's a
is
yes
a
or no
leading
question.
question.
Watch
This is a
this.
leading question that you
Okay,
do.
if there's no leading question, ask me.
Because
Say,
I
James,
know-
are you allowed to lie in your religion? Ask me. Ask me. Word. Ask me. Someone ask me.
Are you gonna give me a verse if I ask
Hey,
you?
James, are you allowed to lie in your religion?
No, sir.
Okay, show me proof. Show me proof
So,
from
Abu, are
Show me
you
proof from your
allowed
book.
to lie in Islam?
Depending on the circumstances.
Yes or no? Are you allowed to lie in Islam?
Yes, yes.
Yes, you're allowed to lie. And people that lie are called what?
Depending on the circumstances. That's what I
People
told you.
that lie are called what? You call someone that tells lies.
Brother, you can, well, I'm
I mean,
telling
it's a simple question. It's called a liar. If someone tells lies, they are called liar. Now, my man Abu, do you trust someone that tells lies?
do I trust someone that tells lies?
Do you trust a liar?
Of course not. You don't trust a liar.
Okay, beautiful. So in Islam, you're allowed to tell lies. Therefore, we can't trust Islam, correct?
Okay, would you let me explain, or you gonna?
We can't trust you.
Muslims don't even
trust you
trust
now? How
other
do I know you don't
Muslims,
lie?
James.
No.
Muslims don't even trust other Muslims.
I can
they know they can lie.
I can prove to you in your book that Muhammad has.
Why would you go to
prophesied.
my book when it's talking about Islam? Focus now again, right? You got 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Pay attention. You just said to me that someone that lies is a liar and we can't trust a liar, correct?
Okay, now, for example.
No, my man,
if-
work with me. Just so I
one
understand.
second,
Hang
brother.
on, we'll
One
get
second.
to that. We'll get to that, Abu. We'll get to that. You said you can't trust a liar, correct?
Depends.
Or you can't trust a liar.
Yes, you can trust a liar.
You can, guys, now please, we can trust a liar. So for example, in Islam, you are allowed to lie, correct?
Like I said, it depending on the situation.
Okay, doesn't matter what the situation is.
Only three
in
situations.
Islam, you're allowed to lie.
Only 3 situations. Aside
Only
that,
three
you're never
situations.
allowed to lie.
Okay, beautiful. Give me the 3 situations. Now I'm going to break down the 3 situations. Give them to me.
If your lie will prevent somebody being unalived.
It doesn't say that, but go on.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't. It says something a man tells his wife to please her.
Yeah, that's another
That's
one.
one.
I'm
The second
gonna
one,
give you that
to
one.
lie during war. The
Okay,
third one, to lie in order to bring peace between the people.
Wonderful. Did you hear now what I said?
You said
So
unalive
now-
people.
Yeah, okay, bringing peace because that can cause somebody getting unalived. It can
It
also
can, but it doesn't
Your wife is going to
prevent-
unalive you?
No, wife, that's different. With your
Hold on,
wife,
is your
because
wife
for
going to
example,
unalive you because you didn't like her biscuit?
no, for wife
So
is
why are you
because
lying to her?
let me explain to you. Because a woman is demanding. They will tell you, "Oh, can
A
you buy me
woman
this?
is
Can you buy me that?"
demanding?
You can say, "Baby, I don't have it. Or I'll buy it for you." And then
Oh my
she
gosh,
forgot
dude,
it.
I can hear you're not married. Now pay attention and try to work with me now. So you
I mean, do you agree? Yes or no? Do you I'm serious, James.
I
Do
mean,
you
try
agree?
it with your wife and see what happens.
Do you agree a woman is a demand?
Y'all are scared to death of little 6-year-olds, aren't you?
Oh, we don't want to talk about Rebecca or
we can talk about Rebecca, but it's fine.
raping a
It's
child
okay.
for a shop.
We can go with all that in a minute.
We don't want to talk about that. If you want to talk about it, talk about
Abu, focus. I can see
Gripping
that you're losing
child
time
or
now. You got
shackle.
15 seconds and now you're deflecting because you're panicking. It's
No,
okay.
he's deflecting. I'm asking a question. One by one.
Abu, focus. Right. Now, in these three cases, watch this. In the country you're living in now, are you at war?
War is inevitable anywhere.
So is Islam still at war to this day with Christians, the Jews, the polytheists, the idolaters? Is Islam, according to
Islam
at
emphasizes on peace. It never
You're
says
lying
for
right
us
now.
to take our weapon and go
That's a
fight.
lie.
Show me
That's a
proof.
lie.
Show me proof.
war? Detector has proven that you just lied.
If you think I'm lying, show me proof.
I'm going to. I'm going to show you what Imam Malik says.
No,
Hold on
I don't
just a
want
second.
Imam Malik. I want Quranic verse.
Wait, are you?
929. I'll give you a
I'm a
get.
memorizer of
I'll
my
give it to you.
book.
I'll give
Get
it
up.
to you. Slow down. Slow down. We can give it to you.
We can read the context. Thank
We
you.
can read context, but look what it says. Now I want you to listen carefully.
Just tell me this.
Abu, hit that mute button.
Abu, you passed your sell-by date. You notice that the time has run out, so I'm giving you a little bit of a leeway now. Pay attention. I'm going to read the first part of the sentence. Listen carefully. Fight those who do not believe in Allah and the last day. Let's stop there.
No, we're not gonna stop there.
As we are.
You cannot cherry pick. You cannot cherry pick the Quran and just make that.
Context, bro.
Read the previous verse.
Allah,
and read the
He
next
just
verse.
told you that
You have to
you're
read the
ignorant and
verse
you're
in context.
defending
Why
him.
did Allah say that?
Abu, Allah said to you, Allah said to
He said,
Allah,
fight those who
Akbar. He
fight
said,
you,
you
right?
know nothing, be quiet, Allah. What are you listening to? You defending him,
Nah,
man?
Allah does know. He knows something. Of course, He does. I mean,
Let him say what he wants.
I'm saying, read me the context.
Bro.
Get on that mute button, Volcano Mountain Chain.
Nah, don't do that.
That's a volcano.
Jesus said, "Be humble." Why are you doing that?
How do you know
Why
he's
you-
not?
why you don't follow-
That just so I
Bro,
can see
these
it.
people are not Christian.
Which Quran verse did he use when he said humble?
What do you mean?
You said Jesus said be humble. Which Quran verse did I see that?
Well, I can give you many verses about being humble in the Quran.
No, you said Jesus said that. Show me the verse. Jesus said that. Show me the verse where Jesus said that.
No, this Quran is not about Jesus, bro. It's about Allah.
But that's not what he said. I just listened to what he said. You see, this is what happens. I
Hold
actually
on.
listen to what you guys say.
Hold on.
I
Did you ask
actually
me to show
listen
you
to
where
what
Jesus
you
said be
guys
humble?
say. Abu said clearly that Jesus said. Abu said Jesus said. So I said, Jesus said that.
Okay. Was Jesus humble? Yes or no?
In the Quran, I asked you, show me where Jesus is saying humble.
I'm talking about your Bible. I'm not talking about my Quran. My Quran, I'll give you where Allah talk about.
See that?
It's talking about you guys, bro. Your guys.
Okay, hang on. So now you guys are going
I'm not trying to run. I can give you verses from the Quran that talks about being humble.
James.
So let me give you the verses.
Are you okay with one question?
Let me give you guys the verses. You asked for the verses in the Quran. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Takbir, be quiet. So now we're going to read the verses in the Quran that
I'm not
talks
making fun
about...
of you, blonde.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't call myself blonde, not blonde, bro. I'm a left shoulder
you are
like
a
you, but at least
bro.
I'm not
This is the-
pretending that I'm white and an Arab. So sit quietly now and let's read the Quran.
But the thing is, don't cherry picking the verse without
Let's
giving
read the verses in the Quran that tell us...
No, let's
Be quiet.
And eat blood of
Quiet, bro. Both of y'all, shut up.
Let's go back to the topic.
Get on that mute button. Here. Get on that mute button.
Dance with the mute button. Like brother said, she fine.
I'm not your wife. Chill out.
Fine mute button.
Chill out. The words. Chill out.
Don't run away.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Can we
You shut up. Here,
Can
you
we
shut
focus
up.
again?
Like Oprah. Here, in and out
James
mute buttons.
Bond.
Allah Akbar, Allah, Fiji. Quiet,
Hey,
let me read.
This
Let me
dude's
read.
name, James. This dude's name is literally the god of the mountain, the volcanic mountain chain.
Allah. Mount
Allah,
Fiji. So let's just focus. I'm going to give you verses now. You're going to say to me, it was only for that time, right? Now, I know how you guys are going to do this, right? So now go with me now. Now we understand what the Quran teaches, because the Quran is saying, watch this, Prophet, fight against the disbelievers and the hypocrites. Fight and be harsh upon them, and their refuge is hell. Now, it says again in Surah 3, 167, and the hypocrites also, these were told, come fight in the way of Allah. So we can see that Allah commands faithful Muslims to fight and slay the hypocrites. Are there still hypocrites today? Are there Jews and Christians today? Absolutely. In Surah 2:216 it says, fighting is prescribed for you. You may dislike it, but it is possible that you may dislike a thing that is good for you, and that you may love a thing that is bad for you. So basically, peace is bad for you, fighting is good for you. It says the slaughter that took place was just ordained by Allah. In Surah 2:191 it says, and unalive them wherever you find them. Surah 8:67, it is not for any prophet to take captives until he has made slaughter in the land. Surah 7:4 says, how many a township have we destroyed as a raid by night or by day while they slept? Our terror came unto them. So again, 860 talks about how he will strike with terror. Surah 8:12, he will use terror. Sahih Bukhari says, Muhammad said, I became victorious with terror. My goodness, what a peaceful religion. Watch this. On and on.
Are you done?
That you shall fight them.
Are you
Sorry,
done?
no, brother, there's over 100 and something verses of fighting. I'm just showing you.
No,
your
I'm.
whole Quran-
Did you hear him still talking?
Yeah, your whole Quran is written with fight them till the last day. Your Quran teaches us, fight and slay them wherever you find them. Your Quran teaches us. Now you're saying, am I finished? You want me to jump over 100 and something verses? Where it says that the worst of creatures are the Jews and the Christians?
Okay, I'll wait for you. Keep listening then. I'm listening.
Wait quietly till you hear him stop, friend.
Yeah,
Hey,
all
brother
I'm saying
James,
to you guys.
I'm about to drop down, because y'all got this. Y'all got
See you, word.
No, don't run
But,
away.
hold on.
I need to.
As soon as James lets me go, I'm gonna bury this dude.
Are you challenging me?
The wall.
challenging me?
Stay where you are. Yes. I want to.
No, because all you about to do is invalidate and expire 70% of your Quran by up here. Just lying, because you said
about Quran. I'm memorizing my book, so I'm not finna play.
Okay, I'm gonna say about 10 more. I'm gonna let James cook you. And then
No, go on.
right
Good. If he wants to take you on the challenge, but before you do that, let me just explain to everyone what just happened now. The dude looked for an out. He realizes that his religion teaches that you can fight and slay people until the very last day.
Are you done?
It's ordained. It's ordained to Muslims.
Like you keep repeating yourself. So
Again.
Let's talk about it.
If I was speaking, then you'd understand when I'm done or not. You guys are taught to genocide. You guys are taught to unalive people because you are at war with everyone until the last day, because it's sanctioned in your religion to unalive people. Now again, my question was very simple right at the start. Is there compulsion in religion? Yes or no? Come on, Abu. In your religion, you shall have your religion, I shall have my religion. Is that a true statement?
Let's stick to one topic. Don't be jumping. You talk about let me debunk.
We are talking about fighting because it tells you.
No, thank you very much. Let me debunk that. Then we can move on.
The verse I'm showing you tells you that if they don't become Muslim, then fight them. Okay. So I'm asking you, in the Quran, listen to my question one more time, because you don't listen, talk, listen. Is it a true statement in the Quran? Allah says, you shall have your religion and I shall have my religion.
let's not jump from topic to topic. Let me debunk your first statements you made, and then we move on to the next, if you're okay with that. Because I don't like jumping. I like to be,
You're
consistent.
probably a chubby guy that can't jump anyway. So again,
Whenever they say I'm going to debunk you, that means he's about to lie.
It means he's about to do it.
No,
Yeah. Can I show you guys what Sharia says about this?
I'll use each context of the verses that you've been bringing up. We're gonna see whether you're the liar.
What scholar are you quoting? You're not supposed to be doing personal interpretations. What scholar?
I'm a scholar myself.
Oh yeah, you are. Wait, you're not a scholar and you rejected Imam Malik.
I'm not rejecting Imam Malik.
Okay, good. Let me show you what he says.
No. Don't run away. Don't run
Wait,
away.
no. You said you reject Imam Malik. Let me show you what he says. Hold on.
We are gonna stick to the topic. Don't run away. He talks about.
Don't run from Imam Malik.
Look, I'm not gonna talk about that.
All right, so this is what all the schools say, friend.
You see the problem with you.
So this is from the Maliki school, guys.
You guys are fair.
Get on that mute button. So this is from Maliki fiqh. Like the idolater said, the prophet, war is established and will endure until the day of judgment. The infidels may be attacked for no other reason than difference of religion. Every school in Islam says you can go out of your way to attack us, friend. So you said you don't reject Imam Malik. Who else do you like? You like Abu Hanifa?
Show me the Arabic text. You're showing me English.
Oh, we can't translate anything.
Of course you don't, because you're bringing up fake stuff.
Who's your daddy in Islam?
Hold on one second.
Is it Imam Shafi?
You first on the previous. Don't be jumping. I don't like jumping.
Yeah, we like real scholars.
About that we are allowed to unalive people. Let me debunk.
So here is a source from Ibn Rushdi, and he goes over this by waging war. He puts all four schools together. Get on that.
Can you stop jumping?
Pretend you're a volcanic island and you're getting ready to provide stones for your vagina in Mecca. So really quick, why wage war? The Muslims agreed the purpose of fighting the people of the book, excluding the Qurayshite people of the book, for one of two things. It is either for their conversion to Islam or the payment of jizya. One of two reasons to wage war, friend. You have no idea what I'm talking about up here.
Are you done?
No, I just got started. I got more. You like Imam Shafi?
I'll give you all the time of the day.
All right. How about Ahmed Ibn Hanbal? You like him?
When I'm ready to debunk you, allow me to debunk you. Peace. Do not mute me.
Sure.
Do not say
I got you, bro.
Let me give you proofs. I have proofs. You don't have proof.
Here,
Show
so
me the words.
Yep. So
he knows more than the scholars, Travis.
Yeah. So Ahmed Ibn Hanbal says this: the deviated, ignorant authors. He's talking about you. Say there is no waging of war in Islam, for it's not an aggressive religion. In fact, it's a religion that advocates only peace. He says this is a fabrication against Islam. Listen to his next statement, everyone. Islam was spread by the sword with regards to those who reject and refuse to accept Islam.
They don't even allow me to talk. They always
You shouldn't talk because you're not a scholar.
This is the problem. These people, they will bring claims and then be jumping all over. You bring up first. Let's finish that first before jumping to another.
So those are two scholars.
Watching
Hold on. Do you know who here? Do you know who?
Do
you know who Abu Hanifa is? Here, don't throw the Salaf under the bus. This is from the Hanafi school. Listen, guys. It says fighting the unbelievers is obligatory, even if they do not initiate it against us. Why is it all four schools say you can go out of your way like barbarous, ravenous animals and attack Christians and Jews, and you're saying you can't?
Give me the Quranic verse that says we should attack people first.
Okay, so now you're not Sunni Muslim anymore.
Bro, you are talking about my religion. Talk about the Quran. I don't care about
James
anybody
brought it
else.
up. 29.
Again, he misunderstood. Abu, I'm going to just ask you again.
Listen.
In the verse, Abu, please, because you're really waffling. Just listen carefully. In the verse when it says, to you, your religion, to me, my religion, is that statement a true verse in the Quran?
Correct.
Okay. Was that verse abrogated or does it exist in the Quran today?
Of course it exists.
Beautiful. Now listen carefully. That means if someone has a different religion, then the Muslim can leave him alone, correct? Because he can have his religion and I can have my religion, correct?
No, leave him alone. Just it's a statement that that's your religion and that's religion.
Yeah, but
Well,
okay,
we
so
can
then you don't.
preach.
Okay, I'm making
We
it
can
simple.
preach
So
you
you
the
don't,
truth.
my man. So
We
then you
cannot
leave
force.
him alone, meaning you don't fight him because he's allowed to have his religion and you allowed to have your religion, correct?
Correct.
And you
But
can live in peace with him,
can I?
correct?
Can you? You see, this is
Wait,
not.
dude, I'm
This,
trying
I'm
to
not a
work
child
with
for you
you
to be
now.
asking me a
I
yes or
have
no.
to
This
be
is a
like Paul
debate.
and dumb
When
myself
you
down to
finish,
listen.
let me break down.
I need you to listen.
According to the Quran.
Listen, please. Because now you've just come to where I want you to go. You've said that basically leave him alone. He has his religion. I have my religion. Meaning that you respect his religion and you respect his choice of religion, correct?
I'm respecting your religion.
Okay, I'm not talking about that. My God, I've got to dumb myself down even more. So in Sahih Bukhari, there was a man that left Islam.
Let's stick to the Quran.
I'm showing you, my man,
let's
I'm
talk
trying
about the
so hard
Quran.
to make myself as stupid as I can so you can understand me. I'm really trying to be as stupid as I can so that you're level 2 for some kind of intelligence. Again, listen to what I'm just saying.
Your intelligence
According
told
to your
you.
religion, it says to you your religion, to me my religion. Yet, Bukhari says, Ali burned some people, and his news reached Ibn Abbas, who said, had I been in his place, I would not have burnt them. Imagine that, mashallah. As the Prophet said, do not punish anybody with Allah's punishment. No doubt, I would have unalived him, for the Prophet said, if anyone, a Muslim, disregards or discards his religion, unalive him. Now my question is, the Quran says, to you your religion, me my religion, but when someone leaves Islam, you unalive them. Why? Which was the lie? Was Islam lying in the Quran or was Muhammad lying in the Hadith?
Can you please provide me the Quranic verse that say that?
So he's Quran only now because we're talking about his religion.
I need the Quranic verse that say that. If you don't have it,
That says what?
That
What?
debunked.
What?
You
That
would
says
want to
what?
make the claim. You know what you're asking
That
about.
says
So
what?
show me the Quranic verse.
What verse am I showing you?
Didn't you ask me a question?
I
Forgot your
asked you
question?
about the Hadith and I compared it to the Quran. I said in the Quran it says there's no compulsion in religion. Surah 2, 256. And then Surah 109, verse 6 says, you shall have your religion and I shall have my religion. Now I'm asking you, why would Muhammad unalive a man that walked away from Islam if the Quran is true that you can have your religion, I can have my religion?
Okay. Done. Provide me the proof from the Quran that says we can analyze.
So he's becoming Quran only.
What did he ask me? I don't know what he said.
It contradicts the Quran, so I'm not going to take it. Next, do you know that your Bible talk about unaliving children?
Are we talking about the Bible right now, friend? Try to focus.
Don't run away. You criticizing my book. Let's talk about your book.
Is the time with the Bible? We will flog you with the Bible. Yeah, we'll flog you with the Bible.
Notice that this is what happens.
Let's go to Psalm 15.
When they expire, this is what happens when they expire.
Strike Amalek and destroy everything.
That's in the Quran.
Including infant. That's in the Bible.
That's in the Quran.
That's in the Quran.
Chapter 5, verse 21 of the Quran. The Amalekites are among the people that.
Can I share my screen?
No, please. It's in your Quran, chapter 5, verse 21. When your God told the Jews to go into the Holy Land and to not turn back to the disbelievers,
viewers, you guys are seeing what they're doing, right?
they were slaughtering the Amalekites.
Viewers, they don't want the truth.
So how is it you became Quran only Muslim in 10 minutes, friend?
Bro, a donkey, unalive a sheep, a child.
Hold on. How did you convert to Quran only Muslim in 10 minutes?
Yeah, what
age?
You hear criticizing my book, you don't even look inwards.
So let me just make it simple for him.
I told you the
truth. Abu, in your Quran, those verses are quoted in your Quran, you absolute idiot. So by going to those verses, you muppet, you are basically telling me that the same contention you have with the Torah and the Injil is the same God claims to have written it has it in the Quran itself. So be careful what you say now, because you're basically pointing fingers at your pagan god in your book that's telling you that he did the same thing.
Okay, if you guys are gonna be, just to like give a plain argument between you and me, do not mute me, explain myself, and then when it's come to you, I'll keep quiet.
Here, I'll do a better
you
job
also
of
need to listen
explaining
to
it.
Best of all.
So, James, if you go to chapter 9, verse 4 and 5 of the Quran, Ibn Kathir addresses the confusion. The peaceful verses in the Quran were abrogated by chapter 9, the sword, Muhammad's final marching orders. Yep, he says every single peaceful verse. Get on that mute button. Here, Ibn Kathir says every peaceful verse in the Quran was abrogated. Every peace treaty, every promise of protection, that the unbelievers have no more guarantee of safety since chapter 9 was revealed.
So let me just explain this to you guys, right? He wants to go to the Amalekites. Guys, in the Quran, Surah 521, Surah 521, Surah 532 to 38, again, 521 to 23, Allah is talking about the Amalekites. In the Quran, the verse that he's talking about in the book of Samuel, the same book that he is attacking is in the Quran. You can't fix stupid. Seriously, you can't fix stupid. I try every day. The only thing that works, I found out, was the same glue was used to put the two halves of the moon together again. That's how you fix stupid. He's attacking the Amalekites because the Quran tells you to wipe them out, the entire generation, including the donkeys, the children, the wives, the grandparents, everyone. This is why we stick to the topic and try not to let it take us somewhere else. That's why I muted him.
Hey, James, I saw Brother Study text me, I'm driving, but chapter 9, verse 120 of the Quran is a command for the... Ibn Kathir says that you're supposed to fight people nearest to you, then the furthest away.
That's right. And that's your neighbors.
Yep. Fight those close to you and then go out of your way to attack others, according to Ibn Kathir in 9:123.
So Naru is saying that I am...
You're a waste, you fam. You're a waste, you.
It's okay, Naru. Now it's your chance. Islam, are you allowed to lie or not?
Bro, you work with the devil, fam. I don't want to hear it from you.
Okay, when you say the devil, is the devil the same one that leads people astray?
Yes.
And now Allah leads people astray. So am I working with Shaitan?
I don't have that.
Hang on. It's a simple question. Are you working with Allah or Shaitan? Because they both lead people astray. Can you tell everybody, who am I working with? Allah or Shaitan?
Wait, first of all, my mic. And second, I don't have that much information, so I don't want to argue with you.
So you came up. So hang on, you came up
just to say
barking like a chihuahua with no bite. I made it quite simple. You said that I am leading people astray. Allah leads people astray. Am I working with Allah?
Bro, who said that Allah leads people astray?
The Quran does. If you open that book, instead of it collecting dust, you'll notice that over and over it says Allah leads people astray.
It's not the right way, fam.
So I know Allah leads people astray, so it's the right way to hell. Surah 1971, every single Muslim will go to hell. Come on, bring some. You come up here with your chest pushed out so far, and you weaker than a twig. In fact, you weaker than the issue that you guys used to beat your wives.
Bro, if you want to argue, you should argue properly.
No, Roar, don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. I think this is something we can all agree on. Jesus says Satan is the father of lies. Can you agree with this? Says with his own mouth, he says Satan is the father of lies. Like, is that something that you guys can agree with?
The dude's tail between his legs.
That's crazy, damn.
Wait, do you agree with that statement? That Satan is the father of lies?
Yo, what? That's crazy.
Well, he would be, right? Who else would be the father of lies?
James, where's your input?
No. Focus. Please answer that question. Satan is in direct opposition to God. He's the father of lies.
Notice why you can't answer the question. You can't answer the question that he's asking you, because you know that in your religion, Allah is a liar, Muhammad is a liar, and he teaches you guys to lie. So hang on a second. You call me weak. Can you tell everyone now that you came up pretending to had a bicep, but you're just as weak as little Aisha was when Muhammad walked in the room. Tell everyone, say, yes, I'm a weak guy. Tell people that. Come on, you came up trying to be a man, but you found out that you're still a little boy.
You're disrespectful.
So
How
there's
is
a
it
lot of
disrespectful? You the one that came up and told me. You called me. You called me out, and now I humbled you.
You don't even know what a waste year means, bro. It's not even that deep.
Okay, again, it's a simple question. If someone is a liar, you trust them?
Bro, I've already told you I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not a scholar.
So look down, pull up your Izzah, and take care. And that's how you do it. They come up trying to flex. They try to flex. Why is it requested again?
God bless you guys. God bless.
What's up, Banku?
Now you guys, I just want to say, how
I'm
do
here to debate you farce.
wait, hold on. How do
If you guys stop dropping me or muting me, we can talk.
Okay, great. We'll let you know when you can talk. Thanks. What's up, Banku? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, how do Buddy request up just to get cooked?
Come up and say I don't have any knowledge.
You guys
Like,
barely cook a child, talk less of
I
me.
ain't got no knowledge. I just wanted to come up here and do what? Show that Allah is a liar.
You're really mean, James. Really mean.
James, you gonna answer that, James?
Come on, man.
I had to come up, bro. I had to come up and say it. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go back down, y'all. God bless y'all.
Hello? Can you hear me?
No, God bless. Oh, Banco, I haven't looked at your message yet, man. I've been a bit. I was busy. I'll go look at it. I know I need to check it. Sorry, I will do.
Are you Sunni, Bandor?
Yeah.
Awesome. So you're not going to turn into Quran only in 3 seconds, are you?
No.
Okay, great. We just want to know up front if you're going to convert today.
No.
All right,
So the
great.
question is a simple one, my brother. It's just Islam. Are you allowed to lie?
Yes.
What do you call someone who tells lies?
What do you mean? What do you tell? There's times you can lie.
What do you call someone that tells lies?
You call someone a liar. That's it, pretty much.
Do you trust a liar?
You could trust someone for any other reasons. It
Do
doesn't
you
matter.
trust a liar?
Yes, I trust you.
Okay, beautiful. So you trust me with what?
With whatever you do, you're good at. Right?
Okay, so you trust me. So, but you wouldn't trust me to be in your home, to be amongst your family, to sit with you at dinner because
Why?
you're afraid of that I might be lying at some
No.
point, correct?
No. If
So
you
you
want to
trust
have
a liar then?
No, I trust.
See, but
You
what do
wanna
you?
have
But
dinner?
what? Okay,
Come
so
over. Come
when
on.
do you trust me? When
What do you
wouldn't you
want?
trust me?
When you speak lies that are, wrong completely.
I said to you.
Purposely
So, for
trying to hurt
example, if I
someone
said to you,
and
you
trying
sound
to make
extremely
do something even more
intelligent.
evil.
If I
Huh?
said you sound extremely intelligent, am I lying to you?
You could be.
And then would you trust me?
I take it as face value, everything that you say.
Okay, so beautiful. In Islam, you
Mhm.
are allowed to lie, and people that lie are called liars. And
Uh-huh.
you said liars, correct?
Okay. I take things as face value. That's pretty much it.
Hey,
Okay, so no, go on.
What's the definition of trustworthy, friend? Since you guys don't know definitions of words and stuff.
Oh, we don't know definitions of words? Is that the case?
Yeah, like child and stuff like that. So
Uh-huh.
what's the definition of being trustworthy?
Trustworthy is someone who speaks the truth and being kind about it. Right? And
okay.
even in those kind parts
Does
of
a
it.
trustworthy person lie?
So hold on. So when you ask if God allows you to lie, there are times where
We
you
didn't
are
ask you if
allowed
God allows you
Look,
to
look,
lie.
look, you want me
But
to?
we didn't do that. We
You're
just
not
trying to
coming.
understand.
No,
Would a
no.
trustworthy
Hold on.
person lie?
You're not. You're cutting me off here. You're not even.
Would a trustworthy person lie?
Yes.
Okay, so everyone is lying then, correct?
Yes, because we're all
Did Muhammad
we're
lie?
all sinners. Well, hold on.
Did Muhammad lie?
You're jumping into
Did
things. One,
Muhammad
we're all
lie?
sinners. Two,
Did Muhammad lie?
You can lie when you're going
Did
saying like,
Muhammad
hey,
lie?
no, he did not. On regards
didn't
to
lie.
regards to religion and God, he did not lie. When it
Beautiful.
comes to
Hang on, brother.
Wait,
Just
no,
go
no,
slowly.
no.
Go slowly.
You can't.
Does Muhammad and Allah? Hang on.
Go, no,
we know, my
you
man.
cannot
my man,
be going
go
around
slowly,
saying,
please. Let's go slowly so we can understand. So if you're just going to be rattling off stuff that has nothing to do with the subject, then we're going to be a bit lost. Now you agree that Allah says you're allowed to lie, and Muhammad allows lies, and Muslims allows lies. How do we know when Allah, Muhammad, or Muslims are being honest and truthful?
They said they're being truthful this time, James. Of course, everyone knows.
Is that a lie?
You're gonna mute me all the time, or are you gonna do whatever?
First time, so stop exaggerating.
No.
Again,
You're not letting me.
Again,
finish.
I'm just trying to understand. Please listen to my
No.
question.
If you, are you gonna let me talk or not?
You can, but if you can answer the question, it would be great.
You're not letting me explain the answer. You're going.
Okay, sure.
Taking
Explain
one
the answer,
person,
please.
That's it.
Sure.
Okay. You are allowed to lie if it means that if a lie can make someone happy. Basically, in regards to, hey, you met your wife and she asks you, hey, you look fat in this dress, and you're gonna say, oh no, she's fat, or you gonna say that, or you're gonna say, no, you look nice, and you don't look fat, and be a lie, right? That's allowed.
That's a lie. Go ahead.
That is a lie. That is a lie, but that is allowed.
Yep. So you're a liar. You're allowed to be a liar to your wife.
Travis, let's give him a chance to lie. We'll let you explain.
You lie about, right?
No, go on. So that's number one. What else can you lie about?
You can lie if you are, concerned about your life and death, and someone comes up to you, say, "Hey, I'm going to kill you because you're X, Y, Z." And unalive. I'm sorry, unalive, and you don't want to get in trouble for it, and you don't want to get unalived. Then you can lie to save your life.
Okay.
Those are only two scenarios you're allowed to lie.
There's three, but it's okay.
What's the? Oh, no, tell me. What's the third?
There's three. You can tell your wife something to please her. You can lie during war, and you can lie in order to bring peace between people. Now, when you lie to your wife and you say, "No, honey, you're not fat," do you think she's blind? She can't see in the mirror that she looks like she's a.
You do that. Do you have a wife? I don't know.
Yes, sir. I'm married, and I tell my wife if she doesn't
don't lie to her at all.
I will say you don't put in a dress. But now here's my question. Stop now and listen carefully now. Pay attention to this. You said your Allah is allows lies. Muhammad allows lies. Muslims lie. Allah lied as well. My question is, how do I know now when Allah, Muhammad, or Muslims are being honest and truthful if they lie so naturally and it's allowed to lie? How do I know when it's the truth?
You are conflating two things. You're going at both the whole, because one person about one thing, because that becomes, he is a liar entirely.
For example, give you an example, man. Let me give you an example.
So it's like saying that if you lie once and that's it, you're a complete liar.
Let me give you an example. I lied that Jesus was crucified. Muslims lied that Jesus wasn't crucified. And you guys want us to believe the lies, while at the same time, you tell us that Muhammad was a true prophet. Now, again, confusion is, Allah lies, Muslims lie, Muhammad lied. When do I know that they're not lying to me?
Because we are not always liars on.
How do I know that? You just said someone that lies is a liar, correct?
Look, just because you lie for things does not make you essentially a
Who is it good
person.
for? So here's a question. Who is it good for? Is it good for the person that's lying or the liar?
How do we know he's not lying?
Same thing. You said the.
Yeah, sorry, you're right. I did the same thing. So who's it good for? The person listening to the lie or the person that's lying?
The person who's listening to the lie on regards to non-essential, non-important things.
Is the crucifixion an important thing?
It is an important thing. So in those regards, hold on. So in regards to frivolous, meaningful things, you can lie about that only to make sure that you're pleasing. Now, in regards to I'm doing work, I'm doing this, and all these other stuff that are more important in your life.
How do we know you're not lying? Hold on. How do we know you're not lying?
Huh?
How do we know you're not lying? This
you don't know. You don't know.
Thank you. This isn't just.
No. I'll tell you. You don't know. You don't know.
Right. So you're lying to us rightfully in Islam.
Sure. You could perceive that as it is.
Wait, could you be lying to bring between us right now?
No.
Wait, you can't. Muhammad said you
You could
can.
be lying.
Look, because I have no reasons to appease you.
I don't
guys.
care. But if you're allowed to lie to us in this,
hold on.
If you're allowed to lie to us in this instant, how can we take anything you say as to being truthful?
Let me give you an example, my man. I'm going to read a hadith for you, and tell me what is the benefit or the wisdom of.
Hold on. Can I just answer that? Look, when it comes to the lying, right? You have to have a benefit out of it, gains out of it. On this TikTok, whatever. I have zero gains out of you guys doing anything. I don't care if you
doing bid'ah for your guy. Bringing people to Islam would be an awesome gain, right?
What?
Bringing people to Islam would be an awesome gain, right?
That is not my choice. That is upon you. If you want to
you're here to defend. Is your choice,
right?
Telling lies is your choice, and you chose to lie. Travis, you got a lot of background music. You chose to be a liar, and if I become, for example, you lie to me and listen, come to Islam. Jesus is a Muslim. That's a lie. In Islam, when you come into Islam, you will get all the benefits of everything and 72 versions, yada yada yada, and you bring me to Islam, and then I find out, one, Jesus is not Muslim, and two, I can't leave Islam because if I leave, I will be unalive. But you didn't tell me that, but that's lying omission. So you lied to me again. My question again is, you lied, Muhammad lied, and Allah lies, and I never know when it's the truth. Now, forgive me, give you an example. I want you to tell me if this is in time of war. This is narrated from Sahih Bukhari, hadith number 369. It says, Muhammad says, who is willing to unalive Ka'b bin al-Ashraf, who hurt Allah and his apostle? Now you think it's in war, or he took something and he attacked. Doesn't matter. Thereupon Muhammad bin Masalama got up and said, Allah's apostle, would you like me to unalive him? Muhammad said, yes, Muhammad bin Masalama. Then he said, allow me to say a false thing, that is to deceive Ka'b. Muhammad said, you may say it. So in order to unalive someone, Muhammad allows people to lie. So Allah allows lying, Muhammad allows lying, Muslims lie. How do I know that you are telling me the truth now?
So there's multiple things on this, right? You say that I'm trying to convert you to Islam and said that you will come and get 72 versions. Can you just make the claim that I did not say any of that?
No, you didn't say any of that. I was giving an example. Is lying a sin? Is lying a sin?
Lying is a sin. Yes.
Okay, so when you say lying is a sin and then Allah is telling you to lie, is Allah asking you to sin?
Allah is not asking you to, Allah is not the one telling you to lie in here.
Oh my God, who's the one asking you to sin?
No one's asking you to sin. We are sinners.
You just said that lying is allowed in Islam. Who allows lying in Islam? Shaitan?
That's not how it works.
Tell me how it works. Who allows lying?
In the basis
in
of
Islam?
free will, right? It's not like
you
God,
have no free will in Islam.
Yes,
Again, answer the question. Who is it that is allowing Muslims to lie?
Now you have lied. That's saying that Islam doesn't have free will.
It tells you in the Quran that everything is predestined. Predestined is the opposite of free will. But
even though it's predestined, that is still free will in regards to it. You are judged upon the actions of
my man, please.
You are lying on that. So of course,
your
when you
Quran
say
says there is. Okay, watch this. Watch this. One question to you. One question. Can I become a Muslim now if Allah doesn't will it?
No, you cannot. You cannot be Muslim.
So I don't have free will. It's by the will of Allah. Moving on. Moving on.
That's not how free will works. Again,
who is it that is allowing? My man, focus. Who is it that allows lying in Islam? Is it Allah or Shaitan?
Yes, he allows it because he wills it. If you sin, he wills your sin.
So Allah wills everything. You to sin.
Correct.
Beautiful. What is the job of Satan?
Satan is his jobs for Satan is basically to misguide people to not believe in one God.
Okay, to misguide people. Does misguiding cause you to sin?
Misguiding can make you commit sin regardless.
Beautiful. So watch this now. Allah and Satan do the same thing by misguiding people and causing you to sin, correct?
Okay, go ahead. I'm going to grant you that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so tell me, why do I need Satan if it does the job of Satan?
Why do you need Satan? You don't need Satan. Satan exists
Yeah,
regardless
why does Satan exist if we have Allah and he does the job of the devil? Why does
What do you mean
Satan
he does the
exist if
job of the
Allah does
devil?
his job?
Now you're putting hierarchy on
Listen
a
carefully.
creation and
You
deity.
said that
Again,
Satan
this
leads
goes
people
on regards
astray,
to
correct?
what is the controller, what is the creator. Now
You
God is
said
creating, he
Allah.
controls
You
everything.
said that that Satan leads people astray, correct?
Yes. This
And
again,
Satan causes
you see,
you to
your
sin,
thing.
correct?
Yeah, hold on. Your question doesn't work because you have absence of free will. If you
Again,
understand what
forget
free
about your
will
free will
is,
because again,
that's
I
how
can
it works.
debunk that as well. I'm asking you very clearly now. In Islam, listen carefully. Satan leads you astray. Satan causes you to sin, correct?
Satan whispers into your ears, and you are the one who does the action upon doing the sin. Okay,
Beautiful.
that
That's
is
even worse. That's even worse. But watch
You
now.
are the
I'm
one
trying to
who
get
is
somewhere. I'm trying to get
becoming-
somewhere, but you're stopping me from getting there because you understand, according to Islam, Allah leads people astray and Allah causes people to sin, correct?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so if Satan does it and Allah does it, we can straighten out the picture because Allah does the job of the devil and of Allah.
Is the argument that if evil was created by God, if that's the case, then yes,
No, I
evil.
didn't ask you if evil
No,
was
no,
created
this
by
this
God.
seems to be a
Something
deeper
that's
meaning
created
of
is
that.
fine, but who is making you commit sin?
You are committing those sins.
So who is allowing you to commit the sin of lying?
God.
Oh, beautiful. So ladies and gentlemen, 200 people here and over 100 and something on YouTube. You've heard it right here
Yes,
now.
God wills
We've
it.
now understood from a Muslim that
again,
Allah
no, no, no.
himself is the
No.
one that gives you or causes you to commit the sin
No,
of
no, no, that's not
lying
cause you. No,
because
no, hold on,
Allah
hold on.
himself
Hold
is
on,
a
no,
liar.
no, no,
Muhammad
no.
is a
There's no
liar
cause in
and
this.
Muslims are allowed to lie. MashaAllah.
No, there is. You have added words into what I've said.
Not
Allah
just what
does
you
not
said.
cause.
I summarized.
No. You misrepresented it like a liar.
I summarized Islam.
No,
Tell me
no.
which did I say that's wrong?
That Allah guide you to sin. Allah does not guide you to sin.
Who is the one that guide you to sin, allow you to sin, makes
Allow
you
and
sin?
guide, not
Who
the
is the
same
one
thing.
that makes you commit adultery? Okay, is adultery evil?
Yes.
Okay, who is the one that makes people do evil?
Who is the person that makes you do evil?
Yeah,
What do
who
you-
makes you do evil? Someone evil makes you evil, correct?
You do evil. You
So
are
we do
you
evil.
are upon you are judged. You are to be judged upon your own actions.
Beautiful. So when I commit adultery, this is because of my own lust and desires, correct?
Mhm.
No one else is making me do it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Sahih Muslim.
Mhm.
Allah. Am I Allah? Verily, Allah has fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in. Who is the one making you commit adultery?
You are committing adultery.
Okay, let me read it again. Verily, I fixed the very portion of adultery which I will indulge in. Does that make more sense to you? Is that better? Am I
You're
Allah?
not- No.
Am I
You-
Allah?
No, you're not Allah.
Am I Allah?
You're not God.
So let's read it again. Who is the one that fixes the portion of adultery?
Look, just something
Who
happened.
is the one
Okay,
that
you're not.
fixes the portion of adultery?
Are you going to let me?
It's on the screen. I'm helping you. Who?
No.
is the one-
No. I'm trying to answer the question for you.
It's a simple. It's on the screen. Who
God
is the
has
one
fixed
that
a
makes you
portion.
commit
Yeah.
adultery?
God has
Say
fixed
God.
a
Say Allah.
portion.
Allah is not God. Say Allah.
Allah is God. You
Okay,
now
he's
see that's
what?
a lie. They don't-
So
See, here's
Allah
here's
has
another
fixed
the
the
third
very
lie today.
portion
Right
of
here.
adultery.
Third lie here. You just said. You said it's not God.
When
In
you
Arabic,
take the
it's not
shahada,
God.
watch this. When you take the shahada, doesn't it say there is no God but?
Correct. There's no God but God.
No, it doesn't say that. It says
What
there's
it
no
means.
God but
That is,
Allah.
Again, that's what you don't understand. You're not
Okay.
understanding. Lie number 4.
So hang on. What is the name of Allah?
Allah is
What is
Allah.
Allah's
Allah
name?
means God.
No, it just means God. I asked you what's his name.
That is his name.
So his name is its.
Yes.
Okay, so if I went to a pagan and I said, "Do you believe in God or do you believe in Allah?" and they say yes, then that's the same Allah?
If they said that, but they will not answer that. They'll say, I believe in multiple gods.
No, I wouldn't say that. If there was for example, a black stone sitting in, for example, a little square building, and I said to them, do you believe that's God? And they said, yeah, that's my Allah. And I said, so you believe in Allah? So the black stone to them is Allah, correct?
Yeah, sure. You would take that as face value.
Okay, so because it's just a general name, there's no meaning to the name. It's just
right.
But if you break it down, Allah, what is La?
I don't know. I don't know Arabic.
So who is Ilah? When you say Bismillah, who's the Allah?
It's still Allah.
So Allah is Ilah.
Yes.
So hang on a second. Who's dyslexic?
It's Arabic on that
Okay,
regard.
so Allah is not Arabic, but Ilah is Arabic.
What do you mean Arabic? Ilah is not Arabic. Who said
I'm
that?
asking you, is Ilah Arabic?
No. Who said that?
I'm asking you, is Allah Arabic?
Ilah is Arabic.
And what is Allah?
Arabic.
So they're both the same Arabic, correct?
Yes.
So Ilah and Allah is the same thing. So if I said that Ilah is my God, is that true?
Because, again, you want to go into Arabic.
Is Ilah the God of Islam?
You want to go into Arabic.
Is Ilah the God of Islam?
Ilah is still it's like a conjecture.
Is Ilah the God of Islam?
Okay, I don't know why you don't want to listen to me teaching you Arabic on this. Like,
you don't know Arabic.
Why aren't you answering him?
I did.
James, can I ask a real life scenario when you get done?
Sure, bro, I'm done. He's about to get.
Yeah. So if you cheat on your wife and
I don't cheat
she
on my
asks you
wife.
if you, no, I'm just saying hypothetically.
Not like Muhammad.
Yeah. So let's say hypothetically you cheat on your wife and she asks you if you've ever cheated on her. Are you allowed to lie to her in order to bring peace?
No.
Why not?
Well, if you've lied, who are you lying to, regardless?
Wait, if you don't mind, why aren't you allowed to lie to her in order to bring peace? This is one of the criterions in which you can lie.
Okay. This is you are conjecturing two things. You were going and saying, are you allowed to, and are you going to? Now you.
No, I'm asking you, are you allowed to?
No. You are.
Friend, don't turn my question into a Dr. show, friend. Stop psychoanalyzing everybody. If you cheat on your wife, she asks you in order to bring peace between you and her, is this one of those scenarios in which you can lie to her?
If you lie to her, you will get sinned because you have already committed a sin for it.
But aren't you allowed to in order to bring peace between people?
Again, is that a serious matter? Did you cause a serious problem? You just took me saying you can lie to your wife because it makes you peace.
In this criterion, wouldn't you be lying to her to bring peace or to tell her something that pleases her?
Again, I told you that.
Why are you guys always up here freestyling?
I told you that if you're lying for major things like such as works or anything like that, then of course those are not good. Those are all sinful.
Does he say that you can lie in order to please your wife? I don't know where you're getting this major and minor.
Let me say
because you don't know anything in regards to this. Again, because you lie.
What it says. It said something the man tells his wife to please her. So by not upsetting her and telling her that he's nothing more, that he's a cheat, that's to please her, correct?
Look, again, that goes into something major, right? You are doing
major.
No, I'm trying to give you. I'm talking about if someone talking about comparing. Hey,
okay, let's use the example. Let's use that the rat boy Ali on Muhammad Hijab, the meat sack said. He said if he marries another woman somewhere else, he doesn't have to tell his wife about it.
I don't.
Marriage of halala.
Hold on. One, I don't have to. I'm not here to defend other people's actions on their own.
Well, let's talk about halala. Don't worry about them. Talk about halala.
Well, I don't know.
Halala allowed or not?
What?
Halala. Is it allowed or not?
What's halala?
When you have a hotel wife, someone like Mutta, you go do something with them in a hotel, you marry them, you pay them, and you leave them afterwards.
Mutta is forbidden.
Show me where it's forbidden.
It was abrogated in.
It was abrogated.
It was abrogated. It's in the hadith.
Show it to me.
I can't pull up the hadith, man.
There we go.
Look, it is. Look, you asked me if I'm Sunni. Sunni standpoint is that Mutta is not allowed. It's forbidden.
Yeah, that's what they say. But
what do you mean? That's what they say.
Abrogated after Muhammad, correct?
You are now lying. You are lying. You are lying.
Was it abrogated after Muhammad died?
No, it was abrogated during the time of the Prophet.
So show that to me.
Yes, that's where the hadith is.
Show it to me. I'll get. Watch this. Go down. Find it. request again. So now we know, guys, a new Muslim comes exactly the same thing. Yes, lying is allowed in Islam. So every Muslim has agreed.
The reason I asked that question, because Imam Shafi said, yes, you can lie to your wife if you cheated on her, because it would benefit, it would please her, and it would keep the family together. So you would be lying for a greater good, and he says it's okay if you don't tell her. So they insert. They're doing bit in their own hadith, man. What major or minor?
Yeah, you have that in the Alliance of the Traveler. Like if you, for example, if you have obligatory goal, for example, defending Islam is obligatory. So if you cannot defend Islam by using the truth, then it's obligatory for you to lie to defend Islam. It's in the Alliance of the Traveler. It's actually very famous part of that book.
Nurul, are you a Muslim?
Oh, good afternoon.
Afternoon, brother. You're Muslim?
Javon.
Afternoon, brother.
Yes, please, I'm listening.
Okay, today we've learned by many Muslims, man, that you can lie in Islam. Do you agree with all the other Muslims that lying is okay?
I just joined you right now. But I just have a question for you.
But why would you just
One second, brother,
request
please.
if you just came up? I'm trying to understand, man.
No, I came to ask a question that I don't understand, but I think you can explain it for me.
Hopefully it's with the topic. If it's not with the topic, we can come back another day. So what is the question? The question is,
or maybe if you are not happy with it, can you accept debate with me?
My
To
man,
go on debate.
focus on the topic, please.
Bro,
I'd
you
like
can
to engage in the topic.
Bro, you got 10 words in your vocabulary, and you're up here challenging people
You
to debate.
welcome me to go on with my questions.
James, can I have big
I have
screen?
like 2, 3, 4 questions.
Listen to this, guys. Islam. If you can, in fact, commit your remaining monogamous and faithful to your wife from now on, then you should not tell her about your actions. You cheated on her. Do not tell her. Why? Because it goes on and it quotes the hadith about lying in order to bring peace between you and your wife. Do not tell your wife you cheated on her. Do not tell her about it.
Okay, let me just get this guy again. I'm not sure what he's doing, what he's saying, because
Travis,
I can't understand him.
Check the message,
Nurul,
please. I send you my Telegram.
Nurul, can you just focus on the topic for 2 seconds? Are you here to engage in the topic or not?
What's the topic?
Why the hell would you request if you don't know the damn topic? You guys are so thick. The topic is lying in Islam allowed or not?
Let me tell you, the main purpose of me to come up, I heard you explaining that why Muslims say Bismillah. That la.
Okay. So you heard that, but that's not what I'm brought you up for. I asked you now vaguely. I'm asking
I can see the conversation
about the topic. Would you like to engage in the topic?
Wait, please. I'm not happy with how you are engaging the people here. That's why I said I have questions for you. But
so ask the question, please. Ask the question.
My question is like 2, 3, up to 4. Should I go on?
Yeah, please get to the point. Please move on.
Okay. I read the Bible and I confirm that Muhammad is in the Bible.
Beautiful. Can you just tell me 1 second before you go? Did you find in the Quran it says you will find the name Ahmed in the Bible? So you find Ahmed in the Bible?
I don't understand you.
The Quran says we will find his name Ahmed in the Bible. Can you tell me, was Muhammad called Ahmed?
Was mentioned Ahmed there.
Yeah, but can you show me where can I go anywhere that Muhammad is called Ahmed?
You know,
logically
and psychologically,
and
you know, the Bible today was preserved in English.
Okay.
And
where do I go
agree
to find
both
Muhammad
me
called
and you.
Ahmed?
both of us agreed that
Where
Jesus
can I
doesn't
go
speak English.
to find that Muhammad is called Ahmed?
I'm bringing this. Are you agree with this?
Where do I go to find Muhammad is called Ahmed? Did the Sahaba call Muhammad Ahmed?
Well, theologically, biologically,
What is the meaning of Muhammad?
That's not what I'm asking you. Muhammad has a name that refers to Jesus, the praised one. The praised one. That's not my question again. How you guys are slow, man. Gee whiz. Can you tell me what chapter and verse did you find Muhammad?
In the Bible.
What chapter and verse did you find Muhammad?
I'm not happy the way you are engaging me here.
Where do I go to go and find Muhammad in the Bible?
You are doing it. You won't make it.
Stop crying.
Oh
I
my
had bigger
gosh.
gonads than you. Where do I go to find Ahmed in the Bible?
Are you sure with your belief? Can you accept debate with me?
Get it. Show me where do I go to find
choose a topic.
Ahmed in the Bible?
Mr. James, right?
Oh my gosh, dude, I'm trying to with you. Show me the verse that talks about Ahmed.
Number one.
Don't drop him.
Did you speak English? Jesus didn't speak English. Abi, right?
I'm asking you, what languages do you speak?
And what is the meaning
what
of Muhammad?
Other languages do you speak? Because you're
Muhammad?
quite bad in understanding English. What other languages do you speak? Because I want you to show me the verse in the Bible that I can go to find Ahmed. Where do I go? Chapter and verse.
Okay, we should go in the book of Solomon.
In the book?
5,
okay, beautiful. Stop for a second. The Quran tells us, my man,
in the real language of Jesus,
we'll go there, we'll get there. Wait, listen carefully. The Quran says that we will find Muhammad in the Torah and the Injil, correct?
Yes.
Beautiful. Is the Book of Solomon in the Torah or the Injil?
Oh, I got you. Okay, we should go in the book of Genesis.
Hang on.
Let's go in the book
I got you, James.
Are you not believing in the Bible?
You know,
wait, are you not believing in the Bible? The Bible is the book the Christians.
Quran makes a
the Bible is the
claim.
book.
Hang on, my brother, please don't jump. The Quran makes a claim. We will find Ahmed in the Torah or the Injil. Ask you a simple question.
Give me reference.
Give me Song of Solomon.
Where reference? Where Quran said we are going to find Ahmed in the Torah and the Injil. Reference.
One
where
second.
Quran says
we will find the unlettered prophet.
Reference.
Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Get on that mute button. Chapter 7, verse 157.
Out. Let everyone read it, please.
Yeah, I'm going to show it to you.
Where Quran said we are going to see Ahmed in the Torah and the Injil.
Okay, so watch this now. We're going to bring them together because look what it says. Surah 7, 157 says this. And then we'll go to the word Ahmed. But what it says, those who follow the messenger, the prophet of the common people, who they will find written down with them in the Torah and the Injil. Okay?
Okay, right.
So where will we find him? In the Torah. Hang on, bro. Please, man. Please. It tells us we'll find him in the Torah and the Injil. Now, hang on a second.
Okay, right. But the reference now you quoted doesn't Ahmed.
Wait, it's okay.
It doesn't mention the Song of Solomon, friends.
The reference you quoted now doesn't Ahmed.
Brother, wait.
Fine. Now the reference now you quoted said that.
Listen. Surah 61, 661, Surah 61 says that, let me see, no, 661, it is 61.6.
You are deviating from the question.
No, hang on, we're not deviating, I'm putting things together. something
you
Muslims
quote,
don't know what to do. Let's go to 61:6.
claimed
Hang
now
on,
that
brother.
the
Hang on. Stop panicking. 61. Listen carefully, guys. And when Jesus, son of Mary, said, "Children of Israel, I am indeed the messenger of Allah to you, confirming the Torah that is before me and giving you tidings of a messenger who shall come after me, whose name shall be Ahmed."
now. And you see, you deviate from the question.
No, I
You
put them
claimed,
together. Amen.
wait. You
Right.
claimed that Quran said that those who follow Ahmed, which was mentioned in their books, the Torah and the Injil. I said you should give me reference where the Quran said Ahmed was mentioned in the.
That wasn't James's argument. Was that it says
So now you
Injil.
deviate from the word of Jesus in the Quran.
Okay,
Are
for
you
everyone to
are you
understand,
agree?
break
You
it down
agree that?
again.
Are you agree that?
Let me,
are you
my man. What I did was I showed you.
agree now that you made a mistake?
Hush.
Are you agreeing now that you
Shut it and listen. I showed you two verses.
agree the
One
mistake?
that claims that you find Ahmed in the Torah and the Injil. Correct or not?
Reference where Quran said you are going to find in the Torah and the Injil.
Okay. When I read you the first verse, 7:57, what did it say?
Read it out. The quotation of
I'm
Jesus.
asking you
That's where
again.
Jesus is
What
talking.
did 7:157 say?
That is the quotation of Jesus.
I'm asking you again. What
Understand?
did 157 say?
See, for the sake of argument, we should prove it out that Muhammad was mentioned in the Bible. Muhammad is his name.
Let me
Does
try
it
again.
say the Bible or
And
Torah
the
and
Quran
Injil?
said, "Allazina yattabi'una ar-rasul."
Okay, let me read the again. 7:157 says, "Those who find the messenger, the prophet of the common folk, whom they find written down with them in the Torah and the Injil or the Gospel." So it's talking about you'll find him written down in the Torah and the Gospel. Then in 61:6 it says, "And when Jesus of Mary said, 'Children of Israel, I am indeed the messenger of God coming to you to confirm the Torah that is before me, and giving good tidings shall be Ahmed.'" Now, if you look to the verse and understand the first verse, it means that Ahmed will come after Muhammad, and he was mentioned by Jesus, and we should find him in the Torah and Injil. Now, can you give me the Quran, the Bible verses where I can find that prophet?
Good. Now, the Quran said, those who follow the prophets, which was mentioned in the Torah and the Injil, that first verse doesn't mean Ahmed. So the
Okay, so
prophet
there's
that
two
was
prophets.
mentioned,
Hang on.
please, you are
two
talking now.
prophets?
I don't.
My man, is there two prophets then? Are you saying there's two?
Are you muting me?
Because I'm
Why
trying
you
to talk to you, but you're not listening. Are we
Yes,
talking about? Are we talking about two
talking
prophets?
now? I keep mute.
Are we talking about
Allow me to talk.
Are we talking about two different prophets? Two different messages to come. What are you saying?
Please, when I'm talking, please come mute and allow me to talk.
You're
More
missing the
lies coming,
argument.
guys.
Why are
James,
you your
James,
people?
here, let me hear. Narul, whether it be Muhammad specifically by name or his description.
Why are you deceiving your people?
Here, let me help you.
I want
so
to
whether Muhammad's specific name or his description, where does it tell you that you can find him? The Torah and the Injil, correct?
You know what? The Bible
Just give us the verse.
Answer the
Just
question.
give us the verse, please. Travis, let this idiot talk. Give us the
Let me
verse. I'm
talk
giving
now.
you. Look,
You
I'm
know,
going to give you a
you
timer.
know that I will use all your lies.
I'm giving you 1 minute. 1 minute. Give me the verses. 1 minute. Where do I go to find Muhammad in the Bible or the Torah or the Injil? Give it to me. 1 minute. Chapter and verse.
Now we should go in the Song of Solomon.
Okay, is that in the Torah or the Injil?
but you
Is that the
deviate
Torah
from
or
there.
the Injil?
Then we should go
Is
in the
that the
book
Torah
of
or the
wait.
Injil?
We should go.
Is
We
that
should go
the
in the
Torah
book
or
of
the
Habakkuk.
Injil?
Let's go
Is
in the
that the
book of
Torah
Habakkuk.
or the Injil?
Answer the question.
See these people.
Answer the question.
Is that, guys, we must hold them to the lies that they give. Another lie. He claimed and he lied, right? Now, because he lied, I have to hold him there. This is why this is not debates. This is a conversation. If he's claiming it's in the Torah, then go to the Torah. If he says it's in the Injil, go to the Injil. I will not allow more lies on my stage, even though these guys are allowed to lie.
I just came up here to
bless you,
say
bro.
peace. God bless you.
Hey, Scott. God bless, bro.
Cool at this kufar here. What's up, bro?
Is that the homie Sasha? What's up, Sasha?
What's
Long
up, bro?
time,
Long
bro.
time no see, bro.
Like, well, definitely.
So the guy came back up, Bandur.
Yeah, what's up? What's up? So I just I do wanna discuss this topic, but can I go back to the conversation you had with the previous guest?
Sure, bro. You can take us there.
Yeah. So the verse you brought up says that Jesus said that messenger who will come after me, whose name will be Ahmad. It doesn't say that this is in the scriptures we have today. You lied there, or you misquoted really bad.
Yaqub 7:157 says that we will find the prophet mentioned in the Torah.
Yeah, but not by Ahmad. That was your claim.
So then there's a messenger as Ahmed. So is it two different people that we expect?
Yeah. So
Wow.
Your first argument was that Ahmad was mentioned by name. You asked the guest, where is Ahmad explicitly in the scriptures? So now I'm correcting you and saying the Quran doesn't say that the name Ahmad is in the scriptures.
This is why I said whether it be description or specific name, friend.
1 second, let me finish.
We've already cleared this out.
So the verse, Jesus.
I don't mind being corrected. But then I want to know now, when he took me to the Solomon, is that in the Torah or the Injil?
Yeah, I didn't brought up the Song of Solomon.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, do you know if that's in the Torah or the Injil?
The Song of Solomon in the Torah nor Injil.
Okay, beautiful. So then when you apply or appeal to something that has nothing to do with the price of eggs in the market, then it really is not relevant.
Yeah,
right?
but the Quran does claim that the Prophet is mentioned in the scriptures we have today when Allah talks to the Jews and says
beautiful.
that the Prophet is described within the Torah.
Well, that's the question I want to know. But that's another lie that Allah made Muslims believe, that Muhammad made the Muslims believe.
Yeah, sure. Let's
that
argue
Muslims
this.
believe. So, because when we go to these verses that you guys bring up, whether it's the Torah, or even Song of Solomon, I would have gone there had he been honest about it. My point is that because you guys have been lied to, and lies are okay in Islam, and that's the only way to do dawah is to lie to people to bring them to Islam, we are stopping the lie in its track. Now, I'm saying to you that nowhere in any of our books is Muhammad mentioned or even his description. None of it, unless you're looking at someone as the false prophet.
Yeah, so go to Isaiah 42.
So oh my God, Isaiah, you want to really go to Isaiah 42?
Yeah.
Is that the Torah of the Injil?
Absolutely. Let's go.
Wait, hold
by
on.
one. You just said
Torah of the Injil.
Don't mute me when I'm
You're not muting, guys. Listen to my question.
Listen, it's
Is
these all.
Listen,
These are
please,
board.
Yaqub.
Yeah, Haywan. It's these are board.
Yaqub.
I said. I answered you.
Kalb, listen. Was that Torah or the
Yo,
Injil?
you learned one Arabic word. You're proud of yourself.
He said it's the Zabor. It's the Psalms. Very cute.
Yeah.
Very cute. Very cute.
Yeah, very cute. So please.
Is the Psalms in the
please,
Torah?
before
or
you
the
scream like a headless chicken,
Is the
please
Torah?
listen.
Bro.
If you before
is it in the Torah or
before
the
you
Injil?
scream like a headless chicken, you must.
Hold on. I'm on your side, Yaqub. James, you know for darn sure that Isaiah is in the Zabor. So why You know that Isaiah is in the Psalms. If you lie one more time, look, I can't allow you to. As your Christian brother,
James.
And by the way, it's Ahmad. It's Ahmad
You
is
said
God the
it,
Muhammad.
no,
in the
listen,
Quran.
I
you made a
apologize. It
claim.
is in the Psalms. It isn't. My apologies.
Yeah, your apologies. Okay.
Is Isaiah or
Before
the Injil?
screaming, let me teach you a lesson. Before screaming like a headless chicken, first
The chicken
listen.
that holds up your God's throne?
It's okay.
So God created a human. What are you
Guys,
talking
everyone,
about?
hang on a second, please.
Dude, your
I
God
said,
is humiliated by Rome.
Yakub, I apologize, please.
Your God killed.
I'm
What are you
asking,
talking about?
brother, I'm apologizing. Please, humble. Let me apologize. I made a mistake. I forgot that Isaiah is in the Zabur. My mistake. Please forgive me. Let's continue.
Sure, okay. Travis Lee, you're killed by Romans, by the way.
Here, your God never
Muhammad was penetrated by
lived.
Jews.
You say? Sorry, I got a phone call. My God was unalive, but he resurrected. Your God, yeah, your God lived.
I just want to say thank you to Scott for reminding me. I'm mistake, guys. I forgot that the Isaiah is in the Zabur. Sometimes I get carried away. So for those that read the Zabur, please know that when you get to Isaiah, the book of Isaiah, I made a mistake and asked if it was in the Torah or the Injil. So
This dude up here and make the same mistake the other dummy made.
We will forgive you this time, but next time pay attention what we're talking, brother.
he went to Isaiah 42. He said Isaiah 42. Don't understand why you guys understand it's Isaiah 42 that's in the Zabur is talking about Muhammad. So if any one of you guys ever think that, make it make sense, you guys don't get it. So
he said so strongly. He said, it's in the Zabur. It's in the Zabur. I said, oh, okay. He knows something.
And you know what?
You all miss hikmah.
He believes, he's walked off thinking that he humbled me and he taught me because he's going to go, I showed him, man. I showed him. He thought
He about to go start
something.
he about to go start a YouTube channel. I bet James.
I took him to the Zabur and showed him Isaiah.
Did he really say that the Zabur was Isaiah?
Yes, bro.
Yes.
James, can you time this? Like, can we make a clip out of this dude?
Well, actually, you should, because he was, too what is proud. I think it's proper English with proud.
I'm sorry, I triggered this dude. Sasa, I triggered him when I reminded him that a headless chicken holds his God's throne up.
Oh, did I? That was they will tell like it's not true. This did I send you that you have 13th century depiction of the Muhammad night journey with the Allah and with this big rooster below the throne.
We know about the rooster that holds up his curtsy.
Yep. Yeah.
Guys, did you know that the white
they believe in this stuff?
Did you know that the white cap that the Muslims wear on their head, it's also called taqiyya?
No.
It's Arabic, it's actually called taqiyya. So they have lies on their head. They literally walk around with something that's teaching them to lie. But let's continue.
You definitely clip that though. That's gonna be hilarious.
Travis, bro, I Telegram here. I think in your messages you will see it.
I'll check it as soon as I get time in. But
no, it's here in your messages.
Okay, so Badur, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Man, let's just focus on the topic. I find it troubling that you guys are so okay with lies and liars.
It's not about okay.
No, you are okay with it because you guys are telling us that you can.
No.
You will say, for example, when Muhammad told a man to lie just so that he can unalive someone, that's not a good thing.
Look, again, you're going into the whole regards to what is God's will, and that is a problem that you don't understand.
I don't understand God's will is, but you understand what God's will is?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell everyone, since you understand, what is the will of Allah?
Will of Allah is everything that is actionably done.
Say
So
again?
anything that is actionably done, executed.
Yeah, but we have
So
a
like
dilemma now.
you talking is because of the will of Allah. Talking is by the will of Allah.
My brother.
Yeah.
So when you say that everything is done by the will of Allah, when you
Yes.
unalive a person, it's by the will of Allah?
Yes.
Okay, so when you unalive a person, is that a good thing or?
That depends upon the situation.
Okay, so for example, we know that when a Muslim drives his car into a crowd of people, as they do, is that by the will of Allah?
Allah willed it, but does not mean that Allah allowed it. Like is permitted. It is not permissible. Okay.
What?
That is the thing. What do you mean? What? You
say it's
are
not permissible?
again. This
It
goes
was
with the whole.
permissible because it happened.
No, this goes on the whole understanding of what God's will is and what free will
Okay, is
is.
God's will, hang on, according to the Quran, is God's will that everyone should follow him and be Muslim?
No.
It's not.
No.
Oh, hang on a second, man. According to the Quran and the Hadiths, isn't it that everyone should become Muslim? That
Everyone should,
follow
but not
Allah
everyone
alone?
will. He even said that not everyone will.
Okay, so hang on a second. When the verse says that you must fight them until they believe in Allah alone.
That is again a go towards the pagans and fight a war.
Yeah, but again, to him his religion, to me my religion.
What do you mean?
The Quran also says him be his religion and to be me be my religion.
Yeah,
The Quran says
but that
there's
is
no
again
compulsion in religion.
again this. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. So this again that goes upon when you're being attacked.
It
and you're
doesn't say that.
No,
It doesn't say that.
that was what the verse was during. That's when the verse
Okay,
was
have
coming.
you heard of education?
Yes.
Okay, was the verse 2:256 and Surah 109:6
Yeah,
were they abrogated?
I don't know the verses off the top of my. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
well let me tell you that those verses were abrogated. And do you know what replaced those verses?
With what?
9:5.
Okay,
Now, do you know what Surah 9:5 says?
go ahead.
Surah 9:5 says, and then when the sacred months have passed, slay the idolaters wherever you find them, and take them captive and besiege them, and prepare for them each an ambush.
And how do you know that you gone from Surah 2 to Surah 9 as being number 9 being the abrogated one?
Because that's what it does when you go through the scholars of Islam, when you go through the list of abrogations
So,
and
if
what
that was-
replaces. So watch this, hang on. Which came first, Surah 9 or Surah 14?
I don't know.
Okay, so again, in the Quran, if you go to the Quran and you read the Quran and to the list of the sequence of revelation, so when you go to the Quran itself and you check to see what the Quran sequence is, it tells you clearly that let me tell you this, Surah 9 was supposed to be, actually it's number 100 and 1 second.
So
sequence of revelation. It was 112.
So is
was actually one of the last revelations to come to us, correct?
so is your argument that we're good Muslims by not killing you guys?
Exactly. Well, your Quran tells you that. Fight
So
them
that-
until
that
they
is
all
your-
be.
So you're saying that we are all bad Muslims?
Yes.
Exactly. Thank you, my man.
That's
You
what
hit the
you're,
nail
that
on the
is your
head,
logic
finally.
on this.
Say again?
That's your argument in this, huh?
That's what your
No, of
scholars
course.
say.
Prove me
That's
wrong.
what my scholar.
Prove me
1400
wrong.
years of people doing is just
Prove
killing
me
one
wrong,
another,
brother.
right?
Yeah,
Prove
you're
me
lazy.
wrong.
Lazy.
I'm here to prove you wrong. So I
No. Prove me wrong.
no, okay.
Seriously. Prove me wrong. Show me a verse in your Quran that it says to live in peace and love your neighbor.
Okay, so when it goes to that, or to the surah, I believe it was 2, or I forgot. It was like if you have to make peace with them, then make peace with them and live with them, because that is much better than killing them.
No. This actually
Yes.
says no. Let me teach you what taqiyya is. Right? Let me teach you what taqiyya is.
You do not know what.
Can you?
taqiyya
What is taqiyya?
Taqiyya is when you are, as a Muslim, are in danger of your life, and to save your life, you need to lie, because you are again about
So
to.
you
be
are
killed.
in
and
a
you are allowed
Western
to lie.
country, correct?
Huh?
You're living in a Western country.
Of course.
Now, in Islam, are you allowed to have Christians and Jews as friends?
I do have Christians and Jews as
Are
friends.
you allowed to have Christians and Jews as friends in Islam?
Yes.
Okay, read Surah 551 for me.
What is that? I don't have it with me.
I'll read it for you.
Go ahead.
Surah
No, why don't you share the
551.
screen? No, share the screen too, by the way.
Sure, not a problem.
And can I actually go back to what your mutta thing is? It was an
I can
abrogated
go
or
back
not?
to that. Surah 551 says, O believers, take not the Jews and Christians as friends. Take not Jews and Christians as friends. Can you stop talking while I'm reading your Quran? Respect Allah, please. They are the friends of each other. Whoso you make them his friends is one of them. And Allah does not guide the people of the evildoers. Again, I'm asking you, in Islam, can you take Christians and Jews as friends?
Bandur, you're a Yehudi. You're a Yehudi. No, I'm just playing with you. But that's what it says. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, the verse says that you're not supposed to take them as friends in regards to like being close amongst them. But you can. That's really it. You have to work with them. You have to do everything else.
I didn't ask you that. Listen to my question.
Again, what you call
Listen
friends,
to my
what you-
question
I understand.
again.
I
According
understand
to
what you're saying.
Allah,
Yes,
according to Allah, according to
Yes.
Islam,
Yes.
can you take the Jew and the Christian as friends?
No, you cannot. And the Quran, in regards to that directly, no, you cannot. But in regards to it, when you're living in or Western world, you are allowed. You can, because this is how you have to live. You cannot be.
Deep down inside, my man,
Look,
I forgot more about Islam. I can hear that I forgot more about Islam than you know. So let me
No,
tell
no.
you, because
No.
taqiyya is inwardly hating them and cursing them, outwardly pretending to be their friends. And this again is from, for example, Ibn Kathir.
It's
your
not.
scholar.
That is not taqiyya. For first of all, taqiyya is only about saving you as a Muslim, his life or her life.
Abu Darda narrated, let
does-
us smile to
Look,
the
look.
face of some people while our hearts curse them. Al-Hassan said, doing taqiyya is acceptable till the day of judgment. From
Okay.
Tafsir Ibn Kathir for Surah 328. So you're lying again. I mean, you proving how lies is okay in Islam by continually lying
hold
to
on.
make it seem as if you guys are moderate and you can be friends with the Jews and the Christians. So thank you for proving to everyone that once again, you are a perfect example why we need to beware of Muslims and Islam, because you're lying.
But okay.
Hey,
Can I,
James.
hold on. Can I go back to the lying part, right? If you're understanding that Allah does not allow lying, then why is it that your God, Jesus, does not allow lying? How does everyone lie in that case?
So when do you say that we are not allowed to? How does God allow lying?
You're saying you're stopping lies, but then you're saying that no one should be allowed to lie. But yet you
shouldn't be able
are
to lie.
lying here.
Because again, when did I lie?
You lied because when you said that I've said certain things, and I have to make you say, hey,
You exaggerate.
I did
You're
not
lying
do it.
again. Proverbs 6:16 says there are 6 things which God hates, 7 which are an abomination to him, and one of them is a lying tongue, and another is a false witness that utters lies. In Titus 1 and 2 it says that it says is based on a hope of everlasting life, that God, who cannot lie, yet Islam, your Allah, is a liar. In
No.
Hebrews 6:18 it says,
Okay.
it is
That is a lie right there.
it is impossible for God to lie. So now you said I lied. In Islam, did Allah lie? Yes or no?
I did not say Allah lies. And
I'm saying,
I said
I'm
Allah.
calling
No,
Allah a
you said
liar.
Allah lies. That and
Allah a liar. Can I prove it to you?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Entertain.
And you agree that a liar is someone that is evil, correct?
So you are saying that God is evil. Even
God,
in the Old
Allah.
Testament.
Allah is
Even
evil.
in the Old Testament, God is a liar. In that
We'll
case.
see that. We'll go to, but right now, first we've got to establish that your God is a liar and is the best of deceivers, correct?
Go ahead.
Is your Allah the best of deceivers?
Go ahead.
Is your Allah the best of deceivers?
I don't know why you want me. I'm saying continue on.
I'm asking you a question. Is Allah?
No, you said you're going to show me proof, and I'm waiting for you.
The best of deceivers.
Go ahead.
According to the Bible, according to the Quran, was Jesus crucified or not?
According to the Quran, it was made to appear so.
Who made it to appear so? Beautiful. Now watch this. If I made it appear so, I gave you a $50, $100 bill that was a fake. Did I deceive you and lie to you? I made it appear that it wasn't original, but it was a fake. Did I lie to you?
After the fact, you could lie, right?
Beautiful. So after the fact, now it's after the fact. So I lie to you. I give you a $100 bill. I lie to you and say it's the real deal, but it's a fake. I hand it over to you. You take it with good intent, believing it is a $100 bill, but I know that I deceived you. I lied to you and I gave you something fake. Now, when Jesus was, Allah, hang on, we're getting there now. When Allah deceived the people into believing that the fake on the cross was Jesus, he deceived them, meaning he lied to them, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then Allah is a liar, correct?
Okay, can I go into who?
You just said correct. Just accept it. Say Allah is a liar.
I want to go on this. God, Allah lied to who? To who? Who did?
Lied to everybody, even the Muslims.
So who wanted Jesus to be crucified?
Okay, watch this. Did Allah lie to the
No,
disciples?
you're not answering my
of
question.
Jesus?
You're not answering
Everyone
my question.
wanted to deceive everyone.
You're not answering my question. Who
You
wanted
to
Jesus to
deceive
be crucified?
everyone.
Who wanted Jesus to
Everyone.
be crucified? Everyone. Even his apostles wanted him
Well,
crucified.
I don't know. I'm asking. I'm not a Muslim. I don't know what's in your book and what you. According to the book, was Jesus crucified because he was claiming to be God? The Jews wanted to crucify him, but the Romans did.
Shooting me on this. So the Jews wanted him crucified. Who else wanted him crucified?
You tell me.
The Romans wanted him crucified, right?
Okay, so go on.
And Satan wanted him crucified, right? He wanted him dead. Satan wanted him dead, right?
Oh, Satan isn't okay. Satan's in there too.
In your belief, right? You guys believe that Satan wanted Jesus to be dead.
Show me where he wanted him to be dead.
Isn't that what he wanted when he said he would tempt him to go and jump off the cliff so he?
That's something totally different. But keep going.
No. But that's
totally different. But keep going.
In the essence,
keep going. Keep going. You're stuck in the mud now. Keep going.
What mud?
Exactly, the one that you're standing in. Keep going.
Okay, what? You have these people who wanted him crucified and having.
So
crucified.
did Allah deceive all those people?
Yes.
Okay, watch this. Were the followers of this Muslim?
Yes, according to our theology.
Did Allah deceive them?
You have certain of them, yes.
So Allah deceives the Muslims as well. So Allah lies to the unbelievers. He lies to the believers as well.
Again,
MashaAllah, what a great God. He lies to everybody. Nice
You can't
one.
go into saying.
Nice one.
There are people.
How about Miriam?
Hold on. I'm not done yet, Travis. Right? So
Man,
there were.
did he lie as well? Hang on a second. Did he lie to Mary? Did he lie to Mary?
Crucifixion.
Did he lie to Mary when Jesus was on the cross? Did he lie to Mary?
Who did she see on the cross?
Because let's read the verse. 260 or 215. What did I say it was? 220.
It seems like you guys are aligned with that.
Hold on, did he lie to Mary?
Hold
on, who did Mary see on the cross?
Dead.
Justify it because they're disbelievers, but who did Mary see on the cross?
I don't know.
Did she see Jackie Chan?
Because hang on, Quran says the believers will know their Quran, their books, just like a mother would son or someone will know their son. So if Mary couldn't tell the difference between her son and someone that wasn't her son, and Allah deceived her as well. So Allah, the deceiver, lied not only to the Jews, Christians, but he lied to the Muslims.
God is limited in that
right?
case, right?
My man, you just said that you'll God.
No.
God is a liar.
You guys don't have. You guys have no. What God is limited to and not to these things.
Did Allah lie? I'm going to ask one more time.
Allah, he's limited, but we'll go to that next.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me read a verse for you. in Surah 6:20, it says, those to whom we have given the recognize it as they recognize their sons. You saying that Mary would stand at the cross and not recognize the Messiah, her son, because Allah also deceived her. As you agree, Allah deceives Muslims as well as the Christians and the Jews, and a deceiver, liar, and your God is a deceiver and a liar, correct?
Sure.
MashaAllah.
If that's how you want to see it, I'm not going to prove it.
So did he or did he not deceive them?
In that case, go ahead.
So who perpetuated the earliest Christian Shahada, the belief in the life, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ?
I don't understand this.
Yeah, who perpetuated the earliest Christian belief in the life, death, and burial of Jesus Christ? Who perpetuated that? Who kickstarted it?
Yeah, there was some people who perpetrated that.
Wait.
You want to
Who
say
made
that
it?
you have 500 witnesses of this
Hold
and
on.
of this?
Hold
all
on.
that
Who?
stuff?
Matrix. So just for those that understand, that just popped in now, notice this guy is okay with his God being a deceiver and a liar to Muslims.
To protect
not
his
Jews
own
and Jews,
prophets.
but he
To
lies
protect
and
his own
deceives
prophet.
the. Sorry,
To protect his prophet.
How did he protect him?
So how he protect his own prophet when he lied to apostles? Why don't even the apostles knew what is true, what is not?
Do you believe Jesus is dead?
Watch this, Sasha.
So
Sasha,
tell
watch
me,
this. Watch this.
Jews.
Watch this, Sasha.
Okay.
My man, did Allah protect Muhammad?
Yes.
So Muhammad was poisoned, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So how did he protect him?
He lived longer than the other.
Matter, doesn't he say, "Oh, Aisha, I still feel the poison that I had at Khaybar, and it's as if it's cutting my aorta." Doesn't he cry because he's cursed by Allah? The Quran says that if he makes up lies, listen carefully. In the Quran, it says, if you lie about me, Allah says something like this in Surah 69, 44 to 46. He says, if you lie or make something about us, then we will seize you by the hand and sever your aorta. What did Muhammad say? Oh, Aisha, I feel as though my aorta is being severed. So he was cursed by Allah, he was punished by Allah, and he's supposed to be a prophet of Allah. So you said Allah will protect his prophets, meaning is not a prophet because he wasn't protected, correct?
No, that's what you think.
That's what you're telling me. You said Allah protects his prophets.
You're adding things that are true.
Okay, watch this. Does Allah protect his prophets?
Yes.
Did Allah protect Muhammad? Was Muhammad poisoned?
Yes.
So he wasn't protected, you muppet.
Did he die?
Yes,
he died after many years, and he was crying.
How many? So he died. So what poison it kills you?
Yeah,
many years.
Here. So I live next to a neighbor. He died for 15 years after accidentally ingesting lye, friend. His organs were deteriorating for 15 years. So really quick, do you think that there was people around the crucifixion event that had no dog in the fight? They didn't care whether was crucified or not?
I don't know.
Remember, they didn't have TV back then. This
I don't know.
This is a big event.
I don't know.
Right. So if they were standing there, wouldn't they be deceived as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So who perpetuated and kickstarted this belief in Jesus being crucified?
Being crucified? It was the Romans and Jews who wanted that.
Oh my God, this guy doesn't get it, Travis.
You don't get it. Your God is orchestrated here. Your God is the one that orchestrated this deception for 600 years, friend.
Okay.
And what does Allah say, Travis? He said that he will support those people that had the belief. So if the Christianity was the dominant belief and the crucifixion was the dominant belief, then support to that. Now I just want to go back to the iota thing. Because Allah said, Muhammad said, I still feel the ailment.
So you're saying that God is not allowed to do certain things because of your
One second. I just want to take you here. I just want to go back to that thing. Because watch. He spoke all the way from, he said, I still feel pain caused from the food I ate at Khaybar. Now, if it took him 3 years, means Allah wanted him to suffer like Ahmadiyya did for many years because he was cursed and he was being punished. This is why he suffered for such a long time. Allah didn't protect him. If he protected him, he wouldn't have made him eat poison from the poisoning. So again, you just proved that once again Muhammad wasn't protected. And when he came to the Al-Zut, the jinns, why wasn't he protected when the jinns were riding him? When they were messing with him, why wasn't he protected?
And here's the other thing, Pandora. There's another hadith that says that if you eat 7 ajwa dates every day, then no magic or poison will affect you. So 7 ajwa dates protect you more than Allah can protect, right? So that's basically what the hadith is saying, right?
That's not how.
And the reason why.
Look.
I was going to say, study. Remember, he was also possessed by the devil, bewitched by Satan. Allah didn't protect him there, right?
Yeah. And then here's the other thing. The reason why we're so offended by the lying, right? And you think that it's okay. I get it in the context, right? If I didn't know Christianity, if I didn't know what God said in the Bible, I could understand what you're saying. Hey, look, your life is on the line. Just tell this lie out of this death, right? That, I mean, it seems right? There's something that's said in the Bible twice. And when God repeats something, that means that he's about everything that he says, but he's really serious. So in Proverbs 6:25 and Proverbs 14:12, it says, "There's a way that seems right, man, but the end thereof leads to death." Right? Leads to death. So Christians, right? When Jesus was crucified and resurrected, the Romans just stopped saying that this person is God. Stop saying that he did this. We'll let you live. And the Christian was like, no. And they died as. So our faith was built on martyrs, right? So people would be like, the Apostle Peter, he was being crucified. They said, we're going to crucify just like Jesus. Peter said, I'm not worthy to be crucified. Jesus, crucify me upside down. Do you know what the guard said that was holding Peter? He said, if you do him, do it to me too. You know what I'm saying?
Let me just speak to Sarcha 1 second. Let me just read a couple of super chats, please, guys.
All you're just doing is just talking over me anyway. So
Soldier of Christ says, First Peter 3:4, it is better to suffer for doing good, if that should be God's will, than for evil. So Christians endure suffering till the end. So also got vibes with P. He says, let me just give him that. Of course, the best of deceivers would allow lying. Hey, Makarana. Then you've got Scott. Love this group. God bless you all. God bless you, brother. And we've got vibes with P again. Allah, the ever-changing God, please leave this desert isle. God bless you, my brother.
So I say something really quick, James. Something else that the Muslims should think about is when the God of the Quran orchestrated deception on the cross of Jesus Christ, did he not know that he was going to make it look like all the scriptures were true? You know how David says 1,000 years before Christ incarnates that the Messiah is hung on a cross, his hands and his feet are going to be pierced. Isaiah says 700 years before the incarnation of Christ that the virgin is going to give birth and he's going to die, go into a rich man's resurrect. Daniel says that the Messiah is coming and he's going to die before the destruction of the second temple. Did the Quran not know that when he orchestrated it to make it look like Jesus was going to fulfill previous, that he was actually going to be affirming those scriptures?
He didn't fulfill most of those prophecies, by the way.
I'm sorry, what was it?
He didn't fulfill most of those prophecies, by the way.
What prophecy? About
the prophecies that you're talking about.
Oh yeah, nice claim, friend. You don't want to go into the Bible. You don't even know your Quran.
He was taking Isaiah's prophecies about all that, and he's beautiful. He was not a beautiful man, not a good thing. He had many children on that state. No.
What are you talking about, man? You don't even know where you're quoting from.
So Bandora, if you right, because I know that Jews will tell you, hey, Jesus didn't fulfill all of the prophecies, right? That's because they've changed the concept of the Messiah.
Oh, so right? So the Torah is corrupted.
No, They
So
did.
Bandor.
No, Talmud, from which Talmud your Quran actually take the stories.
So
Talmud is corrupted.
So Bandor, they didn't change the text, right? They created something called Rabbinic Judaism. So in 70 AD, Rabbinic Judaism was created by a guy named Ben Zakkai. As it advanced, you had somebody named Rabbi Akiva. They created an oral Torah, right? So what the concept of the oral Torah is the Christians are not allowed to interpret the Old Testament. Don't go to them. Anybody who reads the Old Testament must get the understanding from a rabbi. Because when Moses was given the Torah, he was also given an oral Torah at Mount Sinai. So just imagine, they're saying that there was one book that was written, right? And then there was an oral book that was given to Moses. The oral book is secret and it's only for the Jews, right? And only we know this book. So let the Christians tell you about these prophecies and what the book says, because they don't know the oral, the secret. It's our secret. Only we know it, right? So when we go to the scripture, and this is why a Jew will never come in here and come on stage, right? Once you've demonstrated that you know the Bible, they don't bother you. They leave you alone. They say, all right, we're not talking to this guy. We're not talking to James. We're not talking to Travis. We're talking to Sasha. We're not talking to Study. You know, now to bring it back to Jesus, there's a scripture in the New Testament that says something like this: if you deny me before others, I will deny you before the Father, right? So Jesus explicitly tells us not to deny him situation, right? And this is why when you see like people like you know, whatever, I'm not going to say the whole name, when they unalive 72 Coptic Christians, right? Give them the chance to recant, but they didn't. And then they got their head, right? So it's that's why you have such a strong commitment in Christianity. God tells us not to lie. He tells us that, just like James said earlier, Satan is the father of lies.
So,
right? Like James said in Proverbs 6, God hates lying lips.
So because you got the Holy Spirit, you're not supposed to lie, but yet you have many Christians who claim that and still end up and do many things. And then on top of that,
well, let me ask you this: when they're lying against the Bible,
yes.
Okay, stop there. Now. Stop there. But when Muslims lie, are they going against Islam?
If you're lying about Islam, yes, you're lying about Islam.
No, that's not what I asked you. Listen,
I do not,
again. Listen carefully. What you just did now? You lied again. Watch what I just did.
No.
When a Christian be quiet. Listen. Christian lies, he goes against Christianity.
Hold on.
When a Muslim lies, is he going against Islam?
No, because you know why? Because the reality is Christians believe that you will not lie at all completely, and you don't understand and the principles of God.
My man,
again, you're going on that process of it.
You've just confirmed to everyone.
But we don't have the thing that,
our
just because
religion,
you lie, you're going against Islam.
So once again, guys, just for the time, once again, notice what just happened. We have confirming that he knows that the Christians, if they lie, it goes against Christianity. But guess what? According to Islam, it's not a problem because that's just part of Islam. Also, I'm 1 hour behind. Sorry, I thought it was later than it was.
Hey, Brother James, we got audience. Speedy, I want you to just do this. Take 2 minutes. I want you to read Genesis 3:15, right? Genesis 3:15, and I'm going to give you the gist of what it says. It says, oh, you brought them up.
Good afternoon, my people.
What's going on, Speedy?
I just want to say this title is Cap James. Can you look at Surah 25:72?
A second, I'm going there now, but while I do that, do you realize that every single Muslim agrees that lying is okay because Allah also lied? Come on, man.
James, I would
and
like
those
to
who
save your
bear
life.
not false witness And
I
when
would
they
lie
pass
any
by
day
idle
to save your
talk,
life.
say again.
Lie any day to save your life, James.
Did you save my life, bro?
No. If the situation occurred, if I lied to save your life, James, I would do it.
Would you lie any day? Speedy, would you lie to
I
your
don't
wife
have a
any
wife.
day? But when you do?
Nah, man. Just tell it straight as is.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you're going to be better than what Muhammad said to do.
No, because he didn't tell me. Well, I never. Yeah, he never.
Listen,
Told me.
mate, I'm gonna,
He
listen,
never
are
told
you
me to lie. In
North
Surah
London or South
25
London? Speedy,
Say that
north
again?
or south? Where in the UK you at? North or south? Don't give me the place. Just tell me
East.
whereabouts.
East.
Yeah. East. Okay. Okay.
Hey, Speedy, let me ask you a question. Is it, if I pledge to my God, if I said, I swear to God that I do this, right? Or I swear to God, I'm going to go to the store and buy meals for the homeless. And then I don't go out and do it. I break my swearing, I break my oath. Is that a lie?
Oh yeah, that's cap. You need to fulfill all contracts. That's a fat lie.
Okay. So if someone told me that I can get out of it, I can clear myself of it, be a liar or a deceiver?
Yeah, basically, if you break a promise, you're a liar. Yes.
Okay. Well, should we tell them, you guys, or should we? I feel bad because you speak. Got so much love for you, man.
Tell him, Study. Just give it to him how it is.
All right.
Like
So-
you give
so-
it to his wife.
Right.
So Speedy,
can handle
in Surah 66, verse 2, in Surah 66, verse 2, Allah teaches Muhammad to get out of an oath that he made to his wives.
Oh, he just hit you with them missiles we were laughing about yesterday.
So Allah is teaching Muhammad how to lie to him and to his wives.
Speedy, must I read it, my man? For those that don't know, it's Allah has ordained for you an absolution of your oaths. So you can, your oaths, you can involve them, it's all good because God is your protector. Now the question is, Study,
I don't
why
see
would this
that,
verse
bro.
come?
66:2.
Yeah.
And I can give you the whole story.
Yeah, Speedy Evans, read 66, 1 and 2. And then when you read verse 2,
and I'll give you the hadith.
Yeah, and then we'll, but hopefully you can understand verse 2, because the English to trick you a little bit. Man, whoever that person, whoever is doing the English translation got some skills.
Bro, let me give them the backdrop really quick. Muhammad gets busted cheating with Maria the Copta, slave girl, his right hand possession. Well, Hafsa walks in and busts him sleeping with her in her own bed. He said, Muhammad, in my own bed? And
This is a different one. This is a different one. Talking about the honey.
Oh,
this is the honey.
Yeah. Later story. They came up with this later. So Muhammad was already thinking ahead about how mean Aisha was. So he said, Hafsa, please don't tell Aisha. She's so mean. She's so mean. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. And then the God of the Quran shows up and you can do it. You can sleep with her again. So Study set you up for this, bro.
So let me hadith.
Muhammad said, yeah, he said he won't do it again. And then here comes your God saying he can do
It's
it.
like, what do you mean do it again? Go do it again. So this is the hadith. This is Sahih Bukhari, 5267. This is the reason for that verse, Speedy.
Why are we jumping so far? I'm on 62.
Yeah. 66.2. I'm showing you Bukhari with the explanation verse, why that verse came along. So the oath that you can cancel, that was the oath Muhammad had with his wives. So he could lie, he could break his oath with his wives because he's Muhammad. The Prophet used to stay for a long time with Zainab bin Jahsh and drink honey in the house. Now we don't know what the honey is, but it must have tasted good.
No, honey is
Hafsa,
honey.
Yeah.
Honey is honey.
So Hafsa and I, this is So Hafsa and I decided that if Muhammad came to any one of us, we should say to him, I detect the smell of mug. It's basically a smelling gum. And in you, have you the smelly gum? So the Prophet visited one of them, and she said to him similarly, and the Prophet said, never mind, I have taken some honey in the house of Zainab, but I shall not take it anymore. So there was revealed, O Prophet, why do you ban for yourself that which Allah has made lawful for you? If your two wives turn in repentance to Allah, then 66, 1 to 4, addressing Aisha and Hafsa. So imagine Allah takes time, busy day, to address Aisha and Hafsa and say, when the Prophet disclosed a confidence with some of his wives, namely by saying, but I have taken some honey, basically believe him. So notice Allah, with the world falling apart, people unaliving other people, babies got sicknesses and diseases, and it's like, Aisha, Hafsa, what's wrong with you, man? What you giving a man a hard time for? You guys need to start listening to this man. I'm going to put in my Quran a special ayah just for you. Imagine that. Just for Aisha and Hafsa, he gave us 66, 1 and 1 to 3, 1, 2 and 3. Imagine that, Speedy. The power of Hafsa and Aisha, because Mo was a stinky breath. He had dragon breath, and the girls were like, A whole
And
story.
if you read in An-Nasai 39:59, it tells you a different story. So let me read that one for you, just so that you know the real story, which Travis gave you, right? So this would be the reason for revelation for Surah 66 verse 2. It says, it was narrated Anas that the messenger of Allah had a female slave with whom he had intercourse, but Hafsa would not leave him alone until he said that she was forbidden for him. Then Allah, mighty and sublime, revealed, O Prophet, why do you forbid for yourself which I allowed you, until the end of the verse, right? So when he oath and he says that, and what this hadith is about is the oath, right? He makes an oath. He says, I promise I won't sleep with Maria the Cop anymore. Once he breaks the oath, because he basically tells Hafsa, hey, Hafsa, your father wants you. Hafsa goes to her father. The father's like, all for you. So immediately she's like, oh, man, this Abdul. Thinking this Abdul. So she goes back to her bed and she finds it, you know.
Look at the picture study. What happened, everyone?
She finds Muhammad with Hafsa, right? I mean, with Maria the Cop. And then she's like, all right, that's it. You know what? I'm not going to just be done with you. I'm going to tell Aisha. I'm going to tell the young, you know what I'm saying? She's going to be done with you too. And this is when Allah came and rescued Muhammad and said, wait a minute, you know, you can absolve your oath. I made her lawful for you, right? In Surah 66. And then in Surah 66, verse 5, he committed shirk. You know what I'm saying? He associated partners with himself, right? If you go against it, then I will be against you. And the ladies was like, man, who cares about you? Nobody's scared of you.
Please don't tell
my baby wife. Don't tell my baby wife. She will be crying. You know, she won't go to bed on time. She won't eat her food. Announcement, guys. There's over 320 something people. So just quickly, to all the gifts that you guys and stuff. God bless you. Thank you so much. The YouTube channel is The Agent 007. The Agent 007. Notice again another topic today. Peasy pudding and pie topic, but Muslims are struggling with another topic, and they are confirming that Allah is a liar, Allah is a deceiver. But they don't have a problem with this, guys. this is what shocks me and gets confused, is they are okay with having a God that is a liar and a deceiver, a prophet that's a liar and a deceiver, and they themselves that lying and deceiving is okay. So you Muslims, please listen. How is it okay to follow liars and lies? You know when they're going to tell you the truth. You can't be this thick and this gullible and follow these people blindly, thinking that they are taking you somewhere when the lie Satan. Satan is a liar, Allah is a liar, and they do the same job. They're the same, to lead you astray. This is what lies to people. It leads them astray. And you've got people like Bandur that doesn't actually get it, making excuses for it. Go on, Bandur, make your excuses.
So did you claim that there is no hadith that muta is abrogated?
Show me abrogated and tell me who abrogated it.
No, tell me, was it abrogated? And
Show it to me, please.
No, I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you.
Give it to me.
No.
Give it to me.
I will give it to you.
I know.
Make the
Give it to
claim.
me.
Did you say? Just
Give it
acknowledge.
to
I will. Acknowledge. So you acknowledge that you lied, that the abrogation.
Vandor, hold on, friend. If a hadith contradicts the Quran, if the hadith says I can do muta, we don't take that reject muta.
What you're going to show, Bandor, if you're not careful.
No.
Listen to me. Bandor, listen to me. Listen to me. Because I'm going to give you a voice to not embarrass yourself. Right? And here's how you would embarrass yourself.
Okay, go ahead.
If you push us to belief, then we're going to have to show you that there was a prophet that came after Muhammad, right? Because somebody other than Muhammad abrogated muta.
Well, let him show it. I want him to show it to me, please. Give it to me.
So, James, here's your 7. Acknowledge that I was not abrogated.
Give it to me.
That's first
Give
thing.
me
So
the
he is
hadith
lying.
number, please. And let's see who abrogated it.
You see, I be trying to help people, man. I tried to get him out. He could have just been like, all right.
I'm gonna help him even more. Muta is haram.
Well,
bro,
it's literally zina.
One says we can do
It's
muta.
allowed in Islam, but let's see. What's the hadith?
What do you
number,
mean it's
please?
allowed? The hadith, it was abrogated
Number.
and forbade.
Give me the number.
And Speedy, you know I like you, man, but be careful because one of my cousins through some was the first person that inaugurated muta.
Okay.
Number?
42:6.
Who's who? By who?
Sahih Bukhari.
Okay, Bible.
Uh-huh.
Beautiful. Let's see.
Imagine how abrogating Quran.
Your logic is flawed on that.
What? Hold on, you got hadith abrogating Quran, bro. You got a problem.
Where the temporary marriage is allowed?
I'll show you in a second.
Yeah, after
you
James is done.
can even. I can. I would say you can even
hold
marry
on.
your hand.
Let James finish, then we'll go to you.
You can do nikah. You can do nikah muta according to the scholars too. You can marry your hand.
Okay, those are scholars.
I'll show you.
All right.
Temporarily though. Temporarily,
Okay.
you can't.
One second.
And water.
Dirty to your hand. We about to
And the water.
on in a minute.
You about to get this work?
Come on, host. Why you lied.
Oh,
You lied. Come on.
You don't know you can marry your hand, do you?
Uh-huh.
You can marry watermelons
I'm not
too
talking to
temporarily.
you. I'm waiting for James.
Beautiful. So, guys, I want to show you the verse he gave me. Let me show this to you. So, one second. What did I do? Oh, 1 second. I ended up with a iota. 1 second. What number did you give me?
42:16.
40:16.
True, but you can't marry Jinn with your hand.
Dude,
I didn't know. 42:16.
Stay on topic.
There we go. So
My
now,
heart belongs to my hand.
so the day of Haiba, on the day of Haiba, Allah's apostle forbade the muta, that is temporary marriage and eating of donkey meat. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Now, beautiful. Now we will show you.
No.
that- Hang on.
Was it abrogated? Is it forbidden?
Now-
Is it forbidden? Yes or no? Is it forbidden?
Forbidden there, correct?
Okay. That's it.
Hang on.
You lied. You lied.
Hang on.
Bandor. More hadiths to show.
No.
Yeah, whoa.
This hadith is pretty straightforward. It's forbidden. It is forbidden.
This is literally a demonstration of someone who is panicking.
Don't be scared, Bandor. Don't
It's not
be
scared. This is like it's done.
So Bandor, calm down.
No.
So the claim you
I didn't make the claim. No.
Now you're going to
James made the claim.
You're making the claim that he's
about
abrogating. Make the claim that, dude, be quiet. You're making the claim that James is alive, and you had to provide a hadith. Now let James respond. We let you speak. Now give James the same courtesy, okay? You were crying about things being.
No. I said
so. Shut up and let him respond.
He has yet to admit that.
Let him respond. Okay. How can he admit anything? You're still talking over him. So listen. Or I could just bring you in the comment section until then, since you can't control yourself.
So he is 100% correct that Muhammad forbade or cancelled the muta. But then guess what, guys? Makes its way back in.
No,
it doesn't. So hang on. If I can show you that it was commanded the performance of muta in the umrah during the certain months of the year because people were struggling to not control themselves, and muta was then allowed again. What does that mean?
Look, it is forbidden.
And then it came back. So just like you guys. So when it came, it was allowed. Listen to my question.
No.
Was it forbidden only for then, or was it forbidden for all time?
Forbidden for all times.
Where it was forbidden for all time, when I'm telling you that I can show you, Ibn Abbas commanded the performance of putting Imra and
who the hell is Ibn Abbas compared to the Prophet?
Completing it and putting on.
No. Who are you going in comparison?
Here we go. He's doing exactly as I thought he would. He's now throwing Ibn Abbas under the bus.
Why are you thinking this?
Before you move, I just want to warn you about this. You cannot throw Ibn Abbas under the bus. If you're going to use Sahih Hadith, you're going to accept Sahih Hadith. So what you might be doing is you're about to throw Allah, Muhammad, or the Islamic scholars under the bus. And nobody, and I mean nobody, gets to throw Allah, Muhammad, or the scholars under the bus. If there is anyone who gets to throw Allah, Muhammad, or any of your Islamic scholars under the bus, guess who? It's going to be me!
Is that why you guys reject the gospel of Muhammad?
It's going to be me! So what you're going to do is you're going to listen to James while he brings up your Islamic scholars, okay?
Look, I'm going to say that
you ain't going to nothing. Get on that mute button.
So Bandor.
No, can you get this guy off?
Bandor. Listen. We had a conversation with you earlier, right?
Yeah. Look.
Okay, hold on. Would you listen? Would you stop talking while I'm trying to be cordial with you? Okay, you made your point. So now it's time to make our point, right? Now, I got 3 hadiths that say that Umar was the one who abrogated muta, wasn't your prophet. I also have the last week of your prophet, right? All of his speeches and them are abrogating muta. I also have a debate between Ibn and Umar. They are literally fighting each other. Remember, Ibn Abbas is your prophet's cousin, and Ibn Abbas is who your prophet's supposed to take the interpretation of the Quran from.
No.
So he tells.
Let me read for you, man. This is painful. This is painful. Sahih Muslim 1249. Umar us to do so. Let's see what he forbade them. While I was in the company of Jabir, a person comes and said there's a difference of opinion among Ibn Abbas and Ibn Zubayr about two mutas, right? The temporary marriage. Whereupon Jabir said, we have been doing this during the lifetime of Allah's Messenger. We have been doing this during the lifetime of Allah's Messenger, and then Umar forbade us to do so. Who is the one that to do so?
So are you rejecting provided?
That shows that your religion
No,
Is there a contradiction in your
Where is there
Sahih
contradiction?
Focus.
What is the contradiction?
I'm showing
He's showing you right now. Read
I'm
it.
showing it to you.
From this
Said
hadith,
Muhammad,
who abrogated it?
The hadith
said
I gave you is
Muhammad,
more superior from
you
them.
asked, oh, hang on.
Oh, now we're ranking hadith.
Yeah, we are.
We're ranking hadith.
It's the battle of Sahih versus Sahih.
You rank hadiths in relation to authenticity, not which one you agree is better than one another. Both of these are authentic.
Can I ask
Yeah, so that's how it goes, huh?
Can I ask a quick question?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. If 424 capture your whole village and do muta with it, if I don't have a, how would I know that that the Quran has been abrogated, friend?
Okay, you made a claim that the Quran is allowed.
Yeah, it lets us in chapter 4, verse 24. It lets me take right hand possessions.
That's not muta.
What is it?
Literally, like you.
Hold on, everybody. We're not.
Do you mind if I jump in?
Hold on. Let's just seize this moment real quick.
It is muta.
And here's the moment. It's Friday. It's the weekend, right? And we have the chance to have entertainment, right? So hold on. Bandor, mute up. 45 seconds, right? We have the opportunity end off the week in good form, right? So we're gonna have the battle royal. In this corner, we have Sahih Hadith number this. In this corner, we have Sahih number this. This battle of the Sahihs, right? This is the battle royal, everybody. Get your horn and camel urine, and let's watch these two hadiths fight. Sorry, go ahead, Brother Paul.
Yeah, so look, the verbiage is already embedded in the verse itself, and every scholar of tafsir agreed mut'a, marriage. So, فَمَا اسْتَمْتَعْتُمْ بِهِ. Istamta'tum is from mut'a, or tamatta, or yatamatta, mata. So this is embedded in the verse, the reading of the verse. Also, all the scholars have agreed. And just what you understand, the contention here is who abrogated it and who allowed it. According to Ibn Kathir and Shafi'i, it was abrogated and allowed 3 to 4 times. 3 to 4 times. Guys are all misled. Are all the first generations after Muhammad just bobbing their head, going like a blind bunch of morons, or did Muhammad leave for guidance?
Yeah,
So-
I'm not here going insulting everyone on this regards.
Well,
to
I'm not.
Hold on.
I'm giving you an actual
No.
analogy of what
Okay,
it is.
so you have two. I'm gonna go explain this. You have two hadiths. One is saying, one is saying prophet. Which one do you take? You will take one that
It
says.
doesn't matter.
No. The
Quran allows it.
No.
Here's
Let
the
me make the
history,
comparison.
buddy. Bandur, here's the history. The history says it was
I don't care about history.
abrogated and sorry.
I don't care about the history.
We don't care.
We don't care.
Can I ask this question really quick?
We don't care.
Do hadith abrogate Quran?
Yeah, it does. On that regard.
Wow. So Chinese whispers abrogates your Quran.
Look. I want to
See, well, hold on, Bandor. What you just did?
My turn.
Did
That's
is
my
you
turn.
violated the order.
No. It's my turn.
No. It's my. because what you just did,
No, I got like 2 minutes.
you
left.
did exactly what I
So
wanted to do, my
no,
friend.
no. Look,
You
you guys,
violated the one rule, bro. Violated the one rule,
not Shia.
and you can't do that.
No,
You
there's
can't
no
do that.
look.
It's possible for a hadith
If
to abrogate the Quran. Your
two
people
gospels,
can't
one
abrogate God's words, Bandor.
look, if
Please.
there's two gospels, it says Jesus says.
Wait,
You stupid boy. So listen.
Look. If you have one thing that's
Listen.
and another one that says
You cannot
take what Jesus
violate the
said, not
one. You can't violate the one rule. You just threw a law under the bus. You can't do that. What's wrong with y'all? Didn't Muhammad that if you forbid what Allah allows, you're worshiping the person who changed the law?
Man, come
So
on.
now,
Muhammad said.
if that's the
talking about the
case,
abrogation of mut'ah by
so
Umar.
now if case, hold on, Tranquil, hold on.
The boy, that boy, he got deep. You talk about
You want to get paid. You want to get paid today. Don't worry, we'll give you your money in a
Guys,
bit.
did you realize that the guy said that the hadith abrogates the Quran?
The Quran.
Let that slide.
Exactly. That's exactly what I said. Muhammad says, you command, or if you allow something that Allah, or if you allow what Allah forbids, worshiping them. Or if you forbid what Allah allows, you're worshiping that person. So apparently, hadith writers are abrogating what Allah has stated. They're worshiping these hadith scholars. They're idolaters.
Also, Paul.
The thing, hold on.
What about the Salaf? What do you know about the Salaf?
Tranquil.
Opening your mouth.
Tranquil.
Hold on.
We're gonna let you go. I just everybody know that's thinking about
Cursing the Salaf and doesn't even wipe his ass.
Tranquil.
Tranquile, amigo. Tranquile. Por favor.
So listen.
I'm laughing so hard.
If you're thinking, Muslims, if you're thinking about coming up here, just know that this space is a safe space for Allah. You guys have been kicking them. You've been walking all over them. You're not going to come up here.
Akhirah if you have
Right here, tranquil on this mute button.
Bro, you're supposed to be tranquil.
Why
you running yesterday?
I'm preaching tranquil.
Why you running?
I'm preaching tranquility.
On the
Why
word
you running? Why
Bishop, he
you-
calling
why
you.
you
Hold on, mute your mic.
Calling you, Bishop.
Why you running? I mean running. Everybody running.
Hey, Paul.
You trying to tell Muslim people like so listen.
Let's come to the point, man. Let's come to the point.
I'm a 30 seconds, Tranquil. 30 seconds. You can take it. You can take it. Don't grab the
Pause.
Okay. Yeah. Pause. You can take 30 seconds of my announcement. Yeah. Pause. So listen. This is not the place to come up here. Step on Allah. If you're thinking about stepping on Allah, you're going to have another
Step on
thing
what?
coming.
Step on what?
If you think that you're going to come up here and for Allah and disrespect Allah and lie on Allah, this is not going to happen up here. You are not going to put Allah under the bus up here. If anybody throw Allah, Muhammad, or the scholars under the bus, it's going to be mine. Mine. Come on, man.
Are you making jokes or what?
I'm dead. I'm dead.
You're cursing God every day.
Serious than a heart attack. I'm serious than a heart attack.
Tranquil, my brother. I just want to get you now. Do you move on? You're a Muslim, right?
Yes.
Is lying allowed in
Under specific conditions.
yes or no?
Under specific conditions.
That's so yes, lying is allowed, correct?
Yes, under specific conditions, just
So
like in the
yes
Bible.
is
Yeah.
yes. Okay, so if your wife came home and said, I slept with a night, I promise you it was under different conditions, certain
That's
conditions.
zina, that's
happen.
adultery, that's fornication,
Still
that's other things, man.
Pick up
Not
from
okay.
Allah, but that's not my point. The point
Yeah.
is that lying is okay in Islam, correct?
Under specific conditions where everybody would lie. Everybody. Okay? Everybody.
Now listen again carefully.
Even atheists would lie.
Slow down.
Yeah.
Muhammad lies.
What
Muslims
did
are
he lie?
allowed
Why
to
did he
lie.
lie?
There's a hadith where Muhammad
I know, but which one? What?
Which one? You got so many lies. When he wanted a guy called Ka'b, then they said, we need someone to lie. And Muhammad said, yeah, it's okay, man. I lie about him.
Did he lie for his own prophet?
Sahih Bukhari 9. So then Muhammad said, the guy said, then allow me to say a false thing to deceive Ka'b. And Muhammad said, sure, lie. So we know Muhammad allows lying, Allah allows lying, Muslims lie, and Allah lies. Now I'm confused.
Have you ever read chapter 3, verse 7?
Yes, I have,
Yeah.
but that's not what the topic is. But it's okay. I'm glad. Nice one. Well done for doing that. Now we focus again. If
Okay.
lying is okay in the Bible, does it mean it's okay in Islam?
Of course not. I'm
Okay,
just saying
beautiful. So
there's
then
no double
focus.
standards around
Then do
human.
me a favor and focus.
Do
Now
me a
And James, let's do this just this one time for the audience,
Okay,
right?
okay, what's the argument? What's the argument?
Hold on, tranquil. I'll read to you Romans 3. Christians, pay attention, because Muslims always use this, right? And we're going to Paul
In
truly
Romans
said.
verse 5, he
Here.
talks about
Here.
generally, and in verse 7, he talks about if it raises.
We're going to find out. Paul says that it's the people that accuse him of lying, but he would never do that, right? So this is Romans 3. So that the stupid idiot follow behind the Dawagan is here. Tranquil, jump on the mute button. It says, but if our unrighteousness demonstrates the justice of God, what shall we say? The God who inflicts wrath is not unrighteous, is he? I am speaking in a human way. May it never be that we ever try to convert people using unrighteousness. May it never, for otherwise, how will God judge the world? If he's not holding everybody to the standard, how will he judge the world?
Correct.
But if I, through my lie, the truth of God
Why am I
abounded
still
to his
condemned or
glory,
something like this?
why am I still being judged as a sinner? And why not say, as we are slanderously reported, and as some claim that we let us do evil that good may come. So he's saying people are accusing me of lying, and they're slanderers. They're
No, listen, I
slanderers.
can explain it.
Here. Mute up.
Just listen.
Mute up.
You're lying, bro.
I'm not lying. I'm gonna read the verse.
Just read text.
Tranquil. I'm gonna
Now
read
he's
it.
making false interpretation.
Listen.
He's making false interpretation. He just read the text. Mute up, bro.
I'm going to read verse 8 again. And why not say, as we are slanderously reported, and as some claim that we say, let us do evil that good may come. So the evil that he's talking about is lying, right? Lying so that God will be glorified by the lie. That's what Paul is being accused of, right? He's saying that the people that say are slandering me, because if I were to lie, God would judge me like he judges everybody else. He does not give me different rules because I believe in him.
Let me
if it's not right for them to lie, it's not right for me.
My laptop won't go on, so I need to tell you, but I know the context. Look, in verse 5, it talks about the general concept of doing bad and, for good, doing, and it's condemned because he says, after which standard should God judge people, completely legitimate. But in verse 7, he says, when through his lie, so plural, not in we, when through his lie, the righteousness of God raises, then why is he still condemned? And in verse 8, what you misinterpreted, it's talking about it's talking about the people who condemn him, who gaslight him with the thing he judged in verse 5, like bad for good. But he said in verse 7, through my lie.
What a bunch of crap.
Wait, yeah, of course.
So this is hold on, study. I got this.
Go ahead.
I got this.
Just wait.
This is the reality of his argumentation. That apparently, verse 8 address the previous two verses.
Just wait.
The previous two verses. When Paul is actually making an argument, it apparently skips his
Listen,
rebuttal
okay?
to that argument.
Please, just listen to me.
Dude, don't talk when I'm talking, dude. Shut for him. So again, this is his argument that apparently Paul, when refuting his authors, refuting his people who are claiming that he is using evil in order to do good, he then suddenly admits, oh yeah, lying so that good may come. The argument is completely ridiculous. And if you have to over a few verses in order to make your argumentation, that demonstrates you're not handling the text. If we actually look at it in its Greek syntax, what is described in verse 8 is bookending the entire argument, which contains verses 5 all the way to 10.
Okay. No, I got
Yes,
the
you
verse
bet.
for me. Look, in verse 5, it says, the guys, man, I wanted to do some things. Invite them back up. But look, but if our unrighteousness...
They left on...
Yeah, I know. But if our unrighteousness brings out God's righteousness, clearly, what shall we say? That God is unjust in bringing his wrath on us? I am using the argument. Certainly not. I completely agree with that, okay? If that were so, how could God judge the world? And then, look at the wording, look at the terminologies. Someone might argue, if my, not ours or theirs, if my falsehood enhances, so qualifier, okay? It enhances.
Hold on.
Wait, just wait.
Someone might ask.
Pause. Someone might say, if through
Yes,
my
correct.
lie.
I know.
So again, what you're not getting is
Posing.
that
It's a quote. Wait.
study's position is
Bro,
correct.
just let me finish
This is
and
what
then
people
correct
are
you.
saying.
Let-
Shut up. This is what people are saying about him. You just read it from the text itself, but somehow it's not into your ear canal. Let's
Maybe that's
read the
lying
verse
in Islam,
again
Elsie.
slowly.
Okay.
You keep
Okay.
saying it's not allowed to lie in Islam,
We
but you are
agree,
literally demonstrating that you directly to our faces.
Just wait. Yeah, of course. We agreed until certainly not correct.
What do you mean until certain?
Yeah, till then you didn't have a problem. So just
You
wait.
said you are
Just wait.
twisting what
Okay.
the word is saying. So
Just
don't
wait.
say agreed. No one agreed with you.
Let me.
No one
finish
ever
and then
agreed
correct
with you on this.
Let me.
So again, about this. Just be quiet. Let's look at this again. Let's look at the. Paul
Bro, I was
is
just
arguing.
explaining
Paul
it.
is arguing from
Let
the
me
entire.
finish.
No, shush. Somebody who
Let me
actually
finish.
knows his Bible is speaking.
If I'm talking, yes.
Tranquil. I don't know if you know liturgy and truth, but he knows Greek. So when he tells you about the Greek syntax, right? He's not lying. He actually knows Greek. Now we can see it in English very clearly. So here's the problem.
I know what I'm doing now.
Listen, bro. Your Dawa guy told you, say this to the Christians, and this is Paul lying. You never read the verses before and after, right? So
Nope.
I
read the whole.
hold on. You've never gotten the full understanding. So now take time to get the full understanding. Stop trying to debate something that you don't.
Yeah, don't try to reduce anything. Just let me finish, okay?
So let's read the passage
Just
itself. The
So
beginning
what
at
verse are you
verse
guys
3.
on? Sorry, what verse are you on?
Romans chapter
Romans
3.
five.
He's starting at verse 5.
So
I want to
let's
start
start
at
with
verse
verse
5.
5. I'm going to start over again.
Second,
I wanna-
tranquil, just be quiet. Let me just ask someone that has knowledge. What verse was it? Sorry, brother.
He was beginning to argue chapter 3 verse 5.
Oh, okay.
Particularly trying to end at Romans chapter 3 verse 7.
Just
But
give
I
me
want
30
to
seconds.
start at verse 1. I want to
No
start at
problem.
verse
Let me start.
1. No, you're going to be quiet while somebody
I'll
who
read,
actually
man.
knows the scriptures is going to read the text, okay? Thank you. So in the first 2 chapters has just been condemning Jew and Gentile for their sins. Because in chapter 1, he condemns the Gentiles for their sinful ways, even though God, they did not acknowledge him as God or give thanks to him, but became futile in their thinking. And as he condemns them, the Jews begin to cheer Paul on. But Paul says, just you have the law doesn't mean that you are better than the Gentiles, because you, the Jews, have the law, don't do what the law says. You are condemned along with. And again, what does the 10 Commandments say? Do not lie. That's the 9th commandment. Do not bear false witness. Then, 3, he goes on to say, then what advantage has the Jew? Or what is the value of circumcision? Much in every way. To begin with, the Jews were entrusted with the oracles of God. But what if some were unfaithful? Does their faithlessness nullify the faithfulness of God? By no means. Instead, let God be true, though everyone is a liar, as it is written, that you may be justified in your words and prevail when you are judged. All this is focusing upon the standard by which God judges. The standard by which God judges the world. Verse 5, he then argues, but if righteousness serves to show righteousness of God, what shall we say? That God is unrighteous and inflict wrath on us? I speak in a human way. So again, when he's referring to us and our, he's referring to his interlocutors. He's referring to his interlocutors and the claims that they
I agree. It's no problem.
I'm not asking you for your agreement. Sit and listen. Then sit and listen. If you don't sit and listen, please.
If you have the
sir.
big knowledge, let me speak and correct me.
I am correcting you, so please listen to the correction,
Let
sir.
me even
Please.
listen.
So let's continue. Let's continue. So he's again arguing against the voices of his objectors. By no means, for then how could God judge the world? But if through my lie truth abounds to his glory, why am I still being condemned as a sinner? If God, for example, takes sin into account as a benefit, then why would God judge Paul as a sinner? If it's being allowed, then God has no means to judge Paul as a sinner. As he has been arguing for the past 2 chapters, and as he will continue to continue in the rest of the chapter, God does condemn the entire world as. So he's arguing that he's not a liar and God does not use lies for his gain. This is why the verse continues to say in verse 8, and why not do evil that good may come, as some people slanderously charge us with saying their condemnation. What then? Are we Jews any better off? No, not at all. For we have charged that all, both Jews or Greeks, are under sin, as it is, and then it begins a cacophony, a Jewish stringing of multiple passages in the Psalms that brings an entire condemnation of sin upon the entire world. To argue that verse 7 that Paul is saying that God approves of as a liar in order to bring good is to completely destroy the argument that he himself is making. Do you see that, Tranquil?
Okay, can I answer?
I'll ask you that direct yes or no question.
I don't agree with you, so no.
I'm not asking you to agree. I'm asking you, do you not see that? Do you not recognize that?
I see what you're saying. I understand. I can understand how you say that. Can I answer?
Then interact with this from
Can
the
I have the
context
chance
of
to
the
answer?
text. I literally am giving you a specific way in order to respond, to argue based
give
upon
me
the text of the
give me a clear question and then
that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, do it.
Could you please interact with what I've said based upon the syntax of the verse itself and
What verse itself?
demonstrate
What
and
verse itself?
demonstrate and my God,
Yeah,
verse
it's hard, man.
7
Okay.
and demonstrate how Paul admitting that he's a liar would fit within this argument he's giving throughout the entirety of Romans 1 through 3.
Okay, I can do that. I start with that's completely okay because it sets the standards, or it would abolish the standard can judge us. In verse 7, someone might argue. So it's another group, an external condemns him for something. If my falsehood enhances God's truthfulness and so increases his glory, why am I still condemned as a sinner? In verse 5, he says, I'm using a human argument. 7, he says he doesn't. So he says, if my falsehood enhances God's truthfulness and so increases glory. So there is a new qualifier that the truthfulness and the everything gets increased. Why am I still condemned as a sinner? Why not say, slanderously claim that we say, let us do evil that good may result? Clearly condemned in verse 5. So it's something bad because God need to judge this. So he's referring in verse 8 to the one he condemned with right in verse 5. Their condemnation is just. It says that in the end, if it that they were right, their condemnation is just, not the condemnation of the people who enhanced God's truthfulness, but the condemnation of the people who argue with Paul about his falsehood.
All right, Tranquil. One question.
Please.
Explain the argument that Paul is explaining in, because you said in verse 7 he wasn't condemned if
In
he
verse
did.
5.
Oh, I'm not asking you about verse 5.
He said he wasn't condemned.
I acknowledge of what you're saying in verse 5.
Okay.
But you're arguing that he's not condemned if he does this. However, I want you to read verse 7 again, because verse 7, does Paul argue that if he does this, he will be condemned? Does he argue that he will not be condemned?
First one.
That he will be condemned.
Yeah.
So
like,
if he does this, he will be condemned. So if he's arguing that if he lies, be condemned, then how is he saying I'm allowed to lie and I won't be? Hold on. Because you were the one who said that he wouldn't be condemned. Yet when I asked you about the verse, you honestly say that he says he will be condemned. Does it not?
Oh, in the end, their condemnation will be just if they are right.
So Tranquil. Read verse 7 again, word for word, and then tell me whether or not he will be condemned or he will not be condemned. Read it for me again.
Will be condemned or not?
This guy can't be this stupid. Seriously, you're not that dumb.
Look,
7,
dumb,
please.
Okay, just listen. Someone might argue, quote, my falsehood enhances God's truthfulness and so increases glory. Why am I still condemned as a sinner?
Very good. So here, you said Paul says in this so you argued that Paul says in this argument he is not being condemned as a sinner. But in the verse itself, does it say if someone does this, he will be condemned or won't?
Again?
Oh my Lord!
I was reading.
You know what? Tranquil. I have a question. Look down. What do you see?
Just repeat, man.
Look down. What do you see? Look down. What do you see? Look down. What do you see?
Are you going to run? I see.
Look down. What do you exactly? Dumb. What is wrong with y'all? It's amazing. This man came up here to argue that the Quran doesn't allow you to lie. The Quran doesn't allow you to lie. Nothing in Islam allows you to lie. Yet when we literally have the verse in front of our freaking faces and ask him to read verbatim what it says, he is willing to stand 10 toes down and lie to my face, lie to all of our faces. And then when we do justice to him, he has the audacity to say that we're fearful and we're running. Why? Go ahead on the way out and make sure you kiss the black stone. What is wrong with you?
He gonna need to kiss the black stone after all those sins, those lies. Now, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have allowed him to divert, right? Because I thought I didn't realize that he was so-so, right? So and
slow.
And all they want to do is argue. They don't want to learn. So I improperly judge. But for the Christians, you got how stupid this argument is, right? Now, for Tranquil, right? There's numerous passages in your Quran where Muhammad lies. Right? He lies to his son-in-law Zayd, where he says, you know, go ahead and keep your wife. And then Allah corrects him, right? He says, why would you give away something that I made lawful for you? Just so that you would look good in the people's eyes, right? So Muhammad is embarrassed about taking his son-in-law's wife, right? Tries to play it off and says, no, man, you go ahead and keep your wife. And then Allah chastises, says, why are you not taking Zaynab? I gave you his wife. You gonna go and you gonna take that thing, right? You're gonna take that thing, right? So you have Muhammad lying there. You have the best of believers, the first three generations in 161, right? They accuse him of stealing the war booty. In particular, they accused him of stealing some red panties, right? So was they went and they invaded the town and they split up all of the booty. Now, according to Islam, Muhammad gets 20% and he gets the best. So after he took his 20%, there was some red velvet underwears, right, that they all wanted, right? So now when they start going through their stuff, they can't find the red. They're like, ooh, you got it? You got it? And then they all come together and they're like, we don't have it. He must have took it. You know what I'm saying? So they accuse him of stealing the red velvet, right? So these are Muslims, right, accusing your prophet of stealing red velvet underwear, right? So don't sit here and you can come into our New Testament, which is holy, right? Which even the Jews say is just too holy for them. When Jesus says to love you love yourself, and he says that the neighbor is not just your brothers, not just like your Christian brothers. Even the publicans love their. You know what the Jews said? He's wrong. We're only supposed to love the Jews. Those are our neighbors. Everybody else is a Gentile. We don't have to love them. Our book is extremely holy, right? Extremely hard to follow, right? Because it's the standard of God. When God tells your enemy, right? How can you love your enemy and lie to your enemy? How can you lie to somebody that you love? Right? So lying, right, is not okay in any sense in the New Testament or the Old Testament. This is how beautiful our book is. I thought that you were somebody that could be educated. I didn't realize that you were so-so. The motor mouth that was on Words Live. I mean, you drove me crazy. It was funny. You gave us a laugh. I don't know. Yeah, he was the one that said, pull our lick. And he spit on his mic. Yeah, he spit on his mic last night.
Wow. Okay. Never seen a guy manifest that hard before.
But we letting Bandor get away. Bandor and James showed him, right, that was and James and Paul showed them that it was abrogated, reinstituted, and we find out that the final abrogation was done by Umar, right? He that said that Muhammad did it on his deathbed, but of course we have the sources, the last week of the prophet and everything that the so-called prophet did in the last, and none of it says abrogating Muta, and you can find that on Sahih or SunnahOnline.com. You could just type in the week of the prophet, and it will tell you everything that he did. So that will tell you that there's no sermon where he says white people and everybody else are equal, that they lie about, right? And also this abrogated Muta. All of that is a lie.
Brother Study, the hadith that he mentioned particularly argue that Muhammad abolished muta on his deathbed. It argues that he abrogated muta. So this was years before he passed.
True, that's true. It did say that. Yeah. So, and here's how you dispute that. Ibn Abbas and Umar have a fight, and you we have a famous apologist. He calls people the son of Muta, Right? So here's what happened. Ibn Abbas and Umar get into a fight, and then Umar's dancers goes at Ibn Abbas. You know, he's like, Muta is unethical and abrogated. And then Ibn Abbas tells him, you don't know, you're a son of Muta. And the dude goes home and he asks his mother, and he finds out the product of a Muta marriage. So he was actually a son of Muta. So here he is. He wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for Muta. And he's arguing with and this time Ibn Abbas was blind, right? He wasn't strong. Umar was very strong. Everybody was scared of Umar and, didn't want to take Abbas's side. So he basically overpowered Ibn. But Ibn Abbas won that argument because one of Umar's dancers basically, cried after he found out that he was a son of Muta.
I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while.
So you're still here. I want you to read Genesis 3:15, and then just tell us what you think, what that means.
I love when you get together because, when y'all end up talking, I get to learn it, or at least I get to relearn it. And I appreciate that.
Yep. You know what? Maybe we should show how Allah lied on every single prophet. Because
devils on all the prophets, right? Allah puts devils on the prophets, and by putting devils on the prophets, He causes them to lie, and because that's the will of Allah.
Yep. And then, if you just go back and we look at the messages of the prophet, we'll see that multiple prophets talk about the crucifixion. So we have the Psalms, we have Genesis, right? So 15. The reason why I want Speedy to see it, right? And most of us already know this, right? In Genesis 3:15, the ending says that or something like this. I'll just paraphrase the whole verse. It says, I will put enmity between you, your seed, and her seed, right? And the seed of the serpent, the seed of the woman will crush the head of the serpent, but the serpent will bruise his heel. So the seed of the woman will crush the head of the serpent, but the serpent will bruise his heel. So everybody should ask themselves, okay, so the serpent is Satan. The seed of the woman is going to crush Satan's head, but Satan is going to bruise his heel. How does Satan bruise his heel? Or how does he get his heel bruised?
So whether the investigation occurs or not, we're talking about the criminal investigation. There already that's what I'm talking about.
The way that his heel is bruised is when he's nailed to the cross. If you're nailed to the cross, your feet in particular, happen to your heel when your foot is being nailed to the cross. It's going to be bruised. So here in Genesis 3, the first book of the Bible, you have God telling us that Jesus is going to be crucified before fictions even existed. So that's how the seed is going to have his heel bruised, right? And then one day we can go through who the seed is, right? And we could just take you through all of the scriptures to show that the woman is God coming in the flesh, right? Now, ironically, when you get to 3:15, the Jews mistranslated it, not in the Hebrew text, but in what they teach their people, right? So if you were to go to like the JPS or something like that, see like a different rendering of it. But when you go to the actual Hebrew, you'll see it just like it is in the Christian Bibles, right? And then when you go back to the tradition, right, the tradition renders it, and the tradition, the rabbinic tradition, like the Targums, it renders it the same way that the Christians, right? And then, of course, the rabbis' commentary. So I can give anybody an article on that. Where they say that Genesis 3:15 is messianic. And in the world, we call it the proto-evangelium, which is the gospel. So this is the first time that the gospel is being given. That's what I wanted Speedy to read and understand. Peace vibe only. You're speaking of Gnosticism, right? So that's not what makes you whole. What makes you whole is the God, right? So when God promises in Jeremiah, give a new covenant that's better than the old covenant. In the first covenant, right, God purchased Israel, right, with a lamb, right, and they were covenantal sons of God by Yahweh, inheriting them as a nation in Deuteronomy 32, verse 8 and 9. The new and better covenant is when God comes in the flesh, pays for their sins, right, and then gives them a right to be the Son of God spirit. How does he do this? He pours out his spirit on all man, as Joel says in the Testament, Joel 2:27 and 28. So the people that believe in him, right, believe in him and get baptized, they receive the Spirit of God, and the Spirit of God makes them partakers of the divine nature, right? So by you having the Spirit of God, you can be conformed to the image of Christ and actually be, considered, right, as a true son of God because you are the Spirit of God. So that's the meaning of a new and better covenant that is promised in Jeremiah, right? And then one day for the two comings, right? Because the Jews will tell you, oh, we don't believe Messiah because he didn't bring world peace. One day, when we just have some time, we'll just go through the two comings of the Messiah. It's very plain in the Old Testament, and we'll show you when the world peace is supposed to come, right? We would invite the Jews, but they're so scared to come, right, and talk to us, right? So if you know some Jews, if you know some anti-missionaries, right, tell them to come. They'll go in rooms, but they won't come here. And it's not that we're better than those Christians, right? we may have more knowledge when it comes to this topic, right? So they people who have this knowledge, and the other Christians may have better knowledge when it comes to Islam or what have you, right? But they go out, they pick who they want to talk to, and they choose not to come in here.
Study, my man. I think we've run out of Muslims. So I think it is Friday. I just want to start getting some. And it has been 5 hours exactly in 30 seconds. So guys, just thank you to all of you again. Thank you for the gift and the support, and this another easy topic, and once again an easy topic, and Muslims struggle with it. Except that lying is bad, it's a sin, but they say that Allah allows it, so Allah allows them to sin. This is the big difference when it comes to Christianity and when it comes to Islam. The reason that we are showing you these verses and showing you who Islam is because it can't both be true. In John 8, it says, "You are from your father the devil, and you wish to do the desire of your father. That one was an unaliver when he began, and he did not stand fast in truth, because truth is not in him." In Allah, guys, when he speaks the lie, he speaks according to his own disposition, the liar and the father of the lie. Islam is saying lying is okay. In Proverbs 6, a lying tongue, an abomination to God. A false witness that utters lies, abomination. We are telling you guys that if Allah is allowing lies and is the father of lies, we have a problem. How can we follow religion that tells you it's okay to lie? I was going to about to leave, but okay, Akeem is here. Akeem, are you a Muslim, brother?
Yeah, hello.
Hello, sir. Are you a Muslim?
Yes, I'm a Muslim. And are you a Muslim or Christian, or what religion do you have?
I'm a Christian, sir.
What Christian?
I'm a
Orthodox,
Christian.
Protestant?
It doesn't matter. I'm a Christian. I follow my
Yes.
Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So now again,
We're original Quran only Christians.
Sorry?
It went
We're
over.
original Quran only Christians.
Where am I now? I was listening here, and you're saying we
Okay,
have
Akeem, just before you start jumping, we just have a simple topic. One answer is in Islam telling lies a good thing or a bad thing, or is lies allowed in Islam?
Listen, I've been
Answer
listening
the
to
question,
you.
please, my brother. Is
I've been listening to you.
telling lies allowed in Islam?
Listen, my brother, I'm your guest. You have
Is
to.
lying allowed in Islam? Dude, when you first answered that, you can take me where you want to go. Is lying allowed in Islam?
Listen, I will
Is
not answer your question.
lying allowed in Islam?
Why are you aggressive now? Did Jesus
Answer
teach you
the
to be aggressive?
question. Is lying allowed in Islam, dude? Come
Does
on,
Jesus
man.
teaches you to be aggressive?
Is lying allowed in Islam?
I was talking, and you interfere. You want to ask a question. I not answer your question because I want to talk about the last thing you're saying.
How hard is that? The dude's a Muslim. The topic is there. Islam. Telling lies is okay. False. That's it, man. All you have to do was answer that, and then we could go on. But it's because you guys are so full of lies that you have to come up and then lie. It's not a question. We're doing this so often, proving to you guys that your religion is weak. It's a weak religion for weak-minded people.
Yeah, and Akeem, man, you breaking my heart, Akeem. Here's why you breaking my heart, man. Because I had a pastor, and he used to say this one line, and it just stuck with me, right? And the line was this: moment is pregnant with potential. So there's always for you to come to the knowledge of truth, right? Now here you are, me and James are left shoulders, right? And we everybody, we want to free the right shoulders, we want to free the mid shoulders, and we want to free the left shoulder. But this is a safe space for left shoulders, right? So we wanted you to be able to have the opportunity to get free, right? You chose to not answer James' question, right? And let us help you get free. You see what I'm saying? And that breaks my heart, Akeem. That breaks my heart, you to be free. Now, Ishkan, I'm sorry, Akeem, I want you to read this. I'm going to put this in the chat. I'm going to read this.
Did you say tweet? Get more with Geico. Get a quote. The air we breathe matters. Some say air filters that capture more.
I want you to go Google that and read that. I want you to see what I'm talking about, right? You're in, right? What we saw when you came up here was a glimpse of hell, according to because what Allah stated, right, is that when Allah created Adam, or your prophet stated, when Allah created Adam, he struck his right shoulder and offspring came forth and it was white like ants. Then he struck his left shoulder and offspring came forth and it was black as charcoal. To the offspring from the right shoulder, he said, they are for paradise, do not care. And I don't care. They up in here. Then he said to the offspring from the left shoulder, they are for hell, and I do not care. So here you are coming up here trying to dance for Allah, right? Scared to tell your abuser or tell the truth about your abuser, right? And say, yes, my abuser is a liar. You came up here to defend your abuser. When we are advocates for setting you free, we wanted to see you get free. My heart is hurt right now, Akeem. There's a potential for you to get free, but you just couldn't tell the truth. You didn't the moment. Muslims, when you come up here, tell the truth, seize the moment, right? There's a potential for you to get free from your abuser.
DM. For those that don't know. Anyway, guys, God bless you. I may go live tomorrow. I know it's weekend, but no, I can't. I'm not going live on Monday. So again, I will continue the topic. So those Muslims that are, do your research, find out from your imams, from your sheikhs, from whoever, is lying okay in Islam? And if it's okay, ask yourself this: how can you be in a religion that allows you to lie, and how do you know what part of religion is a lie and which part is not a lie? Because remember, if you allowed to, Muhammad was allowed to lie, Allah lies, how much of your religion is based on truth and how much is based on lies? If you Paul, do you want to say anything before I close, brother?
No, I was just gonna joke that I'm gonna bring another person right now.
And then Study's gonna start talking to him, and then man, we're gonna be like, left shoulder leads the pack.
Peace by bone. Listen.
Study, anything before I close, brother?
Oh yeah, I wanted to say something to Peace Vibe only. It's so cute. It's so cute, your little message in the chat, right? You have to understand, right, that in your Quran, it says over 5 times, who could guide Allah has led astray, who Allah has sent astray. So whoever goes astray, according to Islam, is God, Allah. So the person that's guiding everyone to go astray, Allah. He even misguided Satan. Satan is a victim.
I just want to address. There's a guy in the chats. It's called Seeker. He came up and he was seeking. I've seen him on other lives. For those that are seeking truth and those that are actually listening with an open heart, note Muslims are accepting that you can lie in Islam. Lies are Muhammad. Allah allows lies. We don't know what is truth, what is lies. Yet we were told that the word of Allah is shaitan. Shaitan, word of Allah. We know that they can't tell the difference between an angel and a jinn. Every single topic that we've brought up is, I think it's going to be an easy one. It'll give them a chance to do dawah, but again, it's just another checkmate. This whole on all the basic questions, the most basic of questions. Guy says Islam, to lie in Islam, it's a sin. Oh, okay. And then he goes, except in 3 cases. So hang on a second. So lying is okay by your God. So he's allowed. Please, guys, there's an alternative. And as you can hear, we keep pointing to Jesus of the Bible. He is the alternative. You're still looking for truth. He says, I am the truth. You're looking for the way. He is the way. All we're saying to you is, if he says that, his proof of it is in the Bible, then go and read the Bible. Don't read the Quran. Quran tells you that Allah and Satan do the same thing. They both lead you astray. They both make you, and they both take you to hell. Come on, man. You've got to use that brain in your head. Both can't be true at the same time. And this is just another dilemma in Islam, where you're allowed to lie, but lying is a sin. Make that make sense. With that, guys, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Lord, for this life and all those that came through, please, Lord, open their hearts and minds to truth and knowledge which is in you. Is you.